Hey guys, Dark Humility here. You can always catch me at twitch.tv/Dark Humility for 6 to 7 days a week of Diablo 2 action, D2R, PD2, all manners of guides on both maxroll.gg and on my YouTube. Today, we have another installment in my infamous Rags to Riches series. Rags to Riches Druid. This is a guided playthrough where we will be starting with absolutely nothing on Bnet, which is Players 1 playing solo, showing you how to start from absolutely nothing on a Druid to go to the point to where you can begin farming for riches. And oftentimes, when we do play these, we actually do encounter riches that you can trade for or use that will further your Druid and your journey towards building up the Druid or other characters. But yeah, it is not a short guide by any means. It is a complete guided playthrough. I recommend listening to it maybe in the background, like with the other ones, maybe while you're doing it yourself. This guide is made for beginners and experts alike. People that have played a long time but maybe want to learn even more so they can more quickly progress through the Druid and it doesn't feel painful. I will say it is not one of the fastest classes from going from Rags to Riches overall. However, it has a very solid progression start up until the point where you need to start farming for items, and it has many means of actually doing so. It's still a very strong approach, and in patch 2.6, there's even new rumors like Metamorphosis that eventually can get you started crushing face even with things like a Shapeshift Druid. Whereas in D2R, the Druid has more options than ever with summons and no cooldowns on fire abilities, so he is a beast. But at any rate, let's get started. Once again, I will try to make my guide applicable to both hardcore and softcore, and also to single player, so I'll also talk about things you can do. But it is on Bnet Players 1. I cannot change the player count, so you can just make a character like this on Bnet and get started with nothing else. Of course, things like single player will allow you to change the player count, which can make it faster. Having loaders can make it faster. A lot of things can make it faster. Alright, anyway. Here we go. The Druid. Rags to Riches. Let's do this. Alright. Hey, what's up, Sean? How you doing? So as you can see, we have absolutely nothing. Just like with the Sorceress, Necromancer, Barbarian, Amazon, and Assassin Rags to Riches guides, I will go from nothing to riches, and I will help you out every step of the way so you guys can do it yourself. Alright. So the first thing you want to make sure, of course, you do when you make a new character is make sure to set your hotkeys, whatever you're comfortable with. I use things from like Z to V, A to G, Q to U. I don't use the F keys very much because it hurts my hand. I think it probably hurts most of you guys too. I use them for things like the quest log, for opening up the skill speed bar so I can assign skills quickly. And also for setting it into legacy mode as well. So that's what I use my F keys for. Whereas I'm used to, like, from other games as well, just using the home row and everything around it. Alright, baby, let's go.
So it begins.
So in the beginning, you just start killing monsters. Pretty simple, right? And then pick up everything that drops in the very beginning. Of course, we'll have chapters for every segment of this guide, for every difficulty and act, so you guys can refer to various parts of the guide in case there's things that you don't care about, like the very start. Just want to see the good stuff, how to farm on a Druid without much gear, things like that. You can go towards the end of the guide. So we'll go over farming spots. We'll go over how to navigate maps. We go over a lot of stuff. Alright, make sure to toggle walk when you run out of stamina in the beginning. It's a little frustrating sometimes. Javelins are nice. Can actually use that. You set it to throw. Javelin is like one of the strongest early game weapons, so you can just use that and kill everything in one shot. That's always a very useful thing to find. Pick up absolutely everything. Okay. I'll try to go over skill order. What's up, Chomp? How you doing, Samuel? What's up, man? Once again, this will be on YouTube in case you miss any part of this guide live. We're doing this live on Twitch like we normally do. See that there's no funny business at all. Doing it on Battle.net as well. It's as legit as can be. Alright, so keep in mind in the very beginning, the most effective strat is to lay a TP right next to the Den of Evil. And then you go find the Cold Plains waypoint, so just keep killing things all the way up. Keep picking up everything, you're just going to need to sell them for gold. Managing your gold is very important throughout the entire run. And of course we'll talk about what types of items you want to pick up after the beginning. Sashes are nice. Use a sash if you find it. If you don't find it, you're going to want to buy that because you can now hold extra potions. It's very good. Alright, click the Cold Plains waypoint. Since you have a TP, we can actually go directly back to town. Most stuff you're going to pick up in the beginning is garbage. When I find something that isn't, I'll let you guys know. Alright, so indeed, still don't have very much. Perfectly fine. Alright, so we leveled up. In the very beginning, I recommend putting your points into energy so that you have enough mana to start using your abilities. It really helps with mana maintenance, putting points into energy.
So, this is where evil hides.
We will assign her first skill, Firestorm. So, I will talk about other potential approaches to leveling up a druid. However, I'm going to use the one that I prefer and the one that tends to work the most well and the one that tends to be a bit faster. You could also, of course, go summons. You can go Poison Creeper and Ravens in the beginning as well, and that will also be a pretty solid approach. However, we're going to be going at Fire Druid skills. So Fire Druid skills are very strong. Fissure is ridiculously strong. As a matter of fact, if you're doing this on single player or with loaders or in a party, Fissure is going to, by far, give you the most bang for its buck. It just has so much DPS in the beginning of the game. It is one of the strongest overall starting skills in the entire game. So we're going to be working towards Fissure. Of course, first we have Firestorm, which is leading up to it, which is solid against single targets typically. Fissure is more of the AoE ability, but we'll go to it. Also, of course, we have Boulder here as well. Boulder, putting 1 point to that, will also prove to be useful for increasing your damage. Beginning, still try to pick up most things. You're going to need gold. Hopefully we find a piece of jewelry. Jewelry sells for a lot at this point. Charms.
Impossible.
Not, though, it's okay. We'll live. It's totally RNG. One thing to note is that in the beginning, if you are doing single player, you will want to put it into Player's 8. If you're doing hardcore, you might want to actually put like 5 points into Vitality right now. I'm not going to bother because I'm not. We're just playing on softcore for the purpose of the guide. Okay. Of course, next level we're going to start putting points into Vitality, and pretty much the rest of our points can go into Vitality. You can also put a bit more into Energy if you want as well. There's other ways to get that stuff as well, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. Okay. Wow, that's a lot of stuff we could sell for money, so that's good. We got some rare items off of him. That's the first super unique you encounter, Corpse Fire. Of course, if you didn't already know, in the Den of Evil, we have to kill every monster. Single player, we would start in Player's 8 to level up as fast as possible.
Is that all of them?
Well, we didn't. So we were pretty thorough. We went all the way throughout, killed every last monster, we're good to go. And at this point, we don't have any Scrolls of Town Portal. I don't know if I didn't find any, but I definitely didn't pick one up. May have not noticed. That's okay. That's why we got the Cold Plains waypoint. So what you can do is you can just save and exit, and then re-enter the game. We are doing Rags to Riches Druid. So if you don't know anything about my Rags to Riches series, I recommend checking it out on my YouTube. It's pretty awesome stuff. I actually might make a separate playlist for it now that I think about it. So you can learn how to level up from scratch with any character you want. You can start with any character you want in the beginning of a ladder or whatever. You can find success. Okay. Wow, see, that's pretty good. I would probably keep this if I was a sorceress, but we can't even use it because we're not. In general, the items that are going to be worth the most to pick up as we continue to go through the game are things like our class-specific items with plus skills. So things like Sorcerer's Orbs, like the one I just picked up. The higher level the skills, in terms of like where they're at on the skill tree, the more they sell for. So of course, level 30 skills will sell for more as you progress through the game. Body armors typically are pretty good. In the very beginning, you kind of pick up everything because you have no gold. So you need gold to buy potions and things like that in the very beginning, and your initial scrolls and whatnot, like so. So I bought my books. We now have a book we can use. We can assign that to a skill too, so I can to a hotkey, so I can make a town portal whenever I want to. But yeah, now there's nothing too important you need to actually buy with a druid in the very beginning, except for this. So we actually got lucky and found one. That's pretty nice. All we're gonna need is a gray. It has to be gray, not blue. Not blue letters, and it has to say short staff in gray letters. 2-socketed staff. We're gonna use that for a rune word called Leaf. We're gonna make Tur-Rao. And Tur-Rao is a very important rune word for massively increasing our damage. So, good stuff. Of course, we're not going to worry about that just yet, but that is something we are going to want at some point, which you can farm for Akara. We found it first try, so that's kind of nice. Promise it's not scripted, you know. This is a... Sometimes we get some good luck. There's some things we typically get bad luck on, though, so... You know, it's always a mix of things. So in the very beginning, you know, what you can do is you can buy a lot of potions. You can switch to Legacy mode to buy them faster by spam left-clicking. I find that faster, personally. There's some other methods you can use to buy them faster. Once you get a bigger belt, there's other ways to do it as well. In the very beginning, if you find any chipped sapphires or rubies, you can put them in your helm or armor if you find socketed ones along the way, or if you just buy them here from Charcy. You don't have to do any of that, though. That's all optional. Of course, you can also buy a 2-socketed shield as well. I will actually put that in there because it's going to give me 10 mana, and it's going to make it where my mana sustains even better with all the energy and mana I have now. Alright, so that's pretty much it. The potions you want to buy in your first backs, you're going to want to get mana potions on the Druid because Firestorm is going to cost a decent amount of mana. You don't want a lot of those. Some health potions, whatever. If you find any rejuvenation potions, you want to pick them up and keep all of them and put them and stash them for later if you need. And then you're going to want a lot of stamina potions as well that you're going to click whenever you run out of stamina. And thawing potions in case you get frozen so you can continue to run faster. Alright, we went over a lot of stuff there. I know, it's a mouthful, but... it's solid. Alright, so what we're going to do at this point is, instead of killing every monster in the Bloodmoor and the Den of Evil, you're going to look for elite packs. in champions like these dudes right here. One thing you can do, by the way, if you want to run without click attacking monsters, which is something to get used to if you want to get really good at this game, you're going to want to make sure to put force move or throw on your left click. Notice that I don't swing my weapon now when I click the monsters. That's good. In general, we're mostly going to be using Firestorm, of course. I can't have normal attacks still too. Using my staff in between fire attacks is still very useful at this point in the game. I'm going to continue to go on. Chip gems and magic wand reroll is your favorite? Yeah, so that's definitely something you can do with chip gems. You're always going to want to pick and keep chip gems. Don't sell them unless you absolutely have to. But rubies and mana in the very beginning are very useful just for making your life a little bit easier. There's a 2-socketed armor. 2-socketed helms, 2-socketed armors, and 2-socketed staves. Anything with 2 sockets or a 3-socketed large shield in the very beginning of the game can prove very useful. Alright, looks like we got some of those champions. Champions are triple experience compared to regular monsters of whatever type of monster they are. And elites and their minions are 5 times the experience. So that's why we focus on these rather than the regular monsters, because they give a lot more experience and their drops are typically a lot better. That's just how it goes throughout the entire way. Alright, so we leveled up again. I recommend at least by level 4 putting points into vitality now, so you don't die to rock immediately. And hardcore is especially important, because he's very dangerous and does a lot of damage. Alright, looks like we killed him. Kind of desynced there. That was interesting. Alright, so at this point, like, low quality items aren't really going to sell for very much. I wouldn't bother with those. That's a ring though, you always pick those up. Those can sell pretty well even if they're not good. On a druid, typically you're just looking for faster cast rate for later, and resistances on a ring or magic find. And that's really the case for most of the items in terms of what you actually want to use or what would be useful. Everything else is pretty much garbage except for, you know, it has to have like magic find, resistances, faster cast rate, or sockets, so you can put a rune word or gems in it. Everything else is just pretty much garbage. It's not really going to help you that much. You think it might, but tiny amounts of defense in the beginning of the game are negligible. They just don't do anything. Diablo 2 is kind of tricks you in that regard, I guess. Alright, so we found Rockiniju by the stones. Always kill him for experience. He's a great super unique to kill. He's the second one. Second one you encounter for sure. We can also use javelins again. You can buy those from Charcy as well if you want more javelins. Javelins are nice. Don't have to, you can just bash shit with your club still for a little bit. We're about to get to the point in the game where bashing shit with your club isn't very useful. So, yeah. Now, I'd recommend doing on your playthrough is saving Cain, because every one of those rings you get from saving Cain is very useful. Will also save you gold in the long run. You don't have to, though. The only Cain you probably have to save is in hell mode, but I like saving him for the free rings you get, and those rings are very likely going to make it a lot easier to progress through the game, providing you useful stats. Now, shrines, we haven't really talked about shrines very much. Always click the waypoint. So we looked up for the waypoint. We need the waypoint for Stony Field so we can go back and save Cain from Tristram. We're going to go on to the Dark Woods, though, and get the scroll so we can go back and save Cain. We'll make sure to get a waypoint from that area as well, though. Now, I haven't talked about shrines much, as I was going to say. Experience shrines are the best shrines you can possibly find in the beginning of the game. They will make you level up a lot faster. and overall just make your whole life easier. And that's an elite pack. See Bane Vex there, special name. Any special name monsters and their minions give a lot of experience in any player count. Of course, if you can have higher player count, it's even better. Experience are the best, and then I would say probably skill shrines, and then mana regeneration and stamina shrines are also useful in the beginning. Alright, we leveled up again. It's another point of vitality. Oh dear, I haven't been putting my points into Firestorm. What a noob, right? I wonder why I'm not doing damage anymore. I've just been putting points into attributes. Well, that's
I can already tell that I'll be your
as
best
you can
friend
see,
in this forsaken
I'm focusing on trying to give you guys as much useful info as possible. Make sure every time you level up, though, you put your stat points in and your skill points in. In the very beginning, up until level 5, this is a good time to talk about it, you're just going to put every point into Firestorm to make Firestorm as strong as possible. This is another elite pack. You gotta kill elite packs along the way because you're gonna want to hit around level 6 by the time you hit Black Marsh and Dark Wood. So you're gonna want to do that. Alright. So that's an armor. Armors actually do sell pretty well. They sell better than most things. So we're gonna pick that up instead of that spear there. Armor type items and class specific items like Druid Helms, Sorceress, Orbs, Necromancer Wands, Barbarian Helms with any plus skills, the higher level skills they are, the more gold you get when you sell them. Definitely always pick those up. So one thing I haven't talked about anything about yet is maps. So this map is kind of interesting. It's Underground Passage. Before this point, we were just following the paths to get to the Underground Passage. The stones, the Cairn stones for Tristram and where Rockaniju is are typically somewhere along the path in Stony Field. The path that is not next to one of the corners of the Cold Plains is the one that leads up to the Stony Field. But besides that, we just follow the path. But up until this point, now what we're going to want to do though in the Underground Passage, you see this little area here, how it's kind of going this way, and there's like there's an area that's leading this way. You're going to want to try to find an exit for the Dark Wood that's kind of straight ahead from it. You know, if you follow my cursor, just going this way. So that's why I've been trying to go like straight in the general direction of where this initial block is pointing. That is how Underground Passage works specifically. Most maps actually work a little bit different, which we'll talk about once we get to the Forgotten Tower. Hey, what's up, Terra Nuker? I hope you're having a good night, man. Remember when I found a perfect ethereal death web? Yeah, I still have it on my poison necro on a single player. Okay. So notice how I'm still trying to kind of go in this direction. I wanna follow this way. And sure enough, if you kind of follow this, it's in this direction. Now it could be over here, over here, over here, but it's still facing in the same direction. It's pointing in the same direction. Where areas or starting areas in a map are pointing is very key to navigating maps in Diablo 2. In each map, I'll kind of talk about it a bit more, but in general, you're going to want to do that. Now, in Darkwood, it's the path again. Finding the waypoint is useful, though, because that means if we can find Treehead Woodfist and the tree and the scroll, we can just kill them and go back to the Stony Field and then go back to the Dark Wood. We're going to want to find Black Marsh in the Forgotten Tower in the Black Marsh and the waypoint in the Black Marsh very soon, but I'm going to go save Cain, get a free ring, and it might be good. Might give us some resistances, whatever. Now in hardcore, I wouldn't worry too much about resistances or survivability gear yet. It's mostly just a matter of being careful about certain monsters. Things like archers, for instance, are very dangerous in the beginning. Once you get to like Act 2, though, lightning resistance can be useful. Act 4, fire resistance and lightning resistance against Diablo, but we'll talk more about that later. Okay. So the tree can be anywhere. It's not necessarily on the path. The Black Marsh is at the end of the path, but we're gonna go looking for this fool here. Oh, very interesting. Okay. It's found a gem shrine. I think we only have this gem though. Okay, so a gem shrine upgrades a gem. So if you have a gem in your inventory, not in your Haraja cube when you get it, but in your inventory, it will upgrade it. That can be very useful for providing pretty powerful gems that will give you a lot of very useful stats, so that's nice. A diamond can be nice for putting in a shield in the beginning of the game, so that's kind of cool. So we just got a flawed diamond, that's pretty nice. Why am I not using Poison Creeper? I'm just doing the more standard method of leveling that saves more respecs. I did mention Poison Creeper already. So Poison Creeper is insanely strong in the beginning of the game, and of course, you know, you can also go Ravens and go Summon. In order to save respecs though, in order to make certain things a bit easier, I'm just going to do Fire. Poison Creeper is not an in-game farming skill either, so I do want to kind of build familiarity with the skills that are actually going to be more useful throughout the game. Poison Creeper is also garbage against Andariel, so there is a bit of a struggle people will encounter if they attempt to do that. What's up, Lucky Bears? We're doing Rags to Riches. You guys know about my Rags to Riches YouTube series? You might know about this. Alright, so once you hit level 6, went into Molten Boulder. Molten Boulder is very nice. At this point of the game, attacking with your club is pretty useless. I would just, you know, have throw on your main hand. So we're starting a Druid from scratch, and we're going from rags to the points where we can farm for riches in the game. It's going to be an ultra long stream today. Strap in. You guys can watch the whole thing, or you can watch it on YouTube as well. Alright, people have been waiting for this guide for a while. Everyone's been asking for Druid and Barbarian because I don't have them, so there you have it. But yeah, I did mention the Poison Creeper, so you can, instead of putting points into Firestorm, you know, people are talking about maxing out Poison Creeper. Poison Creeper is insanely strong in the beginning of the game, so you can definitely crush face with this as well. It's not a bad idea. I kind of just want to play Fire all the way up, though, until Nightmare and whatnot. And I want to save respecs to show you guys some more things that you can do in the end game for farming. But that is definitely a very prominent strat. And then once you're out of points, I mean, you can just continue to like max out Rabies as well and just make Poison Creeper very strong in the early game. You can even go into Summons. Summons are strong in the early game. I mentioned both of those things. Those are definitely the other two solid approaches for the beginning. I like Fire, though. Fire is very strong. Fire works really well at high player count as well, which is another reason we're doing Fire. As I may have mentioned, Fissure is the beast of players 8, so yeah, it's pretty insane. It's absolutely good. But no matter what you do, all these approaches work insanely well. The very beginning of the game isn't insanely important which approach you choose. Those are all viable, solid approaches. Alright, every time you go back to sell useless stuff that you don't need, you're going to want to buy potions and go back out. Yeah, Poison Creeper is totally fine, though. Okay, so I'm actually going to wear the short staff because it doesn't really matter what I use at the moment because I don't have anything. I'm going to do anything else. Now from Charcy, what you can do is we can find more two-socketed armors. Now two-socketed armors are quite useful. That's interesting. That could be used on a mercenary later. Maybe I'll help keep him alive. Fire Res. I don't know. Resistance items are useful, once again. Gems, useful. Socket items, useful. So the first major rune word we're going to want to make is Stealth, but we're also going to want to make Leaf once we hit level 19, level 17 for Stealth. To get those runes, we're going to farm normal Countess here in a moment, but first we're going to save King. Flawed Diamond can be useful. We might indeed use that. And we also did find some rejuves, which is nice. Definitely cherish those. Dying sucks, even on software. Have to start back at a previous waypoint. You can always leave the game to retrieve your body, but of course in hardcore you're just dead forever, so yeah, don't do that. Hey, what's up, Lukey Bears? How you doing today? Yeah, Poison Creeper is very solid. I did mention at the very beginning of the guide. This is a tried and true method, though. Works for everything very well. Okay.
Ah, yes. Ruins. The fate of all cities. I can't.
Deckard Cain, leave this place.
Oh, ow. Alright, so we got some elite packs here. We're gonna go kill them. We clicked Cain, we saved his ass. Alright. See all these minions giving us a lot of experience. We're level 6 now. So that's another thing that this can help you with too, is helping you to reach level 6. I want to at least be level 6 by the time you start farming Countess. That area is very tough. So now we can use, this because we're Fire Druid, we have no Boulder cooldown, so we can use a combination of Bolt and Boulder. Bolt and Boulder is very effective against any enemies that it can just bowl through. Really large enemies is defined by the game. It's not necessarily the size of the enemy. There's like large type enemies, I guess, that, like I said, you can't really tell. But the way you can tell is that when you throw a boulder through them, it hits them in the face like this house here, and it doesn't go through them. It's not super effective against those, but it's effective against most other things. Even Boulder at level 1 is getting all these synergies from Firestorm, so it's pretty darn strong. It's going to help us do a lot of damage. Boulder and Firestorm is the key here in the beginning. Alright, we saved Cain. So what I did right there is I clicked Wurt's body there at the end to grab the Wurt's leg. That's going to be very important for later. We're definitely going to want to be farming cows on our journey from rags to riches in the beginning. It's definitely going to make our life a lot easier. We just got a useless ring, but it sells for gold, so that's nice. And we got experience in there, killing some elite packs. Always a lot of elite packs in there. People typically use Tristram to level in public games, so it's pretty solid. You can level all the way up to 15 and high player count very solidly in there. So you can look here for res if you want, you don't have to. One thing you could definitely look for though is a 3-socketed large shield in the beginning as well, not just 2 sockets on helms and armors. But yeah, no matter which one you do though, solid approaches. Don't have to look every back either. She always sells something different though if you go in and out of town. So that's a way to reset the vendor. If I go out of town and then I click another waypoint and then come back, I can try to look for that 2-socketed short staff, for instance, which was definitely going to need. Whatever you want to do, but yeah, it's not too bad. The difference is your meteor and your fireball aren't as strong if you go Hydra, Samuel. And Hydra is not, it has delays and shit. So Hydra is not as effective as an endgame build in terms of efficiency because you have to like put up a bunch of Hydras to get the DPS up. However, you might notice that Hydra is one of the strongest starting approaches in the game, so on the ladder starter tier list.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken.
Alright, so we just had a question about the tier list there. So, I don't know if I've done this too much, but if you see houses or chests, make sure to click all the clickables. Clickables are insanely good. In Diablo 2, you can get tons of good items. Every time you kill a boss monster or whatever, picking up potions along the way so you don't have to constantly back is very useful as well, in addition to the items that you want to sell for gold. Looks like we're taking pretty decent care of our gold. That was a rare item. Rare items still sell pretty good, even though they're not armor type items or class specific items as well. Oh, look at that. There you go. See, that's a useful gem too. Always pick up the gems and the jewelry and the charms, 100%. Shout out Canada. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cult Xander to stay. Things like cracked caps and stuff at this point aren't really going to be very useful. Leave them alone. Random white weapons as well, like white clubs. Leave them alone. Alright, we are in... You're in the Black Marsh. Crushing it. Only 5 levels away from Fissure, one of the strongest starting abilities in the game in terms of clearing high player count from the very beginning. Poison Creeper is strong too, though, of course. Maybe I'll do another Druid at some point with Poison Creeper. That's always a fun one. Alright, so right there we just found the tower. So that is what we're going to be farming for our initial runes, for our rune words that are going to make it a lot easier to progress through the game. Some of those rune words will actually be impactful pretty much all the way up until hell. So it's going to be very useful stuff. Alright, Clued leather gloves. I didn't even realize I picked those up. You can just drop those on the ground. And we found the waypoint. So that's a skill shrine. Those are useful. At this point, you might think you want to continue to put points in a Molten Boulder because it's really strong, but Fissures is our main ability here that's going to carry us through a lot of the game, and it's also one of the key abilities that can allow you to farm from the very beginning. What you're going to want to do, of course, is you're going to want to get synergies for this. And you've got Firestorm and Volcano, so we're going to continue to level up Firestorm instead, actually, because it's going to make our Fissure stronger when we actually get Fissure. So Firestorm is very strong, of course, at this point. Oh, a Wolf Head. If you're a Druid, you definitely like Druid helmets, potentially. This is going to take 16 strength, though. You can start putting points into strength now. I wouldn't really bother, though, until you get to Act 2, and where a 3-slot build becomes a bit more important. But considering that Oak Sage is kind of nice, and it's a free point to Oak Sage, we could actually just use that. Oak Sage is nice. As you can see there, we just get a decent amount of HP for free there, which is kind of nice. Once again, you can't buy these from the vendors, so that's always neat. And you can also get them with Firestorm and Molten Boulder and things like that, so it can definitely make your life easier. Alright, so that's nice. We'll pick that up. We'll use that for now. Yeah, Oak Sage is nice. It's just free HP. It also is something that can distract the monsters, and so we don't die. Definitely we'll be getting some summons later on, which are very useful distractions. Alright, so Black Marsh waypoint, somewhere in the Black Marsh. Found the tower. Tower is usually on the edge of the Black Marsh map. What we're going to do now is we're just going to kill elite packs and their minions, of course, the elites and their minions. And then I'm going to show you guys how to navigate this map here, which is a very important map to know how to navigate. It will save you a lot of time knowing how to read Tower Cellar. Alright, so because we're going to be farming Countess multiple times, and by the way, if you're in higher player count in single player or whatever with loaders, to get the player count up, to get more experience, you're going to want to switch back to players 1 before killing the Countess to get maximum runes, so before you ever enter Tower Cellar 5. But what you're going to want to do here is in the very beginning of the tower, this little entrance area, it has you going in a certain direction, so it's pointing us this way. Whatever way it's pointing us, we're going to want to go left or west of that. So it's pointing this way, so west or left in this case would be this way. So this way should be the exit to Tower Cellar 2. Now you can check around the corners, you don't have to go directly to the Countess every time, and you can check for like elite packs while you're doing this, because what we want is both levels and runes mainly from here. Of course, you can also get some gold from this farm as well. That's about it. So I was right, it was over there. So the starting block, as it's called. Could have used a boulder there. Alright, so this starting area, this block here, is now pointing us this way. Which means that the ending area where we want to go to is going to be pointing left or west of that. So it's going to be pointing this way where I'm currently going. And since the whole map is pointing this way, that doesn't really tell us very much. It could be pointing this way over here, it could be pointing this way over here, but it's going to be pointing that way, no matter what. And typically you want to follow the map in the direction of where it is pointing, because that is how to find it the fastest. Sometimes though you might have to go in the opposite direction and then go back around and to the back. We'll get some backwards maps, I'll show you guys how that works, but it's the same thing. It's not necessarily the best RNG. Either way, it's pretty solid. This character has no shortage of DPS, whether you go for the Vine summons, or fire, so you don't really have to worry about using things like strangling gas potions. You can just sell them on this character. Okay, so that elite got smashed. So you notice this area here is pointing that way if you follow my cursor. So we're going to be going this way. You want to go west or left of that. So we're looking for a left or west facing exit area. So we're going to go up here. Now, some of these maps are so simple that there's no other directions you could possibly go. Once you get to like Nightmare and Hell though, there's the maps get bigger and it gets a little bit more difficult. You cannot use elemental skills in shapeshifting form. Shapeshifting, while you can level up as a shapeshifter from the beginning on Druid, is the hardest leveling up method for going from rags to riches, so I won't really talk about it. Except to say that you really just want to shop high damage weapons, make key rune words in the beginning, like Unbending Will and other things, Oath, and try to smash with it if that's what you're doing. It is pretty difficult though to use shapeshifting in the very beginning, and those skills are the hardest. That's why summon skills or fire is pretty much what you want to do in the beginning. Those are your two strong approaches. You would just put all your points into Poison Creeper or all your points into Raven if that's what you're doing. But right now, put all your points into Firestorm. No, Maxwell has not been updated yet because the patch has to launch on live for the Maxwell calculators to update. So the Maxwell everything will be updated likely the night before the ladder goes live or the morning of. That's just as soon as we can do it because they're releasing the patch so late, New Dad Gaming. That's as soon as Maxwell and everyone can do that. Alright. Yeah, so the patch has to go live because it has to read the data from the live patch. They're really pushing it to the end this time, and it's making things a little frustrating, honestly. Type exclamation YouTube, of course. Alright, so right there is our first Countess kill. As you can see, a combination of Firestorm and Molten Boulder with some points into energy, which I can actually get a few more points in energy if I want. And, you know, maybe some gems, maybe some other things make her life pretty easy at this point. She dropped runes. We need those. Pick up every rune she drops and keep it in your stash. You're going to need those either now or later. Every rune, pretty much. Don't sell a single rune. Even if you can't use them, maybe you can cube them up to runes you can use. Maybe there are... these are runes maybe you can also trade as well. Just don't sell the runes. They're good. They're always useful. You might not think you need them, but even an L rune will help you make Fortitude later, and looking for that's going to waste time once you can acquire a low rune from trading or otherwise. So just don't sell the runes. You're going to put them all in the stash. So once you kill the Countess, we have our Black Marsh waypoint. We made sure to find that before we did our first Countess run. Now what you can do is you can just save and exit, re-enter the game, and then we're going to keep running the Countess. We need more runes. So Ral is a very key rune for making Leaf, which is what this base is for. So that's really nice. We can actually just put this base in here. It's not doing anything for us right now. For sure. We can store a whole bunch of items as well, and we can also just throw them on the ground. We no longer need them. See, this item here has Werewolf. It will sell for something, but it's a level 0 skill, level 1 skill, whatever you want to call it. And bam. Alright, so rare items sell, rare items sell. You could actually use this if you wanted to for a throwing weapon to have another source of damage. Could show that a little bit here. Throwing these throwing javelins are very strong in the very beginning. They still do damage even where we're at the moment. It's pretty much the only thing still doing damage. It isn't one of our skills. All right, so 2-socketed helm. Been looking for those. Sick. All right. So these are going to help us make more rune words later. They can be used for gems, but in general, they're just always useful. That's another gem. Put it away. Put away rejuves. You're going to want to store those as well.
Good day.
Okay, and then back. I'm going to buy some stamina potions. Never run out of stamina. If so, once you run out, you're going to go really slow. You have to manage it in the very beginning before you're first back, but after that, you just want to not, you know, not be crawling through the game. It's very bad. Slow. Alright, here we go. Black Marsh. Now on Bnet, your map will reset every time, which will make this a little bit slower, but that's okay. On single player, you'll know exactly where it is. We had a pretty good map that first time, though. But remember that the tower is always somewhere on the edge of the map. Dangerous monsters, Molten Boulder will also knock them back, so Molten Boulder is just very useful. You can even use Molten Boulder on your left click if you want, but you might accidentally trigger it instead of moving, which is why I like just using one of my clicks instead of both of them. You don't have to do that necessarily, but yeah. Cyclone armor is not until we spec into wind. There will be several respecs throughout this guide. The only one you need to do is the one into wind. However, the other ones will just be to show you guys how you can farm using other approaches. Alright, throwing knives aren't bad too, by the way. For a weapon, that sells for a lot in the beginning. There's definitely some exceptions to the types of items I told you guys to pick up for gold, but yeah, I mean, it's not too bad. Alright, it doesn't look like it's on the edge of this part of the map, so I think we have to cross the bridge. Continue to kill elite packs along the way, though. Black Marsh is still pretty decent. Notice that we're level 8 now. We are just putting points into Vitality for the most part, and putting points into Firestorm still. Druid has a pretty simple skill progression and stat progression and things of that nature. Yeah. We'll follow it though. Doesn't matter what you really choose, like it's pretty intuitive. You know, the synergies, you just gotta follow the synergies and follow it, which whether you're doing the summon tree or the elemental tree. Okay. Alright, so we're in here. Notice, oh, archers are dangerous, so be careful. Try to dodge while you're firing at them. You know, try to strafe left and right if you can, so they don't all hit you at once. If you stand perfectly still and attack them, they will kill you very fast.
I can't carry.
But But if you're brand new to the game, that's okay. You can always start back if you die. Alright, so here's the deal. Once again, you'll know one thing. That is east or right, that is the wrong way. This area is pointing this way. It's left or west, always. Every time it's pointing left or west. It could be behind it, left and west. That would be ideal, but notice if I go this way, that is the wrong way. We already see the exit there. On Bnet, the map will reset every time, so it's important you know how to navigate it if you're just starting a brand new character on Bnet for sure. Alright. This whole area here, now, you might think it might be pointing this way because of kind of how it is, but it's kind of like the entire entrance area. So this entrance area is pointing this way, which means I'm going to want to go to the west or to the left, so I'm going to want to follow this all the way up and look for the west or left over here. And sure enough, bam, it's there. Now we have an experience shrine, so we should definitely try to kill packs when we have the experience shrine. That's very nice. Experience shrine is 50% bonus experience. Very good stuff. You do, Midnight Solace. What's up? Ooh, ow. Oh, I didn't make my Oak Sage from my helm. Huh. Yeah, notice how that Oak Sage is just giving us 40 free life. Normally we wouldn't level Oak Sage at this point in the game, but hey, you know, if you find a damaged wolf head that has it, may as well, right? Look how it just absorbs damage, gives us a lot of life for free. Very useful. Alright, Vitality, Firestorm. I mean, you're still doing the same thing. Nothing weird. Level 9. So at this point, to make it clear kind of how long you're farming this area, what you want is you want Ral and Tur for Leaf if possible on the fire build. If you're just going summons, you don't even need that. And then you're going to want Talon F for stealth, which is an armor. Other runes can be useful, like additional Ral runes and Nefs and things like that for later on. What's up, bros? How you doing? Busted ass boots, don't need them. Bigger potions make our life easier. Okay. Molten Boulder, Firestorm. Molten Boulder, Firestorm. The Molten Boulder is a lot more useful against the Countess, particularly because she is fire enchanted, which means she has fire resistance. Every unique monster or elite monster or whatever that has fire enchanted will be resistant to fire. Molten Boulder does physical damage, not just fire damage, as it passes through the enemy. So it does a lot of that. It's one of your very useful skills for killing some fire immunes. And we'll have to continue to do that. But anyway, we found a Ral rune. Ral is nice. We already had a Ral though. Not super essential. In general, you can farm Countess even in Players 1 all the way up to level 15, as you look for the runes, Ral and Tal F. Of course, past that, you can try to maybe push ahead and see if you get lucky finding the runes farther ahead. Yeah, you see this right here? This is a Sorceress Staff. Plus skills, we got some level 12 skills, I believe, even on here. It's going to sell for 5,000. Look at that. That's why you pick up items like that, because they sell for a lot of gold. Very important. Gold is very good. If you put it in your stash, you don't lose it all when you die, so make sure if you're on single player, if you're on softcore to stash the gold, and hardcore it doesn't matter because you die, you're done anyway. May as well try it. Half freeze duration can be a nice stat. I'm not going to get it though. In general, you're going to want to save up as much gold as possible for other items that you're going to have to vendor later on. So don't go too crazy in the shop if possible. Alright, we have some items. Alright, third Countess run. Ooh, we got a nice lucky map on this one. Okay. Alright, so now we found the tower right next to the waypoint. That's always fun. If this is on single player and you had that, that would be perfect. And make your runs extremely fast. Okay. So we're going to go straight ahead. We're going to go in the direction of the starting area. And we're going to go left. We're looking for a left. Alright, we're going to turn left. This is your first major farm in the game. This is how it is on every Rags to Riches. This is how it is on any starting characters. Farming Countess in the beginning will make your life so much easier as you progress through the game. Trying to progress without some of these starting rune words and items is just going to be a lot more difficult. This is already a pretty hard game before you get really good items. So there you have it. Don't make your life tougher than it has to be. As you can see there, got my stamina potion, running out of stamina, managing that. Okay, we just got frozen there, so I just used my thawing potion to go fix that as well. So you're always prepared with potions. Golden boulder. Notice that the potions all cost gold, so we need to continually keep up our gold here. Alright, so we're level 10. More points into there.
Impossible.
Oh, he's extra strong. That means they do a lot more physical damage. Be careful, including the minions. Yeah, extra strong packs hit really hard, especially things like archers. That one's a nasty one. But you're going to want to kill them. Experience. Just got to keep your distance. Golden boulder will knock anything back if you're afraid of it. Alright, golden boulder against the fire immune. Rune, nice. And Tau. Okay, so those are very helpful runes. We're getting really lucky on Rao runes right now, which is interesting. That will make it easier for us to make certain rune words later on as well. Very cool. I don't have boots. I mean, if you really wanted to, maybe you can look for like 10 faster run walk or fire res. There you go. So resistance is nice. Don't have to though. Doesn't really make things too much faster. It's usually easier just to vendor resistance items in the very beginning, just on your gear, generically speaking. Alright, so Turral can be made in this here. Turral. So you put the runes in like this, and then you make leaf. Boom. So this item can be used at level 19. Notice it requires it will give us 3 fire skills. So if you're going fire druid in the beginning, this thing is pretty huge. Also gives us mana per kill and resistances. So this thing is beastly. Now in a sorceress, if you go fire in the beginning, you have to farming a 2-socketed gray staff with fireball would be very nice, but you don't have to worry about it. You just need a plain staff because there's only sorceress skills on it. You can't use those sorceress skills. Those don't help you. What's up, Alpine? How you doing? Would you bother with a mercenary at this point? Not really. That's actually a good question. You can kill Bloodraven if you want for an Act 1 mercenary, but it's not very important. You do so much damage on this character, and heck, even if you find an item with Oak Sage, you even have a distraction already. Mercenary dies all the time at this point, so yeah, it's not super important. It is a good question, though. I'm gonna see if I can look for... Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Doesn't matter. OP runeword. Yep, Turral. So we already made one of the rune words that we're going for here by farming Countess. But we can't use it, so don't worry about it yet.
Yes.
The rune word is going to prove very instrumental. Alright, fast by the potions. Continue. More repetition of the Countess. Find the tower on the edge of the map. Kill elite packs. Continue. That is the first charm I've seen. Notice that was from a chest. Once again, clicking clickables as you run by them is very good. They have really nice loot tables for a lot of very helpful items. Yeah, for sure. A lot of people have been asking for Druid and Barbarian. I think some people might be disappointed the Barbarian one will not be finished yet, but it's alright. Barbarian one will be a fun one. That's going to be a very long one. It might even be a 3-parter. I don't know. The only 3-parter, Rags to Riches Barbarian.
I can't.
Get that skill shrine. Don't worry about resistance shrines too much. If you pick up another shrine, it will override your current one, and this one's the second best shrine you can have, as I mentioned before. I am good with this one unless I find an experience shrine. Alright, so notice that this tower here is next to the edge of the middle of the map. It can also be next to that. It just has to be up against one of the walls somewhere. The Black Marsh. Ooh, that is actually a very nice large shrine. Resistances. So if it doesn't have resistances or life at this point in the game, or maybe faster run walk, you pretty much just sell it back to the vendor, but it has resistances, so we're gonna keep that. Resistances are gonna help us throughout the whole game. That charm might stick with us all the way through hell. It's not an insane charm by any means, but 6 slight resist is pretty good. This will definitely make life easier. Ball the chip gems. Alright, so this starting area is pointing this way. Once again, go to the west or to the left, all the way down. That's what I did, and I found it. Could have been up and to the left, but it was just directly to the left. Usually it is. Usually if you just go in the direction where you know that the exit is going to be pointing, you will find it the fastest. That's typically the fastest way to do it. And whatever being. Just gotta follow my cursor there. See, it goes this way. Okay, so archers again. Look at that. I have a lot of health for this point in the game. Look how much damage they do. It's crazy. Okay. So yeah, this area here is pointing to the west or to the left of where this area is pointing. It's all the way up. Never fails. Even in hell mode, it's the same way in the tower cellar. But every map is different. Most maps are west or left facing tile relative to the entrance though. Or at least to a waypoint. Yeah, as you can see, this 1-point Molten Boulder with synergized Firestorm is very strong. Notice every time I click one of these chests, especially the ones in the middle, they drop a lot of items, getting a lot of chip gems from that. That's very good. Alright, so I needed to go to the west or left of this, but it wasn't over there. It actually ended up being up there.
Impossible.
That's fine. This means you could kill another elite pack. Continue this way. The tier list for patch 2.6 is already, there's already a draft update, type exclamation tier list. It is not final yet though. The meeting will actually happen within the next 24 hours to finalize those tier lists, so make sure they are final. Am I farming for stealth modes? Yeah, pretty much. Okay, Ith rune. 3 of those can make a towel, so even though Ith doesn't make a lot of useful rewards for a starter druid, you can put 3 of those into the cube and keep it into a higher rune, which can be useful. So once again, do not sell the runes. You will regret it later. Heck, even the speedrunners think, oh man, I could really use that 500 gold from that rune, or 1,000 gold, or whatever. And then they sell it, and then they end up regretting it almost a few times later, because it's never worth to sell the runes, even in a speed run where you're not trying to acquire wealth on the ladder or whatever. So as you can see here, plus skills on the Paladin Scepter, plus skills on the Barb Helm. That's why I picked up those items. Those items are the most inventory efficient items for getting gold. At this point, I can just have max keys, scrolls, and everything because I actually have gold. We're getting to the point to where we're starting to kind of finish the Countess farm a little bit. Still don't have an Eth rune though. Remember that the stealth is a 2-socketed gray armor. Requires Teleth. Yeah. Remember, rune words can only be made in gray items. If it's a blue item that has blue name like this one does and it has 2 sockets, you cannot put a rune word in that. You cannot put rune words in rares or anything else as well. It has to be gray. That's just going to make your life frustrating. If you do that on accident, will not accomplish very much except for wasting your runes. And then you'll have to go farming for them again, or you'll just have to find them somewhere and get lucky. Even dual runes, I wouldn't even sell dual runes, honestly. You can cube up 3 dual runes with a chipped emerald and then make a hell rune, and hell runes are insanely useful. You can reroll spirits with those, you can reroll other things. Depending on the build, I mean, you can make like myth on a barbarian. Okay, so it is supposed to be left over here, but it's actually a bit further up. Yeah, I wouldn't even sell the dual runes. I think a lot of people think they should sell the runes, but trust me, it's usually a lot easier just to keep the runes. I always recommend that. I mean, yeah, you can always recommend different things. Okay, so before hitting stealth, that's nice. You just got a ruby and a sapphire. So there you go. Quick boost to life and mana. A little bit late. This would have been nice a little bit earlier, but until you hit level 17, they'll be a bit nice there. Some quality of life. I mentioned you could do that earlier. Okay, you see this rare javelin here? It actually still does damage in here. You didn't want to use mana or whatever. You can just alternate. Alright, so this is this way. We're trying to go this way. So it should be over here. This way, left or west facing relative to the starting area. It's always like that. Okay. Yeah, so as you can see, the javelin can even kill the champion ghost still. But at this point, we're really strong, so we don't really have to worry about that. We can if we want. Notice I don't have a weapon or a shield or a boots or a gloves. Doesn't matter. We just have an oak sage, a couple of things, and a belt. That's really all you need. You don't even need this. So could continue using the mana helmet too. Oh look, it's a rel. Don't get too caught up on items at this point in the game. It's just gonna slow you down. Got a ring, rare throwing axe. Rare items are nice. They sell a little bit better. Could try checking those out. No, okay. Self repair. That's pretty useless. Rags to Riches hard mode druid. Want to see a Rags to Riches hardcore druid? What if we die? Okay, here we go. Guide over, guys. I'm dead. Good. Alright, attack rating. You'll never need attack rating on a starter druid. Once again, don't recommend shapeshifting as your first build. Summoning, vines, or ravens, or fire. Those are your main options. Or a combination of ravens and vine. You know, just don't... Oh shoot, I'm in the stony field. Oops. Okay. No, it really doesn't help that much. I kind of explained that. Like, defense isn't that useful of a stat. Unless you get a lot of it, let's put it that way.
Impossible.
And once you get a solid amount in hell, like, I don't know, let's say like more than 2,000, and then you start like pushing towards 10,000, that's when defense really matters a lot. Outside of that, it doesn't matter that much. It's pretty negligible compared to stats like life and res. I did talk about that already in this particular guide. I mean, I talk about it, I think, in every Rags to Riches guide, or if I can remember to. Yeah, it's I mean, I'll do whatever you want me to, you know. You can commission a run if you want, absolutely. Summon start is not a problem. I do realize that summon start might be a lot more popular now because, you know, it's a new thing, relatively speaking. It's still a solid approach too, but yeah. I think Elemental's a lot more straightforward though. It'll get us to where we want to go, and it's easier to understand, and it's better in higher player count as well. So yeah, I don't know. Summon Druid is easy as hell, it's just incredibly slow. Yeah, see, that's the thing is, I do think this is a slightly more dominant approach because it's a little bit faster. Rags to Riches is about using dominant approaches and talking about other approaches that are almost as dominant, or, you know, they can't be as well. It's not about playing, you know, challenge builds. I do challenge runs. I've done challenge runs a lot in the past. I'll do more in the future. It's not a, you know, that's not a problem.
Impossible.
You know, we've done hardcore strafe Amazon all the way to Hellbale, you know, where we only used physical bow skills. And you'll notice that the Tower Cellar map always follows this pattern. I've done throw barb only as well, all the way to the end of the game. I mean,
Can't carry anymore.
but just because those are strong approaches or they can be fun, doesn't mean they're necessarily the approaches that like a newer player will be able to execute nearly as well, or be as not as frustrating, because it will take a lot longer. Truth is, in Diablo 2, especially with D2R now, you can kind of go a lot of leveling routes. You can almost do whatever you want, but some things are harder than others. Still can't do Poison Dagger though. That's it's not gonna work. I mean, Poison Dagger is decent in the very beginning of the game. It's a level 0 skill. I mean, I don't know. I don't have a problem with level 0 skills in general not being useful potentially. Necromancer one that can be plus skills. I'm talking to the chat right now. Chat's asking. Defense is also worthless while running. Yeah, that's another thing. And most of the time when you're just pushing through the game, you're running. And that's the other problem. So yeah, it's not worthless when you're attacking, but yeah, defense just really doesn't do that much, but it's 100% right. The Summon Druid isn't too bad anymore with being able to have all the summons on the field and whatnot. It's just... And Poison Creeper especially is very strong early game. I think Poison Creeper is probably like... If I could pick one other dominant approach that wasn't Fire Druid in the beginning, it would definitely be Poison Creeper. Super good. Okay, Turtle. We're just not finding that F rune. Which means we don't have stealth yet. Alright, so... Countess is being a little stubborn in one of the runes we still need, but that's okay, we're only level 12. I would say don't leave the Countess until you're at least level 12 if you want to make the rest of the progression easy. So at this point we're leveled. We're going to continue killing elite packs though, and continue farming her though, looking for that F rune. Just being a little bit of a pain on one of these runes here. Poison Creeper is ridiculous, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty strong. I think Fire Druid and Poison Creeper are the easiest approaches, right? I've got to Jim. I think, at least in the beginning. Resocketed armor. That could be useful later on. Items with sockets in general are very useful. You don't need to buy infinite numbers of them, though. As you can see, though, we're already starting to store up some gold, which is nice. Got another gem, which is nice. We're going to keep all the rest of the chip gems at this point. No reason to do anything with them. Okay. Just some space open for items if possible. You can always drink some potions to pick up items though. Gold is more important sometimes than just like not, you know, using your potions wisely. Use your potions if you need to. Just don't glug your rejuves. Only the rejuvenation potions really truly matter. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's really bad in hell.
I can
it's not that
already
great.
tell that
Nightmare.
I'll be your best friend in this forsaken
Poison
land.
Creeper's really strong in early game. I definitely could have done Poison Creeper. I just wanted to reduce the number of respecs I had to do. Or I wanted to show the fire approach because of how strong it is in high player count. Definitely could have done Poison Creeper. Summoning a Vine, believe it or not, is very strong in the early game. AFD's Zypher submits for the follow. Welcome to the Cult of Xanander, Sim. Yeah. Oh, what's this? Oh, it's because it's a... I threw it. Yeah. Don't want a throwing weapon on there. It's just playing hard to get. I don't know if they cared more about the classes. I think what it is they wanted each class to have their own identity. Which means that certain classes, their identity isn't efficiency necessarily, but... you know, like being tankier, having more supportive skills, not necessarily doing lots of damage quickly. I think that's really what it was, and, you know... At the end of the day, I think most players just care about being able to do things quickly. So... Oh yeah, Assassin is going to be sick in this season, for sure. I think we're going to see more Shapeshift Druids for Ubers, too, with Metamorphosis and whatnot. Look at that Oak Sage, distracting the monsters. And it's doing a good job. Okay. Come on, F-Rune. L Rune. That's a pretty rare one, but we probably don't need it. Look at all these tier runes though, my goodness. Alright. That's a Hawk Helm. Definitely pick those up. That is potentially has got Druid skills on it. Definitely slapped on her head if it's any good. Yeah, I might have to upgrade to F, I don't know. Well, that's why you keep all your runes, right? It's okay. Alright, at this point, once you hit like level 12, start going towards 25 strength.
Greetings.
Also, Fissure. Fissure, fissure, fissure. 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 Alright, so at this point, I mean, you could definitely put like an extra... You could put a point in Oak Sage if you want. We have the free one right now from the Helm. Not going to worry about that right now, though. You could, though. Like the extra life. It's nice. Alright, and then... we put the other point of Firestorm. So now we have Fissure. And as you'll see with Fissure, Fissure's no joke. One of the reasons why the Fire Sword is so strong is because you can get an item like Leaf, but also because Fissure just crushes high player count. In Players 1, it just kills everything instantly. It's pretty nuts. Whereas Poison Creeper is also pretty nuts at this point in the game, but like I said, it's always good that the Druid has like multiple dominant approaches for leveling now. Alright, so now we're going to put another point into Fissure, and we put 4 points into Strength there. And now we have 25 Strength to wear a 3-slot belt. Snoop. Put the rest of them into Vitality. At this point, you can mostly just use Fissure. I will put Firestorm on my S here. So I can also use it there, but use Fissure, and then while Fissure's on cooldown, you can also use Molten Boulder and Firestorm. You have a lot of synergies for Fissure, so Fissure, as you can see right now, is doing 46 to 60 damage per damage tick on the ground. That is a lot for this point in the game. It's also going to crush Andariel. Andariel hates fire skills, so that's why I like starting fire in a lot of Rags to Riches guides. Because even if there's other approaches, in some cases ones that might be pretty prominent, it really makes just getting through that first boss easy, and it just makes everything feel pretty smooth. You think Hustle will replace Treachery on Mercenaries? It is definitely a solid option. I don't think it will universally replace Treachery because Treachery still has higher stats. I think now it's a cheaper option, so it's something like before you get Treachery. I would definitely consider putting Hustle in a Mercenary. I think the Hustle weapon is more valuable in the Mercenary now on a lot of melee builds, or builds with attack speed, than the actual Hustle armor. So you're going to see a lot less insights and maybe more Hustle weapons. You'll still see insights, of course, though. That's a good question, though. Alright, so is Countess going to be nice to us? And this is being a bit rude here. At this point, we could have already moved on, but we don't have enough runes, so I'm trying to get the stealth. Not the godliest RNG. Alright, so as you can see there, that could be nice for a Mercenary. Another Lightning Res Large Charm, interesting. Those are nice in, against Diablo and against Act 2, so Lightning Res is pretty nice. We'll hold on to all that. One thing to note is you don't really need attack speed. It only will improve the... It won't reduce the cooldown between your abilities. All it will do on the Fire Druid, make you cast it a little bit faster. So like cast speed isn't very important yet, but if you do find cast rate items, definitely store them for later.
Your blood will
Another Tur, my god. Normally Tur is harder to find.
I can already
F.
tell that I'll be your best friend in this
My
forsaken
goodness. Alright, so that is a Grand Charm, which is some fire damage. Don't be fooled, that is for physical damage skills. We are a caster Fire Druid. We do not use our weapon to attack, so that fire damage on the charms will not add to your damage, nor will any other elemental flat damage. That is something that I think a lot of people get confused about, especially like beginner players. Don't be swayed by the siren song of those. All right, large charm. I mean, large shield. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, no, 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 no. Okay. Well, we can use this. Can slap it on the mercenary in Act 2 if we want. How many Turuns do we even have? Okay, 1, 2, 3. So I guess we can make 2 Nefs. If we find a Nef, we could make an F out of it. It's a lot of runes though that I could use for later. Like the Turs are good for insight too. Rather not if I don't have to. You don't really want to waste that many runes. But we are level 13.5, so it's taken a while. Master Street, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome to Cole's Andrews Day. This is one of those runs that would be dead at this point on a speedrun because you didn't get your stealth fast enough. You'd already have to reset, unfortunately. This is not a speedrun though. We'll use several strats that may or may not be used in speedruns, or at least used to be used in speedruns, but not necessarily a speedrun. When does 2.6 go live? The morning of the 15th, so the day before.
Can't carry me.
No stamina.
I can't.
I think the cold mastery change is massive. It just sends Blizzard Sword back to regular OP instead of ultra OP. Blizzard Stork is still the best starter farmer in the game. And it's still going to be super solid for TZs. It's just now it will actually need gear to crush cold immunes, so it can't kill every monster with impunity. I think that's a good change, though. I mean, bringing it in line with the rest of the skills in the game and the resistance reductions. Definitely what I would do. Alright, so this farm's lasting a little longer than you'd want it to, but, if you're patient, the runes will usually show up. In Nightmare, we'll have to do similar farms as well. After this, though,
I am overburdened.
it'll get a little bit easier. At least in normal.
I can't.
I mean, at least in Act 1. Okay. Even damaged preserved heads can have good plus skills on them. Things like that. This could turn into, I did 500 normal Countess runs video. It always could. I hope not. Makes this segment a little bit longer than it should be. But RNG is RNG, so all this really shows you guys is that you can't guarantee certain items to drop, but the fact that Countess drops up to 3 runes in Players 1 reliably, and it's the easiest way to get runes. Even later on in the game, if we continue pushing, it's just way harder to find them. Just shows that even with reliable strats, sometimes you have to be patient. That's all. I've had really good RNG in Rags to Riches runs and Countess before. I've had medium RNG. And I'm sure I've had bad RNG before this as well. I don't remember which run it was, but who knows. Another Rower. Wow. Alright. Jeez, I can make Ort runes at this rate with the Ral runes. I mean, that's not a bad thing. The other thing about farming Countess for more runes is once again, all these runes can become useful later as well. So they just make the rest of the progression a lot easier,
Yes.
and they can save you a lot of time later. It can also be used for very important recipes, so I wouldn't worry about stacking too many runes. That being said, some weird RNG, just getting tons of Ral runes and 2 runes. Normally, Leaf is the hard one to make, not Stealth. But Stealth with that faster run walk and faster cast rate is very important. Of course, if we end up getting to level 15 without finding it, we're going to move on and hope we find it, or runes that can cube up to it along the way. If not, we're going to have to go back and farm it. I noticed that I'm still getting decent experience, like I said, up until about level 15. Oh, I forgot stamina potions. Just after I talked about that. That's really bad. That's okay, I can sell this crap. Okay, never mind. It has no plus skills, so... You'll notice without plus skills, it sells for 76. Ah, that's the plus skills difference right there. Chip skull is a chip gem. It can be used in certain recipes. I think I might have sold one. Those also are the gems that sell for the most, so you could sell skulls, but I don't know.
I can't.
Don't like it. Okay. Yeah, the patch there, exclamation patch. I have a command, of course. You know I got commands for everything I got to jam. What's up, man? Are you planning on doing a major ladder push this time? I am going to be doing another push with the awesome peoples, of course, and do farming as well, and get assassins and other weird things going. So Infinity and lower resist in patch 2.5 or 1/5 effectiveness even with the Cinder Charm. The Cinder Charm would break the immunity and then those would be 1/5 like normal. Now Cold Mastery is the same. So now Cold Mastery isn't special in that it's full effectiveness after you break it. However, Amp and Decrepify are actually max effectiveness after you break physical immune, which is... that's what makes Bone Break useful. So, good stuff. Start Sorceress for fast farming and fast pushing. And we go for Assassin. Probably. Or, you know, that and or like shape-shifting Druid for Ubers, I don't know. Lamy's paranoid about getting banned now because he was banned after legitly doing Pendle runs for 16 hours a day. He's flagged as a bot and they banned his account for multiple months. I don't know, man. They'd be doing that stat banning, you know. One to a level 0 skill. I probably don't care about that at this point. So yeah, at this point, I'm not really explaining too much about the tower anymore. We've done it enough times. Kind of just trying to run through, get the runes. You know, it's facing left or west of where this is facing. You know, it always is in every level. I can show tons of examples, though. Yeah, I think Slurp Toad or whatever. Slurp Toad, no, I'm just kidding. Slurp Toad. Someone got banned.
Your blood will boil.
Oh, there it is! The Ethrin! The prodigal son! Alright, we can move on finally. Because she was only dropping 1 rune at a time most of the time, too. She can drop up to 3. Technically even up to 5 if she drops them from her normal loot table, in addition to her special rune table, but... there you have it. Alright, so, Teleth. There you go, Stealth. Alright, so we have 2 major rune words ready now, ready to go. That didn't take forever. We hit level 14.
Good day.
We're a little bit of a high level, but there's nothing wrong with that, because what that means now is we really don't have to worry about killing many monsters. We can just rush to the If you hit like around 13 to 15, or you're already like pretty high, you can just go pretty much straight to Andariel. You can maybe kill some elite packs still along the way, so that's kind of what we're gonna do now. And GG. Good job, game. You dropped an item that we need. Thumbs up. Pick up all the rejuves, store them for later. That's especially important on hardcore. You never want to run out of rejuves on hardcore. You do that, and a second you end up needing them to try to save an exit or escape safely, you don't have them, and you just die, so. Alright, so that was the Darkwood. The path continues onwards to the Timo Highland. We're just gonna follow the path, no looking for elite packs, pretty high level. Oh, that's right, that'll sell for a decent amount too. Dim Vision and Raised Skeleton, okay. Alright, so those are really the two major rune words. The Ral runes can be used for resistances, insight later. The Tur runes and extra Tal runes can be used for insight later. Neph runes can be used for smoke later, so holding on to a Neph rune isn't a bad idea. Glad we were able to do that. Once again, this is not a speed run. We're trying to go from rags to riches, so getting those starting items for making farming easy is really the primary objective. In a speed run, it's okay if you don't get certain things because you just want to get to the end of the game. In this case, if you're going to farm something in a difficult area multiple times, making it efficient really is dependent on having certain item breakpoints. It's really what separates this from a speed run. And a lot of people, you know, they always ask me, you know, I'm struggling, I don't know where to go and how to farm from here because I can't farm anything past this. That's what Rags to Riches is all about, you know, it's how to progress. Getting that, making sure that if you want to farm on whatever class you can in the beginning, you definitely can. Don't need any gear to start out, nothing. Oh, nice. Excellent. You signed up for one of our hardcore teams, right, Lube?
I can't.
Nice. Do so. By the way, teams will be posted on Monday. Teams will be posted on Monday. After that, we might be filling up the last team or getting subs or whatever. But there's no guarantee you actually get put on a team because it'll be too close. I will do my best though. So barracks, we can definitely, let's see here. So normally the smith is like somewhere up on top, and the jail is either on top as well, or the smith is on here. So it's either the smith is in the like west or left position, or the jail, or the other one's in the west, or you know, or either one's in the top position. So in this case, the smith is like up there. What we're gonna want to do is we're gonna want to actually kill the smith so we can get an imbue quest. This is definitely one of those things that you don't necessarily need to do in a speedrun, but in a Rags to Riches run, it's very useful. Imbuing circlets is insanely good. Also, imbuing boots for faster run walk and res can be very useful as well. Getting really nice rare items with nothing is very easy to do. Diablo 2 quests do give you everything you need to make that pretty easy.
Charcy will be thankful to get this malice.
You don't need to kill the smith. He has a pretty bad loot table anyway. Usually just waste your time.
Impossible.
You can if you want, though. Show him who's boss.
Impossible.
Alright, so barracks, you're going to want to run to the jail, like I said, which is either to the west or to the left or just straight ahead. And then typically the smith is in the opposite position. I'm going to go through the jail now. Put this away first if we want, though. Takes days to respawn. Days! I just realized it's getting pretty dark. Oh dear. Alright. Alright, yes indeed.
Oh,
There's some resistances. That's why I check for resistances mainly. Don't really need any socketed things unless it's a 3-socketed large shield at this point for Ancient's Pledge later on. You can find that from Charcy. Easier to find it in Act 2 though, typically.
good day.
We'll probably have to farm for that at some point unless we get really lucky. Alright, at this point, any other weapons are just useless. And look at all the juice. Keep picking them up. Very useful. Alright, so next up,
Bars can't hold a force of nature.
actually, one thing I forgot to talk about, which we can talk about a little bit, is when you get to the Outer Cloister, the waypoint can be in 3 configurations. It can be to the right of the fountain, to the left of the fountain, or there can be no fountain. There can be like a garden in the middle instead, kind of like a cross garden. You see the cross garden, the barracks is straight ahead. If you see the waypoint to the right, it's to the left. That's how I knew how to find it immediately. If it is to the left, then it's to the right. That's how you know where the barracks is. Fun tip. Alright. Jail level 1. Here we go. That can make it faster, of course. Alright, jail level 1. This whole area here is pointing this way. So what you're going to want to do is kind of find an area that's pointing the same direction. So you're going to want to kind of go in the same direction. This is like underground passage. Kind of, as you want to find like where that starting area is kind of pushing you towards. And then you're going to want to keep going in that direction in general. So we're going to want to find the straightest path out of here. Jail 3, it's a little different, but Jail 2, it's the same. Jail 3, it's another left-west facing one, like in the tower.
Impossible.
Okay, I don't think this is it, no. Well, maybe? Oh, it is. Interesting. Okay. So as you can see, this area is facing the same direction as this one. If you stack them on top of each other, they'd fit on top of each other. It's in the same direction. You just want to go straight ahead. Now, of course, in this case, it's a little bit to the east and then straight, but that's how it goes. So if you generally go straight, you're going to find it. You save as much time as possible. Alright, so jail level 2. Now, you could do a detour if you wanted to get some additional experience in here. Of course, probably don't need to do that. Alright, that's a fire enchanted monster, so we're going to use some molten boulder against it. Fissure, surprisingly, will not do that much damage to that because, once again, it's very resistant to pure fire damage. Fissure's pure fire, molten boulder's fire, and physical.
Impossible.
So even from the beginning of the game, you have a pretty solid answer to monsters that are immune to your main element because you have another skill that has synergies in it that does a decent amount of damage. Immune or resistant. So this is the detour I was talking about, pit spawn foul dog. If you go to the left or to the west, there'll be like a west facing area relative to the entrance where he's hiding. I don't know why I picked that up. At this point, you're not really picking up any blue things unless it's armor. Wands, white wands as well though. Anything with plus skills, they can be white, damaged, or blue, whatever. Definitely, you don't even have to pick up throwing knives anymore. Just those for gold, and then jewelry, charms for items, things of that nature. Keep going. You have 2 charms now with lightning res. It's interesting. Very nice. Act 2, those beetles do a lot of lightning damage. Hardcore, it'd be nice to maybe shop some lightning res if you don't already have it. Use some chip gems in your shields, or to find lightning res shrooms. That's convenient, right? So in the jail, it's pointing this way, so we want to go west or left. So we're actually trying to go this way, where I'm currently trying to walk. It should be over here somewhere. The whole map wasn't really allowing us to go this way, but now it is. As you can see, the exit's over there. It's always going to be purple. Alright, let's get out. As you can see, predictable map. Generation. Every map kind of has its own rules, but that's kind of why we go over it here, and you guys can easily navigate it. So we're almost to the end of Act 1, which is pretty awesome.
Impossible.
Could have been faster, but considering all the stuff we explained and went over, I think it was pretty fast. A rare longbow would be nice if you had an Act 1 mercenary. Oh, I forgot to keep my oak sage up. That's right, I still have my helm.
Supernatural is strong here.
That's right. Not used to having that.
Impossible.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much I got you, Jim. Alright, so as you can see, we're still level 14, and we're 14 when we finish the Countess. That's why killing elite packs doesn't matter much. We pretty much leveled almost as much as we possibly could in the Countess there. She took her time dropping that death rune for sure. It's typically a lot faster. Better late than never, though. Could turn into a 500 normal Countess run guide, and that wouldn't be very useful, I don't think. Not a big fan, you know. Sometimes you have to force your way through the doors, but besides that, we're pretty much just going at this point. Use shift left click to put potions into your belt directly. I think there's a way to automatically do it using a controller as well. Fun stuff. If you press shift and your potion button, which is usually 1 through 4, you can also feed your mercenary potions directly as well. Good way to keep them alive. We'll show that once we get a mercenary in Act 2, most likely. We'll try to get one of those. It'll be very useful. So before you fight bosses, if you're in single player and still have players 8, so that you're power leveling, you're going to want to set it back to players 1, otherwise it's going to take a lot longer to kill the boss. In hardcore, I'd recommend chugging antidote potions before fighting Andariel. So if you didn't know this, if you feed yourself or your mercenary an antidote or a thawing potion, they grant 50 cold or poison resistance for 30 seconds per potion. So if you chug a whole bunch of them, you can get like, I don't know, 5 minutes of cold resistance. That'll be useful against Andariel too, but poison resistance is nice against Andariel. If you found like Death's Hand early on, that'd be pretty sick too. Is this an amplified damage on striking Bardish? Wow, that's crazy. What a shame. Alright, so fun fact in the Catacombs, there's not really a pattern to how to exit these maps. You might have noticed that because I'm kind of just running around aimlessly. In Catacombs 2, if you find the exit or the waypoint, you can find the other one. But in Catacombs 1, you pretty much just have to go to the ends of the map, and each map is kind of like a cross. You know, there's like 4 sides to it, and you have to like go to the ends. One of the ends will have the exit. That's pretty much it. Same thing in Catacombs 3. Catacombs 2, like I said, if you find the waypoint or the exit, you'll know where the other one is. That's about it. Otherwise, there's no way to tell. Facts! What's up, man? How you doing? Alright, so we found Catacombs 3 here. So what this means is if I go in the direction kind of where the Catacombs 3 is, this direction here as I'm running, if you go to the west or to the left of this, so I'm going to try to go over here, west on a compass here, from that area, you're going to find it. And of course it's the opposite direction from the waypoint. So from the waypoint, it would be actually to the right or to the east. There's definitely some right or east indicators which are very useful. This is one of them. Another one would be from the Worldstone 2 waypoint. It's the same thing. Get to that later though. Fissure! Alright, so we hit level 15. We need to put points into vitality. We put 15 points into energy. So at this point, you really don't want to put any more points into energy unless you feel like you absolutely have to. You can if you want, but not having enough HP is going to be the big problem. HP is almost always the priority at the very beginning of the game. Otherwise, your life will be made very difficult.
The Order welcomes you.
So what I'm going to do here is... Yeah, if you want to farm more normal Andy, by the way, you can farm her for gold daggers and Nagel rings with you if you want. Early magic find is very useful for building up your character and more quickly finding items. I haven't found any items with magic find yet, but typically they might start dropping like in Act 2. Okay, so as you can see here, this is a regular 3-slot belt. This is why we got that strength. So now we have a 3-slot belt, which is nice. Then, yeah, all these minor potions, we're going to replace them with regular light ones in Act 2. Get better potions in each act, so you can just sell the other ones. So these antidote potions here, I don't need them, but notice I just got 50 poison reds, even though I don't have any on my gear. It's a nice trick for surviving Andy, and if you're on hardcore and you're afraid of Andy and you don't want to like face tank her and die, you're going to be able to tank a lot more damage that way, and you can out-heal her with a lot more resistances. Oh wow, that's a really good artist actually. That'd be nice. It's got life leech, it's got some res, it's got elemental damage. I think I'll just put that on the mercenary. You could also buy a polearm from Farah and put some gems in it, but I think picking up rare ones is also usually pretty good. Doesn't really matter. Alright, so once again, no pattern. You just gotta find her somewhere on the edge of the map. I should have my force move on or my throw so I don't do that. Don't always remember though. Even a player like me that's played this game tens of thousands of hours doesn't always remember to do things. That's how it goes. There's a lot. It's a healing potion. Regular healing potion. So notice that even without the Oak Sage, our HP is pretty decent right now. But with it, we actually have quite a bit. That's nice. At some point, though, we'll probably just get rid of this, though.
Impossible.
I'll probably put one of my extra points into Oak Sage. Just to have something to distract the monsters for now. You can also start putting points into summons if you want to be extra safe, but normally you're just fine, you know, just pushing through the game like this. You do so much damage that your offense really makes up for lack of defense, if you have any. You've got to watch things like beetles, though. Running around as a druid is such a pain. Oh yeah, I know. He's a little slow. He's definitely one of the slower base movement speed characters. Definitely gonna want some more mobility. Alright, so Andariel's weakness is fire. This is why fire starting builds are so good. because you can just kill Andariel. She dies in like one shot practically.
Andariel, your reign is over.
That wasn't very tough, right? We didn't need any of these potions, but I just wanted to show you guys just in case. I could even kill her in Player's 8 with fire, so, I mean, if you do forget to take it out of high player count later on, it's not much of a problem. Pretty bonkers damage. Pretty bonkers.
Good day.
Alright, so we're still not level 19 yet, so at this point what we could do is we could get a shield with resistances. So we can just use these diamonds that we were able to upgrade briefly here if you want. You can also just get improved lightning resistance, which is kind of nice as well. I'm going to use like one of those and a flawed diamond so I actually have some. It's like a mini Ancient's Pledge. That's a way to make one in the very beginning, which will make the very early progression kind of nice. Don't need that anymore. There are no sorceress skills on that staff. It's not going to sell for anything. I remember if you control left click, you can actually throw items on the ground that way too. That's kind of nice. Alright, here we go. So rare items, pick them all up, sell them or use them. She can drop a lot of things. Like I said, she can also drop some uniques that would be really sick too. So if you want to farm her more, you definitely could. We're not going to demo that though, because you definitely don't have to do that. It's most of the time just going to be a time waster.
Greetings.
Unless you feel like you need more MF for your farms later on.
No!
Also keep in mind that at level 11, so if you hit level 11 on your Druid, you can actually farm a gold dagger as well from gambling it. So if you get enough gold, you can gamble a gold dagger if someone like drops you off gold or you have gold from another character or something. And yeah, it's pretty nice. Alright, so at this point we don't need any of that crap. That's not very useful either. Resistances is more important than any of that stuff. This is a normal belt, so it's not going to be any good. We want more slots. Okay. Mass Gene. Thank you so much for first time member Xana's Attack Squad, the Ghost of the Machine, the Archidisciples. Chat, spam those items of Xana in the chat for Mass Gene. Alright, so around level 15, you know, strangely enough, that's kind of where we're at. We're pretty much 15, 16, whatever. That's like the highest level you're going to get out of Act 1 normal if you're in Players 1. You could even get up to like 17 in Act 1 if it's Players 8, but it's totally fine. So you can actually buy a mercenary. Now in the beginning, if you want a mercenary that's going to provide you with more regen, you can definitely go and do that. I think Defiance though typically is the best for the actual mercenary survival. So unless you need Blessed Aim for attack rating or anything, I would do that. I'd either do that or Prayer for regen. Doesn't look like the mercenary is... Yes, he is able to use it? Okay.
It is an honor.
Alright, put that on, please. Stop messing around. Alright, so you can put on a bunch of items under mercenary. There's some lightning res, there's some FHR. It can just be some generic stuff. And looks like I'm just being too impatient. Whereas you can also buy these spears like I mentioned earlier. You get some life leech on those. It's a slightly better belt because it has poison length reduction. There is a lot of poison damage in Act 2, so it's not terrible. And then this is where you can get that 3-socketed large shield or kite shield most easily for a rune word you're going to use later. So far in Act 2, good stuff. We're done with Act 1 though. Congratulations. We killed Andariel. It took 2 seconds on a fire druid. Another person that sells a lot of res gear typically, if you want to get more res gear like in hardcore, is Elzix. Elzix sells a lot of nice res gear and magic find gear very early on. Of course, he will also sell things like these that you can use under mercenary. Alright. However, for the most part, all you really want to do at this point is we're going to do sewers, so we're going to do another skill quest, the second skill quest besides Den of Evil. You can continue to do it this way. You can also do this and then shift right click the potions to fill your belt and pick up the belt to eject them into your inventory. So that's definitely a very fast thing to do. At level 17 we can use stealth, so we're getting there. I'm gonna go kill Radamant though. You could wait to kill Radamant until after much later when you get a teleport staff if you don't really feel like doing this yet, but it is nice just for helping progression and giving you another plus skill. Might just use this extra plus skill to get 1 point to Oak Sage. Just to show you guys how that works. You definitely don't have to do that though. It's nice to have at least one distraction though, some kind of like summon you can make. Yeah, so one thing about Andariel is she has a great loot table. That's why it's always good to farm Andy. She doesn't drop bolts, arrows, or gold ever. You used to have to go to Act 2 immediately after killing her instead of exiting the game to make sure that you bugged her, but you don't even have to do that anymore. You just have to kill her. So yeah, farming Andy is always nice, and you know, we'll talk about that once you start getting to some of those farms that are going to get you to some of those riches, or at least those progression items that will get you closer. Normal Andy, I mean, I talked about a few things you can do, but I'm not going to demo farming it over and over because it's not insanely important. I forgot stamina potions. Oh my goodness. I don't know why, I'm only used to buying the other one. Yeah, they fixed all of the terrorized loot tables. They should all have uncapped treasure classes now and terrorized. That's cool. Yeah, that's a bug fix, so yeah, they should be fixing that in this next patch here. You just want to see a lot of unnecessary runs. So we're in Sewers 3. You might have noticed I got here pretty fast. If you go to that bottom sewers entrance and then go immediately to the left or right, typically it's there. If you go then from Sewers 2, you go find Sewers 3, typically it's straight ahead. And for this, typically it's like to the left somewhere. I guess I missed it. I guess it's up there. Maybe it's like in that little area there. Okay. Alright, we're gonna go shred Radamant. We're still wearing ultra poverty gear, you know, at least we have like a flawed diamond in here. That's actually kind of neat. I have 32 lightning rays. That's pretty comfortable actually. At this point in the game, don't even need that much typically. What the heck, it's not over here? Where is it? Sometimes I hate the sewers, like trying to find it. I guess it has to be over here then, right? Yeah. Well, we got unlucky in Sewers 3 for sure. That's okay. I guess that wouldn't make sense because the starting area is pointing this way, and typically it's to the left or to the west, so I guess it would make sense it's immediately over there. I don't know, I just thought it would be farther up, I suppose. Yeah, see, it's going down and to the left. Yeah, this is it. Alright, so once again, we're definitely going to want to focus on killing more elite packs again. We're in Act 2 now, so we can get a lot more experience again. Lay down that fissure, and lay down that pain. The molten boulders can go through. Bosses, believe it or not, don't die very fast to fissures, so typically something like Firestorm and Molten Boulder will typically be a lot more effective, particularly Firestorm and then Volcano later when we get it. Bosses definitely don't die nearly as fast, but if the Molten Boulder can pass through the boss, like Radamant or Countess, it will also be insanely effective typically. Okay, so... Oh, that's really nice actually, okay. We just found a 3-slot built with Fire Is and Life. That's good. take that over some measly poison res. In terms of resistance priority, it typically goes fire resistance, lightning resistance, cold resistance, and poison resistance. And one of the reasons why poison and cold isn't as high of a priority is one, not as many monsters that are going to kill you with it, except for Andariel and Andy. And also two, you can just drink potions to get more resistances if you need them.
Welcome to my shop.
Lightning and fire is there's a lot of monsters that will kill you with those elements, and you can't drink potions to get them. So if you get those resistances on the gear,
What you need?
typically you'll have a much easier time. There you have it. There's some fire resist and half freeze duration. I'm gonna be trying to save my gold though. I think I'm fine with the fire resist I have at the moment. Half freeze duration is nice though, because then you don't have to use thawing potions as much. Or it's not as big of a deal to use them. Or is one of your favorite vendors? Yeah, for sure. Alright. So, as you can see, I can't really put another point into Fissure anyway, so I'm just actually going to put a point to Oak Sage. Once I take this off, that means I actually still have Oak Sage as well, so I can use that. Not super important. But we got the Book of Skill. Got our free skill point. Out we go. In the Rocky Waste, the entrance to the Dry Hills, which is our target location, don't need to do anything in here except for kill elite packs if we see them, is on the edge of the map. It's either on immediately to the right, or immediately to the left, or somewhere up there. If it's not immediately to the right, you can check to the left of town. It's not there, then it's going to be up there. Now in Act 2, the way these deserts work is typically your exits to the next area is always somewhere on the edge of the map. Waypoint is somewhere in the middle, and so is the tomb or quest area where you need to go to get the staff or whatever. Except for Lost City, where one of the exits actually is the quest area, so. Law Viper Temple, right? I guess this doesn't really help the mercenary too much.
I'll put that to good use.
On the mercenary, really want on if you want him to survive anything, maybe get him a little bit of life leech, give him some defense, give him some resistances. Otherwise, though, he's probably gonna die a lot. Remember, shift, click potion like that. He says things. So I just gave him a potion without ever like click dragging it, which is kind of a janky strategy there. Alright, I don't think it's on that side. It could be still. Wasn't super thorough. Let's go check the top of this side there. That's the Stony Tomb. You get some levels in there. Looks like it's up here, though. Alright, Dry Hills. Alright, so in Dry Hills, what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to find the quest areas and waypoints in these areas before moving on, if possible. We're going to need the most overpowered item in the game in the Halls of the Dead, which is located in this area. Horadric Cube. You're practically already rich once you have a Horadric Cube, let's be real. You can do whatever you want. Power is yours! 100% exploration. Some of these maps have not been very kind to us, huh? Definitely get luckier sometimes. Maybe we'll get luckier in Arcane. Alright, is fire enchanted. Still pick up chip gems. Chip gems are going to become a lot rarer soon. And you're going to want them for later. Can be used to reroll wands to get plus skills for gold. So they can help you out in a pinch to get gold. A lot of things they can do. Full map reveal guide. Not trying to. If you stick towards the end of the edge of the map, you usually will find the waypoint at the same time you can find Far Oasis, so running directly through the middle is typically not the play. But there's usually, these deserts have like both an upper and a lower area. You have to find the stairs. See, there you go, we found the waypoint. Now, finding the waypoint gives us permission to move on to the far oasis. As long as we find either that or the quest area. With the quest area, we put down a TP. Then if we find a waypoint in one of the further areas, we can go back to that and then go get the cube. But now that we have the waypoint, we don't really care about finding the quest area yet. We can just move on. I'm just trying to look for all the areas right now. Don't worry about, you know, full completion or anything. Don't get any brownie points for it, I promise. Oh, we found it anyway. Okay, since we found it and have a waypoint, we're actually going to go inside because we can actually go back to the waypoint and look for the far oasis. So yeah, you gotta use that big thinking in these areas. You know, you gotta think about where you're going, whether or not you have a place you can go back to. Blah blah. All right, so this whole area here is pointing towards the middle hallway. That's how the game sees it. So you're going to want to go left or to the west to find the exit. Now it could be immediately to the left like it typically is, or it could be up there and to the left. Or it could be behind you and to the left. It's a flaw, baby. Picking up gems is good. You might need them for queuing up runes later, so picking those up is very useful. Alright, so you can lay down fissures, by the way, anywhere. So the beauty of fissure is, if you don't care about checking drops, you can just lay down a fissure anywhere, not necessarily with, like, where elite packs are, and you can just get experience. Assassins can do the same thing with Wake of Fire, which you might remember from my Assassin Rags to Riches guide as well. We do have Assassin Rags to Riches, which I'm sure is going to be popular in this patch, so if you don't know how to level an assassin, where to farm and what to do on an assassin in the early game, highly recommend that for sure. Okay. So at this point, it's just still vitality. You're gonna be putting all your points in a fissure. Pretty straightforward leveling. Whenever you see like high density of monsters, lay down a fissure. You see minions and a special elite monster or champions, lay down fissure. Two defense large charms. So at this point, large charms aren't really selling for as much as other things, so wouldn't really care about selling those anymore. Already went over what kinds of items are valuable, so just look out for those. So those items will never have plus skills. Alright, so this is the most optimal location to put your cube. It does not belong anywhere else, despite what other people might think. This is where the cursor, your cursor is in the middle of the screen typically, right? So the cube is geographically closest to where your cursor typically is. So that makes it fastest. Put it there. Notice though, I found the middle hallway and went west or left every time and then found the end. So that's Halls of the Dead, that's how to navigate that area. Tombs are all the same way, every tomb. Maggot layer is different, it's actually the opposite. You're looking for a right or east facing tile, so you're gonna go the other way to start out.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, it might be a rare item, but don't be fooled. Sometimes rares are worse than blues. That item didn't really give that much res for the mercenaries, so I gave him an armor with a lot more defense. That's going to help him out a tiny bit more. Just because an item is a higher tier or type of item doesn't necessarily mean it's better. One of the better things about Diablo 2 is that even in the endgame you can find crazy rares that will beat even the most iconic of items. It's pretty crazy. Good stuff. Alright, so some hit recovery. Hit recovery could be nice too. I like resistance more than hit recovery. Hit recovery is highly situational. You can buy a 2-socketed armor, that could be useful. So as you can see, we're kind of storing up gold still. And we're going to continue to store up gold and pick up those items we can sell because we're going to need it for purchasing things in Act 3. Oh, that's interesting. You can use that for a rhyme shield as well. Got a rhyme shield, which you can easily get a white 2-socket bone shield or a spike shield from Drogden. Rhyme is kind of nice. It's a good option for farming later on. It's a very easy way to get a decent amount of MF. Stamina. So Magic Find is really the key to Rags to Riches, right? It's definitely one of those big things. Did I not buy my stamina potions again? Yeah, probably not. The Druid runs so slowly. Used to the other classes. He does run kind of slowly. Which is why we want faster run walk and teleport ASAP. If we can get it. We are not level 17 yet, so we can't use stealth, which has faster run walk, so that's going to be a very important item. Alright, so we got the cube. We checked the whole edge of the map on the top part, so let's go back down to the lower area. Should be down here somewhere. Since we came from this direction, it's probably like immediately to the left. Looking at this map, it's probably like down here. Going back into that area would just be the rocky waste, which you don't need to do anything in. Alright, here we go. Let's go this way. How is chat doing today? Are you guys all enjoying your Saturday? Hope you guys are enjoying our event today. Super long stream. Druid Rags to Riches. We started with nothing. We're going to try to get rich on a Druid. Or at least we're going to get to the point where we can farm the riches so you can understand how the possible strategies you can employ. Far Oasis. Here we go, got another waypoint. So we're getting pretty lucky with the waypoints, actually. That's nice. Hand Maggot Layer. Wow, okay. So maybe our maps are pretty unlucky earlier on, but getting a bit better. One thing to mention is in Far Oasis, if you're on single player, so white scale mail, that will definitely sell. Once again, white body armors. Body armors are good. Plus skills are good. If you're on single player though, you can find Beetle Burst on in Far Oasis or Lost City. You can also find Dark Elder, and you can just farm them over and over in high player count for power leveling. You might have seen this strat employed many times in a speedrun, so very good ways to get power leveled. Since we're just doing our P1 solo battle and a guided playthrough here, to show you guys how to get rich in the most extreme and the most difficult of circumstances. Can't do that, but that's okay.
I can't carry anymore.
Alright, so yeah, I mean you can pick up blue belts if you want, I guess, but we actually have a pretty good one. Alright, so notice that we're not going to the left or to the west of where it's pointing, we're going to the right, and that's because Maggot Layer is not putting on my force move thing. Anyway, it's because the Maggot Layer is backwards. It's one of the only maps where, from the entrance, not a waypoint, you have to go to the right. And that goes for Maggot Layer 2 as well. Maggot Layer 3, though, is not a right-facing tile, it's straight ahead, so it's facing the same direction. Right. Those control right clicks and control left clicks are always useful. So most of the time in the Maggot Layer, Fissure is pretty trash because the monsters can't really move around much. The more monsters are able to move over the Fissure, the more damage they do to themselves, and the more monsters that the Fissure catches, the more damage it does. In more wide open areas, Fissure is just fine. So you're probably going to want to use Fissure, you're going to want to use Firestorm or Molten Boulder mostly in the Maggot Layer. So this one's going to be straight ahead. haven't seen a backwards map yet where it's like all the way around. You have to go to the left and then to the right, or to the right and to the left. Not a lot of backwards maps yet. That happens though, and sometimes you just have to pretty much explore the whole map. There's nothing you can do about that. It's a lot more rare than the standard thing. In this case, it was immediately straight ahead. Look at that. Wow. Once again, really tanky monsters or bosses, especially big ones. Firestorm is really going to be the key. That and Volcano once you're able to get it. The Staff King is in there, and continue. Alright, so now we have the staff. So we have all these white armors we can sell for gold.
Good day.
That's good. Keep picking them up. Keep selling them. Honestly, we don't have a lot of gold right now. We should definitely get some more gold ASAP. Alright, and GG. Check her for that 3-socket large shield if you can. Farming that later is possible, but... Ooh, 17 lightning res. There we go. That's a real pair of gloves. So you can also check for res gear still. Especially if you're on hardcore. I kind of got into this habit on like a hardcore playthrough. Just check for res gear, you know. Just minimize the chance that you can die at every point in the game. Don't give the monsters as much of a shot at it, you know. I know the monsters can definitely use handicaps sometimes, but... Okay, so we're almost 17. We can almost use stealth, and it's finally going to start feeling a little bit better to run around on the Druid. This is his run speed. I know, this is... Man. Slow. White chainmail. Blue chainmail will be better. Yeah, we need gold though. Okay. Elite pack. Let's lay down them fissures, man. Imagine having all this map knowledge back at the release of Diablo 2. I know, dude. I know. I'm sure most people, including myself, when I first got the game, I was just running. I've pretty much full explored every map. It took forever. Full exploring the maggot layer on the Summon Necromancer. You know, that's like one of the most iconic starting experiences right there. Not a good idea, of course. You know, very slow, very painful. But that's alright. We get wiser with knowledge. Get wiser as we continue to play things. Should go to 99. I've done 99 many times, deadly. Like hunting the botters. Yeah, okay. Hunting bots is fun. There was a time when I was interested in hunting bots. Yeah, killing bots. It's a small amount of entertainment for a time. Played since 2003 and didn't know that. Yeah, so like I said, this is a guide that's made for newbies and experts alike. It's my Rags to Riches guided playthrough guides. They're made for people that have played the game either a very long time or not at all, so you know you can generally understand what to do and how to improve your gameplay. Alright, so where is the Lost City? We're looking for Lost City at the edge of the map. Did I just miss it? Like, is it like right there? Once again, full exploring the edge of the map. We might be getting lucky on the quest locations and on the waypoints at the moment, but we're just full exploring the edge of the map. What is going on? It's also never in one of those, like, those areas, so like... Wow, so it is behind the house. Okay. Missed it by one tile. We just try to take the detours right now. Scenic route. Alright, so he's magic resistant, which means he does have some fire resistance as well. Boulder is always very strong against things like that. There's a Rune. I recommend picking those up. Stealth or Smoke Rune are on. Once again, don't leave the runes on the ground. Pick up all the runes from the Countess and beyond. Thank me. You'll thank me later. You're like, I don't need that rune right now. Oh, trust me, you will. Trading for piddly runes just wastes a lot of time, even if that's what you plan to do. A lot of people don't even pick them up, so like trading for them is just a pain, you know. My best is 25-ish high runes in one game, or hours in one game. Oh, high runes. Oh yes, I see. Imagine half all this map knowledge. Yeah, well, this is pretty good. There's another Rune. We can actually make a Nef with how many Eths we have, see? Picking them up. So now you have the Haraji Cube, you can use all those fancy Haraji Cube recipes. Those will become more important soon, though. Alright, so we're looking for the edge of the map. We don't even care about the waypoint anymore, because we already got all the other quest areas in the desert. We just want to look at the edge of the map for the Claw Viper Temple, which is the last desert quest area, before we move on into the palace and towards the end of Act 2. Oh, shoot. Yeah, keep picking up the chip gems, the rejuves, all useful stuff. These things will help you farm later and not have to like go back for rejuves or anything. That's another thing that's annoying to trade for, rejuves. If you're industrious on any playthrough that you do, you never have to do that. Just gotta find that stuff. Already dropped that. Annieland. Alright, baby. Alright, so this is the Claw Viper Temple. This is another tomb, so we're gonna go to the left or to the west. All the tombs work like this. Druid doesn't like snakes. Noted. They knock you back, so be careful about running directly into tons of them because you might get stuck. But that's about it. Tombs have lots of density, so laying down fissures everywhere inside of the tombs is typically very useful. It's gonna just give you free experience everywhere. Which reminds me, we're level 17 now, which means you can go put on stealth. Before you fight Andariel, you typically want to hit level 17, so it's good that we're already the level we need to be before we end the act. Of course, getting past 18 is pretty tough in Players 1, unless you spend more time than you need to. Look how strong Fissure is, and this is just P1. Fissure is insane. This would crush P8 too. Fissure is, yeah. Pretty nutty skill. It's also one of the skills you can use to get rich later in the game. Ooh, a rare hawk helmet. Oh, and a faster cast rate ring. So, we haven't been very lucky on jewelry. Notice how I'm not using any jewelry. I can use this, though, for a slightly faster fissure cast, though. Which is interesting. Oh, that's pretty useless, actually. Level 0 skill as well. That was cool. So this FCR will actually prove a lot more important later in the game on the Druid, so make sure to hold on to this for sure.
Hello.
If you want to go win Druid, and if that's your major strategy, having FCR is going to be very key. So that's a very cool thing to find. That's why you always pick up the jewelry. Alright, so we actually have faster run walk boots. I am a big fan of those. That's actually something else you can look for. You hate running this slow? Well, the only way to not run as slow is to get faster run walk stat. Alright, so this, we don't need this anymore. Then we have faster run walk boots here, which you can use after we put 5 more points into strength. We're gonna need more strength anyway for some more items, so we can do that. Put the Nephrons away, put the gems away, put the Jews away, and bam.
Good day.
Alright, so after we talk to Druid, we can go into the Palace Cellar. Continue on our journey. Claw Viper Temple. It's pretty easy to navigate these tombs when you understand, you know, what is an entrance area, you know, where is it pointing, and where to go from there. Just like it is all the time. That's why we've been able to do it so quickly. Don't gotta diddle-daddle too much. I do like seeing if there's res though and showing you guys some examples of like res or magic find you can farm. Surprised we haven't seen like a magic find gloves or something. I typically like to get magic find really early on because you don't need many hard stats yet. And that can help you get geared up and help you get some lucky sets and uniques that can make your runs a lot easier. Okay. Alright, so Harem and Palace is very simple. You either run all the way to the end over here and find the stairs, or you just run down and find the stairs.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this
Just run the stairs.
forsaken camp.
Grand Scepter is a Paladin Scepter with skills on it. That's going to sell really well. Definitely pick that up. In this case, it's got level 18 skills on it, so that's going to sell really well. Definitely. Throwing knives don't really sell too much anymore comparatively. That's an Act 1 thing mostly. Badly, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the cult, Xanander, stay. Right, all the way to the stairs there. Now we're in Palace Cellar 3. In a blink of an eye. And now all we gotta do is go to the middle of the map here. And then go to the Arcane Sanctuary. Somewhere around this area is typically Fire Eye. You don't have to kill him, but he's a unique monster and he's gonna give you experience. However, one thing you might notice about him is he's fire enchanted, so he's very resistant to fire damage. But we do have Golden Boulders, so unlike a lot of initial playthroughs where you might actually want to skip the monster that's very resistant to you, you don't have to skip it, because you have a way to kill him pretty fast.
I can't carry.
Notice how this level 1 Molten Boulder is still doing work at the end of Act 2? That's because it's strong.
This was not designed by nature's.
Remember, it's getting all these synergies from Firestorm you put in earlier, so it's like all 3 of these skills right now are doing some serious work. Alright, so Arcane Waypoint, click it, go in one of the directions, pick one, anyone. I think probabilistically speaking, this top left one and the bottom left one are slightly more likely than the right ones. Like maybe by about 20-30%, but for the most part it's completely random. There's no way to tell which direction in Arcane is the correct one. If there was a way, speedrunners would have figured it out years ago because it's a very annoying aspect to running the game. So, yeah. Hey, there's a 3-socket large shield, so you can just pick it up off the ground too, and then you don't have to farm it. Excellent. So, like I said, you can normally get that from Farah and Charcy, but now you don't even have to look for that anymore because you already have it. Nice. Could get luckier finding it straight up. I did not get lucky from the vendors, but I did find it off the ground, so that works. It's gonna make a very important rune word soon. So if you watch other Rags to Riches runs, you'll know exactly what it is. Studded leather is one of the lower tier armors. It's not one of the heavier armors. Heavier armors will sell for more than the lighter armors. Alright, so if you see that little trap there, you know that's the wrong way. The way I see it is, if you're gonna go the wrong way, you may as well click these and pick up some jewelry. These chests drop a lot. If you're still missing FCR jewelry, for instance, or like other things, definitely click those, and then you might get something useful. Like this gives 10 to energy. You actually have a useful ring now. I'd still say this isn't that useful until you go into wind, the apprentice ring. So yeah, just the way it is. So stealth is pretty nice. We're running faster now. I'm gonna put on the plain faster Runewalk boots soon as well to run even faster. Because running slow on the Druid sucks. Look at that, 10,000. I could even save that probably for later. We didn't get lucky on the sorceress stage though. They spawned with 0 skills. It's unfortunate. Oh well, we have 50,000 gold now, which means soon we might actually be able to afford something. Remember though, I can also do that. There's a lot of ways, just multiple ways you can buy potions now.
Not in town.
Using the belt lifting method though is pretty nice. I'm gonna go bottom left because bottom left, like I said, is like definitely one of the more probable ones. I think it's like 30%, 30%, 28%, 27%, and like 23%. Something like that. I don't forget. I know that adds up to like 105%. All they've been able to determine is that it's not like it's not necessarily 25% for each way, but it is completely known. So. And for the most part, it pretty much is. So. Let's see if this is a 4-way. Let's see if we get lucky or unlucky here. This is another area that kills speedruns for sure. Imagine that running around Arcane forever isn't particularly efficient.
No! Hylena!
What do you know? It was the most probable way after all. Bottom left. So, oh, I just had to use a reju there. Summoner hits really hard, so careful. Actually, I pressed my panic button. Always put your juves in your panic button, you know, where you're naturally just, you press that button when you see your health goes really low. It's probably the lowest my health has gone, actually, in a while.
I can leave this twisted nightmare.
Alright, so we found our way out. Killed the summoner. Awesome. Now what we're going to want to do is, one trick you can use when you're rushing people as well is you can check the quest log, of course, for the shape, but the other thing you can do is see which shape is missing here. If you know what all the shapes are, you'll know which one's missing. In this case, the square is missing, so if I check my quest log, it says that the true Tomb of Talrosh is square, so that's a rushing trick there. I like to show people that in this guide. In Rags to Riches. So that, you know, if the people that you're rushing just don't care to tell you what the shape is, you don't need them to tell you. Just look right there. You don't have to wait. Just keep going. Alright, so this little magnet-looking shape thing here, horseshoe, whatever you want to call it, it's pointing towards the middle aisle again. So once again, it's going to be to the left or to the west of that. So you're going to want to go hard left. Look at the areas in the left. Poison sucks sometimes in here. You can definitely use antidote potions to get some more poison res, or to immediately take the poison off of you. Alright, so it's probably bottom left here, or it's up there to the left. The mercenary is starting to die, fed him a potion. Pay attention to his health if you can, while you're running through and just fissuring everything. What do you know? If you go to the left generally, you're looking for a west-facing area, which is over here. So that's why we went over there immediately. So this tomb is pretty big in all difficulties. But we found it about as fast as you can possibly find it. Map knowledge is important. Just download that map hack into your brain, and then you don't need to get banned. That's what I tell people all the time. It's that simple. There are Yeah, you can argue it's not quite as effective as actual map hack. They'll also tell you, you know, things like where the elite packs are and everything. It also is more reliable, but if you know how to navigate maps, you won't be that much slower than map hack most of the time. And in some cases, you won't be slower at all. So we're going to put points into strength there because we have boots that give us some faster run walk. But we're also going to need more strength at level 21 anyway so that we can wear Ancient's Pledge. So that's fine. Alright, so Andariel. We don't have a lot of cold resistance, so let's talk about how to survive Andariel. I should probably get my Oak Sage back up anyway. So Andariel, this is a spot where people struggle with, especially on hardcore, which is where people usually quit. Because they just don't want to die, and they die. But all you have to do, if you don't have cold res on your gear, is buy all these thawing potions, drink them all, give some to your mercenary.
Thanks.
Mercenary gets 50 cold res, 30 seconds every time you give him one, and you also get 50 cold res for 30 seconds every time you drink one. And that stacks. So right now I have like 50 cold res and 10 maximum cold res. So you can even get up to like 85 cold res doing this. Probably for like 4 minutes. There you go, see? Faster unlock boots. I guess I didn't need the strength after all. That's okay. Found them over there. Oh, there's another 3-socketed large shield. You could use this to put 3 diamonds in later, so you can actually get more res potentially than Ancient's Pledge, so you can actually hold on to a second 3-socketed shield. So I just vendored it as I should have earlier, so that's nice. Yeah, you always just check this stuff. Okay, so we don't need to vendor anything else anymore. Vendored anything we probably could have in Act 2 at this point. So now, we drank those potions, so we're on the clock. We have 58 cold res temporarily. You're going to want to use Firestorm against single targets and bosses primarily. You can use Fissure here and there. Molten Boulder won't be that effective because it doesn't pass through him, so the pass-through damage won't apply. He won't die. So notice how you can get distracted by summons. That's why having at least one summon is good. Another thing you can do is you can just run around in circles and then he dies to the
tell that I'll be your best friend in this Forsaken.
So you can either sit there and tank it with some extra cold res, or you can run around in circles and cast Fissure. Or you can, throughout the whole process, you can distract him with summons, you can just resummon things like Oak Sages, whatever. And see, look, he dies pretty easy. Of course, that's in Players 1. Always make sure you're in Players 1 when you're fighting bosses on single player as well. Now, just like with every boss, in general, you want to pick up all the rare items because the rare items sell pretty well. Doesn't matter what it is. And then, that's an ethereal belt though, so that's probably not going to be very useful. It's too bad it wasn't a 3-slot belt. It was non-ethereal because it had pretty good res on it. Resistance is life. Important stats. Okay. Resummon the mercenary. No peace. I know, I didn't get any TP scrolls. I didn't have a book. How was I supposed to get out of there? Would have had to have reloaded. Would have been tragic on multiplayer pressing the play button. Can't re-enter the game. Alright, so here we go.
Good to see you.
Oh, nice. We're gonna get terrorized later, Rosella. Sweet. Thank you so much, by the way, for 2 Xanifications in the chat. Runcontra and Soft Oak. Chat, I don't see any Eyes of Xana in the chat for Rosella kill. Thank you so much for that awesome support, man. Where are the Eyes of Xana? Lazy bones. I know your moderators are out there somewhere. By the way, you guys are still looking for a softcore or hardcore team. We really need softcore people, or we're not going to be able to get any softcore teams going. We have a lot of hardcore signups, which is awesome. So that means we're going to be able to put together some optimal teams, most likely. But yeah, continue to sign up. You have until Monday. Monday is when I'm announcing the initial teams, and then you're just going to be put on, you know, whoever has spots basically at that point. So yeah, if don't wait till the last second. Please don't do it. It's not good. All right, so now we can actually start farming for our teleport staff. This isn't very good actually. This gives us a lot of skills that are pretty much useless there. Rather just have the one oak sage, honestly. Very useful. Okay. Alright, so we can do is do the belt lifting crap. Now we have real potions, or at least somewhat real potions, which is nice. Okay. You're gonna want to get some stamina potions as well, which you can get from Alcor in Act 3. I guess I'll do that. Alcor sells some potions. What are you playing for launch? We'll find out. Oh, I don't know yet. Monday. I don't know until Monday, man. I'm making the teams on Sunday. Sorry, man. That's why, I'm just trying to get as many signups as possible, man. It's, so I can make high-quality teams. Not waiting until the very last second, though, but I don't know. They didn't give us much time, so that's how it is. Alright, so we're level 18. You might notice this leaf staff here. This leaf staff is going to give us a huge damage boost here in one more level.
Good day.
Also at level 19, we can also massively boost our fire res, which can actually be kind of important. So we can use one of these Rao runes here. We're going to get some fire res. Now the reason why is those fallen shamans do ridiculous fire damage. So if you don't have fire res against them on hardcore, especially like when you're playing through, you're gonna die. If you just sit in their inferno, they will kill you very fast. Your health will just be drained in an instant. Be very careful of that. Very aware of that. Don't sit in front of it. If you have low fire res, definitely don't sit in that attack and don't wait for it. Just stay away from them or kill them with more border or whatever. Oh yeah, for sure, man. Been very busy with a lot of stuff, but also, you know, they're just timings for things. Trying to get them all done, though. Alright, so, in Act 3, you're looking for these grottos here, these little side areas marked by pillars. A split in the river is typically where you're going to find them. So there's a split in the river here. And that's where you're going to find these areas. In each of the jungle areas, there's 3 of them. In the 2 jungle areas that are important, the Flare Jungle and the Spider Forest, there's one area that has the quest area, one area that has the waypoint, and then one area that is completely useless. It has nothing at all. It might still have a causeway, though, to the Flare Jungle, though, if it's Spider Forest, though. So in this case, we found the waypoint. The quest area is not next to the waypoint, is in the other one. Spider Cavern is by itself. We're gonna have to continue to push on here. Jungle is always a bit of a challenge to navigate, though. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I mean, like, I wish you'll be able to practice once it's announced on Monday for sure. Unless the team feels like you should play something else, but should be fun. Alright, so make sure to pick up all these gems. Once again, these flawed gems and everything can prove very useful when upgrading runes. In Rags to Riches runs, I've used gems quite a bit, so it makes your life so much easier. Trading for these piddly gems and runes is just slows you down needlessly. It doesn't take anything to pick them up. Just pick them up, put them in the stash. Okay. So we have a spider cavern here, so we actually got the quest area next. Since we have the waypoint, that's pretty convenient, and the waypoint's pretty close. So we're just gonna go in it, go straight down here, follow the wall, find Zart the Burning. He does a lot of damage because they're extra strong, and he's also cursed himself. So, a cursed elite, the minions can't curse you, but he can, and if he curses you, he'll apply amplify damage. Oh, nice, Magic Find. That's exactly what I wanted, actually. At this point in the game, stacking Magic Find is very nice.
It's worth something.
Definitely put that on.
I can't carry
Got a 9 MF amulet, sweet. But yeah, he has amp and extra strong, and that's negative 100 physical percent physical resistance, which means the monsters will double physical damage on top of extra strong, which is 2.5 times physical damage. Yeah, they can kill you in like 2 shots if they get that on you, so be very careful with that pack there. That's no joke. They might look like cute, cuddly spiders until you try to hug them, and then, well... Let's see. Bye-bye to your HP orb. Nobody actually wants to hug spiders, though. I really hope not. Anyway. I know Rose doesn't want to hug spiders. Yeah, so there's a lot of these rune upgrading recipes that require gems, so that's why you pick them all up. Having them for later is very useful. So this is a offshoot here. This could be potentially the path to the Flare jungle here. So the thing about high density is in these jungles, you can kill any high density you want, and you primarily just use Fissure as you're running by. You don't really need to do anything too involved. Alright. So we are high enough level to also farm for our teleport staff. I'll explain how that works too. So we got one more level here. I think I'll wear some of our gear upgrades that we can get that we farmed from Countess. And then do that. Yeah, you know, the FCR ring isn't very useful right now. I'd rather just have more ice.
Impossible.
Damn it, I can't carry everything. Alright, let's just sell some stuff and get some gold. We are going to need that gold for the teleport staff. Teleport staff can be very expensive. And that's the, that was why we did this. One thing to note is that the reason why you want to farm the teleport staff before you hit level 24, if possible, minimum 18 so it shows up, is so that you can identify possible staves that have it. So you're looking for teleport charges, and the charges will require level 24, which means you can't use it. Everything else you'll be able to use, so you only need to look at these red background staves when checking for a teleport staff when entering in and out of town. Whereas in this case, we got some glacial spike ones. Another level 18 skill. Charges you can use at level 24 though, so good stuff. Spooder's bad! Those spooters are very bad. The ones in the spider cavern. The ones guarding the eye are very bad, yes. They hurt. They hurt very badly, in fact. Okay. I've never died to those in hardcore, ever. Can't you tell? Oh, no. I mean, they could take you for surprise. You know, you think, oh, okay, how much damage could they do? Yeah, the combination of extra strong cursed on monsters, you know, add in an aura maybe, very nasty stuff. Crazy amounts of damage can come out of that. Alright, so we found the Jade figurine, which just randomly, I think, has a 50% chance to drop from an elite pack that you kill. You find it typically pretty early on in Act 3, and then you can talk to Alcor twice and get the potion, and just get some extra life for free. That's pretty nice. Since we are about to be able to use some upgrades here, I'm actually going to put those in the sesh. You've ripped those spooters a few times. Oh yeah. They're also very dangerous in every difficulty, not just normal. They get more dangerous, potentially, depending on what else they roll. Yeah, you gotta be careful. This extra life with the Oak Sage, the Defiance Aura, you know, this is all kind of good stuff. One thing that's interesting about a Defiance Aura Mercenary is that if you have summons out, whether you're going summons or not, it will also make the summons a lot tankier, so you don't have to respawn them as often. Alright, so we got pretty lucky. We didn't even find the useless part of the Spider Forest, the useless grotto. And we just found an exit out to the Flared Jungle off the offshoot, which is why we checked this area. Sometimes you'll have to go through the Great Marsh because there will be no exit to the Flared Jungle. You gotta make sure to check all those grottos, and you gotta make sure to check all of the offshoots in the Spider Forest before you're absolutely certain that you are doomed to walk all the way through the Great Marsh, which is a very big area. In this case, though, good map. We've had some bad maps, we've had some good ones. This is one of the good ones. Okay. Alright, so as you can see, the density in here is kind of nuts. So all you really gotta do is just run around and cast Fear. Now that we've leveled up, I'm actually gonna throw out that. And now we have no more use for this shield anymore. You can put it on swap if you want for some extra res against Mephisto or whatever. However, put on some fire res. I could use another Ral rune, but you can save your Ral runes. I have 54 fire res right now, which isn't bad. You can definitely get max fire res if you really want to, though. 6 strength GC can maybe help us wear some gear that can be hard to wear. That might be nice if we find it later on. We found an 8 life large charm. Life and res, that's the name of the game, so I'm going to keep it. I'm going to use it. Life does make things a lot easier. Every time you go to town, you can check for a teleport stat, but I don't see any red staves, which means that it can't have spawned on any of them, so don't worry about that. Okay, an experience shrine, so we should probably try to use it. Okay, found this grotto is the Flared Jungle waypoint, which means down there might even be the Great Marsh. There might have been 2 entrances into the Flared Jungle. That can happen. Jungle is always a pain. As you can see, the river's split here, though. There is a grotto. It's always at the end of an area or at the end of a split. Antlers, Heart of the Wolverine. That is not a very useful oak for any of the types of builds you're going to want to start with, most likely. Does it matter what level you're when crafting knockback gloves? Yeah, it matters. Every stat has its own affix level that it requires to roll it. If they still have the affix calculator up, you can type !affix calc into the chat. And you can see what character level is required to roll certain stats. Knockback will always roll on knockback gloves, though, so that's the definition of the hit power glove. So when it comes to crafts, there's automatic stats, and then every other stat that can roll on a rare glove will also be able to roll depending on the level of your... No, it's the same thing. Alright, so Gibden. Alright, so you're definitely going to want to get the Gibden. That is a free rare ring. Sometimes it's really sick, so definitely go get that. Click on that thing and kill it. Just like saving Cain, you get a free ring. Free rings are good. So are imbues. So now we have Leaf, now we have Fire Res, we have faster run walk. We're looking pretty good now, honestly. We're running faster. We've got a lot of damage. We have like 230 damage. This is kind of what we want to see at this point. Alright, so I found the waypoint for Flare not very far back there, so I'm just going to run into the Flare dungeon and get the brain. We didn't find a waypoint yet. You can put a TP next to the Flare Dungeon and continue on to Lower Kuros, and then find the waypoint somewhere in there. But I don't think we have to do that in this case. Looks like we're still pretty close. We can just finish this little area here and then continue. Still gonna want to pick up all these items that generate a lot of gold, and the reason why is because we're trying to buy that teleport staff. Once again, it can be very expensive when we do find it. Don't want to be caught with your pants down not being able to afford it, because then it's just gonna waste time. Teleport staff's gonna greatly add to our mobility, and it becomes very important for the initial rags to riches farms on this character. No matter what you do, it's the easiest way to get that mobility. And notice there, I might have died if I didn't have fire resistance, because I got hit by his the Flayer Shaman's Inferno there. And I took a lot of damage, but I didn't die because, you know, once again. I don't know whether or not we want to use this or not.
I'll put that to good use.
It doesn't have life leech like his other one, but it does a lot more damage. It gives him some res. I think I'll use it just because it gives him some damage, and it'll also help us kill some fire immunes later on here. That Bardish was pretty good for a while though. So just picking up rare items for your mercenary. Also think about your merc, you know, as you're just playing the game. Res, more defense, higher damage weapons. Maybe life leech. Life leech isn't very important when he doesn't do much damage, but you get the idea. You can sell all that stuff, but make sure to also like help him out. Makes it a little bit easier. Alright, so this is the dungeon. It's just like the tombs. The starting area points this way, and then your exit's going to be to the left or to the west. In this case, it's a bit farther up to the west, but that's how it works in both Flayer Dungeon 1 and 2. And then in this case, the brain is either in one of these corners or it's in the middle. So this is like a maze. It is a maze. It's an annoying maze you can just bypass once you get teleport. But we can't use the teleport staff yet. We're not high enough level. We haven't even bought it yet, so not gonna happen. In this case, though, the middle is something else, so it's gonna be on the side. There's a bunch of different configurations, but anyway, doesn't matter too much. There's also an elite that has fire immunity, actually, even in normal. You can kill him with Molten Boulder in the Mercenary, and Mercenary's got a pretty high damage weapon now, so you can probably do that no problem. Sounds good, Cole and Bolts. How you doing? Don't really need much luck. We're just making a guide here, but yeah. Did I not pick up the Rune actually? Oh, that was actually bad. I don't know what I was doing. Did I not find the Rune? Possible I didn't. That's really high attack rating with half restoration. That'd be amazing on a melee build right now. Nice. Now look how much damage Inferno does, and that's with 54 fire is. Yeah. It hurts, man. I'm not shitting you, man. Those Ral runes are very useful sometimes for boosting that fire is. Act 4, they're pretty useful too. Lots of fire damage. Alright, cool, we got the brain, we killed him. Level 20 now, which is nice. Alright.
This is... Yes?
Most fortunate. More stats and a vitality, more stats and a fissure. Pretty straightforward. And there's the Gibden ring. Let's see what we got. Nice resistances, actually. Alright, we can definitely sell that really weak one there. It's got even one flat DR. Nice poison and fire. Fire res is really nice, though. That means that for sure we don't need to put 2 Rals into this. We got 70 fire res now.
Yes?
No, they're not going to do nearly as much damage, so that's nice. I'll take it. And there is a teleport staff, and oh man. Oh, it's going to completely bankrupt us to buy it. Well, we got lucky. So like I said, check for this every time you go back. It's going to be one of the red background ones. Otherwise, you're going to have to do a back and forth farm, going in and out of like Spider Forest or something. But I can afford it. I don't want to go look for it longer if I have to, but I am totally bankrupt now. So like I said, you need all that gold, and it looks like I did a decent job picking up items and selling them because I had just barely enough, almost 100,000 gold to buy that. But that's good because now we have a very essential item for getting rich on any character, unless it's a sorceress. Sorceress doesn't need that item. Sorceress already has teleport. Sorceress is perfectly fine. I was pretty lucky though. I mean, I've definitely had worse luck with the teleport staff, so on Rags to Riches runs. So that's nice. That's actually optimal in a speed run if you see that. As you can see, we're not totally broke, but it's pretty bad. So we're gonna have to make sure we're definitely continuing to sell things. Otherwise, we're not gonna be able to afford anything pretty soon here. All right. Did I sell what back? The teleport staff? No, that was a different stuff. Bino, are you seeing things, bro? I can help with that, man. I was a shrink in my other life. Alright, so, yeah, we can still buy potions, so that's a good sign. We just gotta make sure we pick up some things here. It's not a big deal if it bankrupts you. Oh, look at that. A chainmail. Sweet. Alright, we're not totally bankrupt anymore. That's why you get all that gold, though. It's just for that staff there. It's only gonna make your job a lot easier.
Impossible.
I'm gonna try to see if I can find that Ith rune. I should not have left them on the ground. I might need that, actually. I need a lot of Tal runes, maybe. Is Rags to Riches Amazon going to be easier? If you get a co-rune, yes. Not easy to find a co-rune, though. Co-rune isn't even guaranteed in a Rags to Riches run. I think I ended up getting a Lem rune in my Amazon one, though, so I think that was good. I know, I forgot. It's okay, I picked it up now. It's not a big deal. Bomb down. Alright, so now we got all the quests in the jungle. That was a pretty fast jungle, honestly. What we're gonna do now is we're just gonna push all the way down to Mephisto. So you just gotta continue to follow the river, just like we do in every case to move through the jungle. Find that great marsh skip if we can. Nice find on the teleport staff. That was good RNG, by the way. Sometimes it can take like 20, 25 in and outs just to find it, because you just don't find it when you're just going to town naturally. Very fortunate how much it costs too. It can be even more expensive than that one. Interestingly enough, that's not even the most expensive it can be. I would say that's a reasonable price though, so I'll take it. Sometimes you get lucky and get a plain one with just teleported. That's ideal, because those only cost like 35k. And I'd still have a lot of gold right now. No, it depends on the other plus skills on the staff, so if there's like... It's the same thing for selling the staves. The staves and other class-specific items with higher level plus skills, like in terms of like farther down on the tree, are going to cost more, and they're also going to sell for more. Yeah, it's something I make sure to mention in all these guides, so you know like what to pick up and why. Mercenary died. Good opportunity though to go sell some things for gold. Don't worry if your health gets a little low, unless it's hardcore. Try not to get your health that low. Try not to let your health dip below half in hardcore. Make sure to... Gotta be a little more cautious, but yeah. Trying to see if I got screwed over. Nah, that's the chain lightning one. Okay. Nice. That mercenary is gonna start dying a lot more now. And you might notice he's also only level 17, so he's gonna have problems. By the time you get to Act 4, you should probably just leave him dead. And then you're gonna want to rebuy him again later. Could also get an Act 3 one, but those are even more fragile. They do position a bit better though. Rebuying it now, you can like raise his level a bit, but Act 4 will kill him no matter what. It's just Act 4 is just does a lot of damage. Alright, so we're at the end of the Flare Jungle, sweet. Continue to kill density and elite packs as we continue to move forward. We're going to need to hit level 25 before leveling in Act 5, but we're probably not going to level in Act 5. We're probably just going to push it to the end and then level in cows, which is really good on a druid. Especially one with the fissure. Alright, so you got a lot of armors. Keep picking up armors. Do want to maintain your gold for other reasons too. So it's not just about the teleport stuff. You're also going to want to lower resist wand at some point too. So you're going to want to keep getting gold. Sell those valuable items we've been talking about. Teams are going to be announced on Monday. I'm sorry if it's a little late for some of you guys, but it's as early as I can do it, while also making sure that as many people can sign up as possible, because people are still signing up in pretty large numbers. Monday I'm putting as the deadline so that we have teams, so you guys, captains can organize a practice maybe a day before, or you know, they can at least figure out if there's any problems in the team, if they need other players, that kind of stuff. Yeah. You know how it is. Firestorm, Fissure. There's one, this build just makes everything look, just absolutely collapses. That's why I really like Fire Druid. You never have to worry about it not working, it just works everywhere. Well, and that is a battle staff. I can have sorceress skills on it. One to teleport, it's level 18 skill, not bad. Ooh, that is actually really nice. Additional fire res, poison res. And I don't have the energy anymore, but I also have MF on it, so we have more MF now. So MF doesn't only help with 26 fire res ring too, interesting. MF does not only help with finding like sets and uniques, it's also going to help with finding more rares for selling for gold as well. Stacking MF very early on in the game is a great strategy, even on hardcore. Just as long as you know, confident that you have enough res to survive the really dangerous monsters, you can do it. So I'm trying to stack MF as well. Would have picked up some MF gloves from Elzix if he sold any, but he didn't, so I'm not going to go back to Act 2. There's some other ones. 2-socketed plate mail. Alright, so we found the book. That one temple there that's facing in the direction of going towards Upper Kuros there is where the book is. Just have to go straight ahead once you hit the towns, just keep going. Exits are on the right or left edges of the map. And the temple, like I said, is facing it towards where you want to go for the book. Okay.
I can't carry anymore.
So now, level 21, which means we theoretically could wear an Ancient's Pledge at some point. I'm going to put 5 into Strength just to prepare for more items that are Strength requiring, and then I can also put stats into Vitality. Also, once we get Spirit, you're going to want at least 43 Strength. So you're going to need more Strength anyway. Not a terrible idea just to get some more Strength as you start to level up a bit here. The only one I haven't done is Barb, actually. So if you want to do directly get the commands for Rags to Riches for any of my other classes, you can type exclamation R2R Sin, R2R Barb, or sorry, R2R Zon, R2R Neck, or Necro, R2R Sork. They're also on my YouTube. I think I'm going to make them all a special playlist too. They've always just been in my D2R Guides playlist, but I think I'll make them make it a special playlist as well, in case you guys want to see all this. The only one I haven't done is Barb, that's correct at this point, or the only one that will not have been done is Barb after we complete this one. So, or Barbarian. Oh yeah. Barb is the hardest start, in my opinion, but it's not that bad. So I have to kind of know what kinds of things to do. Barb has a decent amount of options, though. Alright, so lower cross doesn't matter in normal. Go to Cross Bazaar. Go get the book and the one facing that direction. Now, we don't have a waypoint yet, I don't think. And, oh wait, we do have lower cross. What we can do is we could put a TP here by Sewers, and we can continue on to Travancore. That can work as well. I'm gonna need the heart in the sewers somewhere. What's up, Zaffley? How you doing? I did Rags to Riches with the Barb on Project Diablo 2. That is true. I did that live and for a new ladder. Yep, that's true. I'm proving I'm capable of you know, starting a Barb. Not like I have to prove anything, but I know what to do. Okay. Barb might be a 3-part Rags to Riches, not gonna lie. That one might take a while. There's a lot of things you gotta go over. The Barb also just takes longer to kill shit, so it just takes longer to get to, you know, farther along in the guide. Heck yeah, sounds good, man. If you're looking for a team, by the way, for hardcore or softcore, ladder pushing, please sign up soon, so I know what to do with the teams before Monday. If exclamation signups, you're running out of time to sign up for the teams. If you sign up later than that, you're just going to be put wherever people need you. You're going to be, that's it. You're not going to get much of a... not gonna get much of a choices to the build you want to play either, so you sign up now. I will put it there. Trying to make solid teams. Solid teams. Don't wait to give me that info via Discord. Just DM it to me and I got it. If we can get at least one softcore team, that'd be nice too. In the past, we've had softcore teams. This time, I'm pretty much only getting hardcore signups. And that's fine. There's a lot of hardcore signups. We get a lot of hardcore signups, but I always like to try to help the softcore community with guides and any other way I can besides items, because I don't do items. You know, I don't play softcore, so that's the problem. Or Rune. That's nice, actually. So that's going to make some very important rune runes, including, oof, ouch. Make Ancient's Pledge, it can make Lore, make Spirit. Word from Normal Council, that's a nice rune. Nice rune we've gotten so far. Not always going to get that. But did we just get another ore rune? What? Oh, okay then. That's crazy, actually. Alrighty then.
Last, there is hope once again.
Alright, so we got Kaleem's Flail. We cleared Travancore. Mostly using Fissure. You know, you can use Fissure, Firestorm, Molten Boulder, whatever. However, we still need the Still need the sewers, as you guys might remember. Still need the heart. Trav always be dropping runes. Trav's one of the best rune farms in the game. With the starting approach on the Druid, you could do it fairly simply with Wind Druid pretty early on. Hopefully we'll get to show that here in Rags to Riches Druid. Very important stuff. Yes, yes, yes. Alright, so we're almost done with Act 3 now. The game goes faster the farther along you go, especially if you get the rune words and you continually improve your gear. You know, notice that we started with nothing and now we actually have some items. They're not amazing yet, but they're getting us through the game without much trouble. Of course, we've talked about these items a few times though. It's a small charm. I haven't been finding many small charms at all, actually. It's just been large charms, pretty much. Oh, man. Yeah, we could shred those in P8 as well. Those are pretty dangerous if you run directly into them. William's heart, and GG. Okay, now, just have to smash the thing. Compelling orb thing. Attack rating is a useless stat. Flat elemental damage is useless. Gold fine is useless. Sell those. And continue.
I am overburdened.
Notice that sometimes we don't need nearly as many stamina potions as we used to and whatnot, but they're still useful.
Hello.
Until we're able to use our teleport staff. Once we got that, we can... Stamina potions really don't need those too much anymore.
Stay a while and listen.
Alright. That's a breastplate. That's nice. I could sell that. That's an F breastplate, huh?
I'll put that to good use.
There you go. Small item upgrade for the mercenary. It's probably gonna die anyway, though. Alright, Mephisto. So, this is one of those go to the left again. At least Endurance 1. This Endurance 1's a bit different from Endurance 2. Endurance 1, it's pointing this way, so we're going to be trying to go this way, you know, kind of where I'm pointing with my cursor. We want to go to the left, to the west of where that is pointing. So we go this way. Grand Scepter, that could be nice. Paladin skills. Gotta know all those class skill items.
I am overburdened.
Picking them up, you know, if you're not sure which items are the special class only items that can spawn skills, just pick items up till you figure it out, but in general they have similar names. Acceptors, wands, staves. Druid helms, you know, always sound like a hawk or whatever, or, you know, antlers, you know, some kind of animal. Barbarian, you know, it sounds like some kind of a, I don't know, some kind of ultra macho thing, like jawbone cap. Definitely helps you out. Necromancer's shield sounds really disgusting, you know. Preserved head.
I am overburdened.
Demon fetish, you know, whatever, all that kind of stuff. Alright, so we found it. And of course it was facing in the direction that I said. Now in this case, it's going to be facing in the same direction as the entrance, so it's going this way. So you'd actually want to go straight ahead to find the waypoint. You want to farm some normal Mephisto, he doesn't really drop that much, we're not going to do it. But you can also find the waypoint. The waypoint will be immediately to the left or to the west, so you're going to be looking for a left or west facing start area, or a tile over here, as you would call it, tile. You're going to look for one over here. Not directly to the left, apparently. Maybe it's left-west over here. It's not, actually. Okay. Maybe it's over here and to the left. It's gotta find one it's facing in that direction. So if you in general go in this direction, you'll find it. It also means from the waypoint that it's always to the left or west as well. There you have it. So the waypoint's pointing this way, so you're gonna go over there. You're gonna go over there, it's to the left or west of the waypoint, and it's also straight ahead or facing the same direction as Durance 2. This of course will apply in Hell as well. The maps always work the same way in every difficulty. Difficulty does not change how each type of map works, even as each type of map is different. Each map is different. Okay, well. I'm definitely abusing the mercenary. Definitely. Alright, so we're level 21. That's pretty good. Honestly, even over leveled a bit, which is not a bad thing. Because we're not going to be leveling in Act 5. Too low of a level to level in there. We're going to push through it. Killing these council members could be nice. I saw they dropped some runes. They can even drop things like Fool and Am runes, actually, I believe, this early. And the mercenary is just a toaster. Alright. Mephisto. Alright, so Mephisto, he hurts really badly.
Good morning.
What you can do for Mephisto is you can drink a lot of thawing potions so you don't die to his cold attacks. At the very least.
Hello.
I can help. Also, maybe we can have the mercenary there to distract him as well. Lost him though. Mercenary dies to hydras very easily if you haven't noticed. He does not like this. Especially if he doesn't have maximum fire res, but even with maximum fire res, typically needs sword or even more fire res. That's right, Rizzola. I got you. She hasn't signed up, so I don't know if she's signing up for one of my teams. She might be doing something else. Alright, here we go. Alright. So Mephisto isn't quite as easy to kite as Andariel, but you can also feed the Merc Jews and shit to keep him alive. But if he dies, what I recommend doing is actually just kiting him around like you would do Andariel. So he'll pass through these fissures here. Notice that he dies very quickly as he goes through the fissures. There you go. See, pretty easy, right?
Mephisto's hatred was a poisonous void. I can't carry
You had to spawn summons on him over and over again, you would do that instead. Ah, an Eth rune. Once again, keep all the runes. That Eth rune could actually be used for rhyme, so yeah, that's good. Good finding another Eth rune somewhere. I think that's the first Eth rune we've found since Countess, so once again, you know, it's very hard to find the runes after Countess. Definitely don't have to, but it'd be difficult. Rare Mace probably won't sell for anything. There's certain like rares that you just know probably aren't very good at this point. Yeah. Alright. Act 4. I won't even bother rebuying a mercenary anymore. He's just gonna die. At this point in the game is typically when the mercenary has problems. Actually, with an armor like that... Wow. Ethereal plate mail with ED?
I'll put that to good use.
Defiant Sword has a fighting chance maybe of surviving some things. What he really needs is fire res though. I think that's the problem. We'll see. I think he's gonna die like that. Typically he just dies though. Not much you can do about it. Could get his Act 5 mercenary. That could be interesting. At this point in the game it doesn't matter too much, but it's also not that good, so probably not. Sometimes the best solution is no mercenary, especially if he gets frustrated with him dying over and over. I mean, I can totally understand that. Totally understand that. Absolutely. Okay, Notice that after we got totally bankrupted by its staff, we actually have some gold again. That's why you continue to sell stuff. Cannot kill that which is already dead. You call him a mercenary dead? That's a mean thing to say about him. No mercs are harmed in this making of rags to riches. Yeah, sure. Alright, Leaf. Got the Row. Got 75 fire res, actually. Don't always have 75 fire res. You might not get Row res very easily. Might not get items of fire res. But if you don't, you're going to take a ton of damage from Venom Lords. And Diablo. Just keep that in mind. They do a lot of damage. Alright, so in this map, it's going to be on one of the edges. So it's either like down there on that edge, but it's not. It could be like somewhere in the middle on this edge here. Oh, I think I actually... This is not the edge of the map. Didn't run all the way to the end. Spirit. Oak Sage at this point is mostly just an excellent distraction. Alright. And it was on the third edge, so it's all the way over here. Land of Despair has Isual somewhere randomly in there. We have to find his ass. He's given us 2 skills. More so than the book that just gives you 5 attributes and the free rings and the free life from Act 3. Yeah, very important. Notice they have a lot of fire resistance, so even if you're on single player, I don't recommend doing Act 4 and Player's 8 on this character unless you plan on using a lot of Molten Boulder. It's gonna be slow. 2-socketed circlet, nice. Make lore out of that one. It's a lot cooler than the skull caps, which typically look really stupid anyway.
Can't carry anymore.
You're the mercenary in real life. It's funny, man. Okay. Alright. By the way, one tip is if you really want to go fast, keep your cursor like at the edge of the screen like this. And then you can like drink potions while you're running. So like if I click over here, I can drink a potion and then I don't lose any speed and I just continue running. Alright, so Isual, I recommend just kiting him out with Fissure until you find City of the Damned. One thing with the mercenary actually makes it a bit more annoying. He's gonna stop her. By the way, if you see a white circlet at this point, pick it up. It can be used for imbuing. This will be more important later when we go to the house. Alright, so we found it. You can kite him all the way. City of the Damned is also on one of these 3 edges here that aren't the entrance. It's up here. Alright, he's almost dead, so we're just gonna finish him off now. Isual's really tanky and normal. Rare Spirit Mask. I dropped a lot of rare items actually. Dang, what is this? Wow. Tri-resistance. 13 cold res, 20 light res, 18 fire res, hit recovery. Oh, the mercenary gets some fire res now.
Is that yet?
Oh wait, you can't? Oh wait. It's a Row rune, that's right. You're useless.
I have no pity for him. Oblivion is his
Damn, that's sick, actually. Look at those nice resistances. Damn. You have to use runes or anything. And normally you don't. Normally you could just put runes into a helmet and get your resistances taken care of, but I mean that works too. You can just find a druid pelt with resistances in FHR. Faster hit recovery is kind of nice. Yeah, try resist helm in normal Act 5. It's like they're all hovering around 20 resistance. It's kind of nice. Alright, so this is just somewhere in the City of the Damned. It's always the waypoint and river. We got lucky. It's pretty close to the entrance. And now just River of Flame, Chaos, and Diablo. You're going to want to do the normal forge, which is in one of these side areas in River of Flame. You can get runes that are very useful here for the rune words that you can make. You can also get gems that are useful as well. Something that you can definitely do. Very nice to do. Okay, continue to put points in the fissure. Level 25. Got an experience shrine. Continue going. Oh, that was an elite monster? Oh, I didn't even see that. Nice. This is a much faster polearm. I think my mercenary would appreciate it a lot better.
I can't use that yet.
But he can't, because he can't use it. Yeah, it's just a really slow weapon, that's the thing. I'm gonna put it away for now in case you need it. Alright, so this is level 24. Remember, you do have a teleport staff you can use. I wouldn't bother using Ancient's Pledge until you're no longer using Leaf, and for that to be good, I recommend waiting till Spirit. You'll lose a plus skill, but you'll gain a ton of res from it. Alright. You sure the stash is going to look like a mess after this? You can spend extra time to organize it if you want as you do this. For the purposes of a guide, I am not really going to care about how my stash looks, so... Oh, you know. I've said it many times. Not important. Alright, so here we go. We got the firepower. We got this. This is probably the side area with the forge. Or at least leads up to it. No, I guess it's not actually. It's got the super chest actually. Interesting. A regular skull.
Thanks.
Yeah, at this point... Oh no, we're not going to do that for Rags to Riches. Everything has to be in the proper location for the guide, man. Sorry. You can give him his points back if you want, or give your own points back, I don't know. I know, I don't bother to disable those, but we can't actually do that right now. That's a fun thing to do. Yeah, it's a guide, sorry dude. People will ask questions, they'll be like, why did you put them over there? Are you an idiot? It's like, my chat made me do it! Not a good excuse. Not a good excuse. Alright, so we found the forge. Where the hell was the smith? Oh, he's over here. Okay. Or not the smith, the armor. The dude, Fasto. Okay, yeah, he's definitely surviving decently well. He's got 700 defense. Yeah, that's not bad. That armor saved his ass. He's gonna die in chaos for sure, though. I've been trying to heal him here and there, but... Wow, Topaz is sick, actually. It's actually really sick. Nice. Topazes are very good for starting a solid MF farm, so... Gotta get those topazes as soon as possible. The Rune was just a Tur rune. Rune was trash. So it can roll from L to Am. So Tur is... I mean, Tur runes can be useful, but honestly I think I've probably found too many at this point. Not a lot of Tur runes. Normally that rune is way tougher to find in a Rags to Riches run, but... what can I say? It's wanting to show up for some reason. Alright, so... They've arrived at the Promised Land. Talk to Andariel to get your plus skills from Iserwold, by the way. Otherwise, he will not give them to you. Now, there's a lot of things you could do with these plus skills. You could get a Grizzly tank if you want, if you don't feel like tanking. I don't really feel like you need this on this build because of how powerful it is, but you can do that if you want. I mean, really, what it comes down to is at this point, you can just put points into Firestorm as well. Just further increase your single target damage for Diablo, and then also increase the power of Fissure. Alright, at level 22, you're actually going to need some points into Strength, because you're going to prepare to wear Spirit at level 25. Well, we can... Spirit minimum is 43 Strength, so we need a bit more. We could continue to put some life in, though. Doesn't matter. So if you're doing Players 1, you don't have single player... If you're doing Players 8, you will already be using a Teleport Staff by now. Or actually in Act 3, honestly. With Players 8, you can get to 25 pretty easily. That's not a problem. Same thing if you have loaders and you're just in the game. Or you're just solo farming a game with lots of people in it. However, let's just assume the worst case scenario. You have no friends, you have no loaders. That's what Rags to Riches is all about. You have no single player. You want to make a character that you want to make. You want to get rich. Well, here you go. Assuming the worst case scenario, you might only be like somewhere between 20 to 22 right now. Which means by the time we get to Act 5, we're not high enough level to get experience in Act 5. There's a huge experience penalty if you're not level 25 in Act 5. So, in Act 5, we're mostly just going to be focusing on quests except for Anya, so we're going to be skipping Anya. We're just going to be mostly pushing straight to Bale, straight to Ancients. We can do the quests that are really easy to kill right along the way, and that's about it. Dang, he got wrecked. I already knew that was going to happen, though. Rosella kill! Thank you so much for the incredible support tonight. You're a beast. Okay, we actually... So, a lot of Purifier builds would actually need their Mercenary here just to kill Grand Vizier. You have to kill each of them on the seals to spawn Diablo, if you didn't know that. You have to kill each of these super uniques, and you have to click all the seals. But, as you can see, it's really freaking big. And I don't have Volcano yet. So it's still going to take forever. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to get my Mercenary, because the Mercenary will make it go faster. It's that simple. There we go. But, not that bad, right? That's why you want a Mercenary with some kind of a weapon. Because there's a couple of fire immunes that are just going to be tougher to deal with. On a Purifier character like a Fire Sword, you'd have to have your Mercenary, otherwise you're just not going I could have sat there with a molten boulder for a while, but not ideal. Molten boulder cannot pass through that monster because it's too big of a monster in terms of how it's coded. So it doesn't do a lot of damage. Just hits him and then stops. Hits him and then stops. Alright, decrepified and moves slower. Kind of sucks in here. You gotta be careful. The physical damage mages also do a ton of damage. Venomlords do a ton of damage. By the way, he doesn't normally spawn there, but that can happen. It's a little scary.
I can't carry
Okay. Excellent. Weef. They do serve different purposes. We'll be doing our first respec in Nightmares, so at this point, like, you don't have to worry about respecing. I do feel like at some point, though, it's a lot easier to progress as a Wind Druid, and so we'll show that part of the progression. Which means when it comes to actually showing how to go from Rags to Riches, the Wind Druid's going to be the first build that we're going to be exploring. And we actually just found a pretty nice charm. 15 life, 18 mana GC. That's pretty nice, actually. Mana is really good, too. I like the mana. Before you get Spirit, mana is definitely not bad. It's good quality of life. Also, getting some extra life is nice. Without Oak Sage, it feels like our life is kind of low. Alright, so you'll have enough damage, unless you're in P8 still, because you hate yourself in the Chaos Sanctuary to kill them. Got another Ort Rune, which means now we can even cube a Full Rune. It's not bad. Depending on our RNG, that can be very useful. When it comes to rune farming in a bit. Alright, so the mercenary died. He's gonna die from Diablo anyway. Yes, I leave the screen to shake. I like it. I don't know. It's just like a part of the original game that I don't totally hate. A lot of people hate it though, so. So this is the part where you can just use Fissure on Diablo if you want. Gotta be careful though, if you face tank him, you're probably gonna die. Unless you have... I have a decent amount of White Rose. But that beam will kill you so easily if you don't have White Rose. And even if you do, it will still kill you easily. So you gotta dodge stuff against Diablo or he will kill you. In hardcore, you got 1 life. Let's see if we can do this without dying here. Every time he does that beam, you are not going to want to face tank that at all. He will kill you with it. Incredibly fast. As you can see, with a combination of Firestorm and Fissure, you can kill him pretty fast. Fissure kills him pretty fast too, but you can just use Fissure if you're too afraid to get close to him. It's just going to take a bit longer. If you're in P8, you should already have Volcano by now, which actually makes it even easier to do. Funnily enough. Alas. Oh wow, he's right on top of the big play. As you can see, when he walks around like that, the Fissure will definitely kill him very fast. Doesn't always walk around. So what you can do is you can keep him like just out of range of the screen. You can just like cast Fissure. This is how powerful Fissure is. You can kill him off screen. So you really don't have to worry about Diablo on this particular build. I was just showing off a little bit there. You don't have to do any of that fancy shit.
impossible.
There we go. Don't have to do any fancy sidestepping. Alright, here we go. Act 5. So far through normal, you know, it's been a decent journey.
Aye.
So in Act 5, all we want to do... This is actually such a sick helm, though. It's really cool. This goes to show you, picking up those rare pelts is nice. Tri-res and FHR, man. I mean, it doesn't have skills, so it would be even more insane if it had, like, 2 to Fissure, for instance. Like, imagine that. I would definitely use a helm that gave me Fissure. That can definitely be the case. You can find one of those. I don't believe I've seen one, though, so... Not super important. Yeah. Alright, so you're just gonna run up. The only thing we're gonna do is kill Shank. Maybe Eldritch if you want to, you don't have to though. And then we're just gonna run past everything else, killing anything that gets in our way, and that's about it. At this point in the game, you're looking for just pushing. You don't get any experience right now because I'm only level 22. Once again though, if you were leveling in a higher player count, you can already have enough experience and then you can kill elite packs along the way if you want. Although, now this, you can totally ignore this dude.
Impossible.
I want to see if he drops something though. He's a super unique, so he drops 2 items of magic quality or higher. There's a lot of those types of monsters, some that we'll want to farm later. Got Chip Skull. Chip Gems is still good. Still good to hit clickables if you can along the way.
Hylena!
Kuda Fissure Lore OP. Oh yeah, 100%. If you can find a 2-socketed Druid helm that's a gray helm and you put lore in it and it has Fissure on it, it's actually pretty insane. I'm gonna have to find something like that though. This is why we're gonna want to check all the Druid helmets. I mean, we would check them anyway because we want to sell them for money, but... doesn't matter. Now we might not get that lucky though, and that's okay if we don't get something like that. Those things are kind of, you know, they're just cool if you get them. Alright, so we do have to kill Shank for the socket quest. Socket quest is very important. That's really the only thing you have to kill until you get to Ancients, though. We will get our Res quest after we are a higher level, and then we can benefit from leveling up a bit in there as well. No, it's actually a guide. This is a guided playthrough. Super long guided playthrough. I load them up on the YouTube. I have Rags to Riches guides for 5 classes at the moment. This is class number 6. Alright, another thing you're going to want is you're going to want to save the Barbarians. We'll give you Rao or Tau runes for free. 3 runes are good. I got pretty lucky with runes. I actually have multiple Ort runes and stuff, which is kind of nuts. So I wouldn't actually need to do this, but normally you do. So I'm going to do it anyway. I'll show you guys what it looks like. So, as you can see, we're not getting hardly any experience. We're only getting 5% of the experience from mobs we kill right now. It's really bad. That's okay though. Don't worry about them. They're distractions. Oh no, that's okay. I mean, I'll upload this onto YouTube, so if you can't catch it. I don't really have much of a set schedule right now because I'm kind of getting stuff ready for ladder. It's pretty all over the place. Sometimes scheduling things in streaming is hard. Some people will try to stick to a schedule without fail. But alas, that is difficult to do. Is Diablo 4 gonna have hardcore? Yes. If they didn't have hardcore in a Diablo game, I think there'd be a lot of mad people. There's no reason not to have hardcore mode in a game when it really doesn't take much effort to actually create it, so. And how much effort does it really take to, you know, code it in that if they play this mode, they, you know, can't play the character anymore. Yeah, it's not particularly complicated. No enhanced damage. Still need stamina potions and I ran out. And you don't need nearly as many, but you could definitely still use a couple here and there. 2 PNB skills. Okay. Alright, so basically what you do in all of these areas is you just follow the areas up. If you see one of these red portals, it's facing in the direction you want to go. And break any barricades if you want, or have to. You saved all the barbarians, so you can get our runes. It's really good stuff.
I can't carry anymore.
Runes, runes, runes. Runes, runes, runes. Runes are very helpful early game, and they're becoming more essential early game. The more rune words they create in the early game. I don't really have time to play nowadays. Gonna take a leave from work on Diablo 4 release probably. Sounds good to me.
Thanks.
Mercenary is still just there just to distract the monsters here and there. Keep them alive as you run along. Yeah, you just have to traverse these really long areas to the end of them, and then this guy hits really hard,
I can't carry it.
especially if he amps you. Careful. That's an exceptional item. Right, or amped. By the way, if you ever get amplified damage in hardcore
Salutation.
and you're afraid of where you're going, just go to town. Don't take the chance, you know? It's not worth it. You don't have good faster hit recovery either, so if that shit hits you, man, it's gonna hurt. Speedrunners die normal. There's a reason for that. Stuff hurts. That's a pretty good 4-slot belt. It's got some minor res. I don't know if it's worth getting 60 strength for, though. Guess I'll hold on to it. Those Moon Lords hit really hard, so be careful about running past them. The Crystalline Passage, this is how the map works. Typically, to the... In this case, this map is pointing this way, right? The entrance is pointing where I'm pointing my cursor right now. If you go to the right or east, you'll usually find a tile facing that way. You're going to find the waypoint. Typically, the side area. In this case, it'd be the quest area. We don't want to do that area yet at the moment, but it would be straight ahead. And then to the left, or a left-facing area, is where or tile or exit tile area is going to be Glacial Trail. Now we're going to need the waypoint so we can come back and go do on it. So we're going to go to the right first. The trick is to never sleep. Aye, aye, aye. Aye, aye, aye. Sounds terrible. Okay, so that was the Glacial Trail. It actually ended up being kind of like straight ahead, but I don't know. Technically left facing, and sometimes you get some really weird looking tiles, but that's okay. We're getting in my way. No. Don't be afraid to pop a juve. Sometimes you need them. That's why I've been picking up all these juves, though. It's going to allow us to run past things a lot easier. See, now this is facing the same direction as the entrance, but it's like way over here. You get that too sometimes. Sometimes these ice caves can be a bit difficult. Behind this should be the waypoint, right? Okay, Jared's Stone. Could be nice. Amulet. Ooh, one less MF than this one. Not very useful, but that's interesting. Already set what my start will be. I'm gonna start Sorceress just for fast farming. On D2R, on a ladder reset, I usually just start Sorceress. I've started all kinds of things, different ladders, PD2, like single player. Typically for an online ladder reset, I feel like it's a more fast-paced thing. I just like to go fast. As a streamer, I think I can also more easily be a team leader as a sorceress. It's harder to actually feel like you're in that capacity on other characters. Hopefully that all makes sense. Okay.
Impossible.
Yep, I'm good at playing Sorceress too. I like Sorceress. It's a good start.
I can't.
Also, Sorcs get like 100% of the gear. Yeah, because in the early game, they're the most useful. I mean, it's not very good gear in the beginning, but yeah, they get that gear, man. Whatever res you can get, man. Alright, so we're in Glacial Trail. We're actually going the wrong way. We want to go to the west or to the left. This whole area is pointing that way. We're going to want to go to the west or to the left here. All these ice caves, west or left, is out once again, like I mentioned in the last one. So we're going to go out this way somewhere. It should be roughly in this direction. Now we hit a wall there, so that's no good. Oh, we found the waypoint, which is pointing east there, but it's actually a backwards map on the waypoint. Sweet. It's pointing the way I always says it points, but it's actually to the left. Interesting. They did change it. Cold Mastery is now only 1/5 effectiveness against cold immunities after an immunity has been broken. So Cold Mastery now works like lower resist and conviction do. New Druid, yeah, this is a guide. So this is Rags to Riches Druid. Go from having no gear to being able to farm and show you guys how to do it. If you ever want to know how to start a Druid effectively on Diablo 2, it's a great guide for you guys, and you can even listen to it while playing it. It's gonna go on YouTube. If you missed any of it, or are going to miss any of it, there you have it. Yeah, this is a guided playthrough. Super long sheet, but you know, it works. Alright, so let's have her throw so we don't accidentally lose our abilities like we keep doing. Another Ort Rune. That's why having a key is nice, so when you pass by a clickable. Dang, we found 4 Ort Runes. That's crazy. There's 1. That means we can make a fool pretty easily. So we have problems finding that fool for that spirit. That's gonna be nice. What's up, Ayura? How you doing? People have been asking for Rags to Riches Druid and Barbarian for quite some time. For both of them, I've seen people ask for either one. Barbarian is still not a thing yet, but I think I'll make Barbarian before Diablo 4, so you guys can refer to them anytime you guys want to go back and play D2. Alright, so you don't really need the waypoint in this one. It doesn't really help you with anything. Well, look how much damage the Moon Lords do. It's kind of nuts. Kind of have to have this juice ready. And slightly higher hit recovery is actually making a difference here. That's the other thing stealth gives, though. Hit recovery, super nice. No, faster run walk has diminishing returns. So it just diminishes. The more faster run walk you get, the less effective additional faster run walk is. There's an equation for it. I'm sure you can find it on Max Roll in the faster run walk post. I don't know. When I go to the map faster run walk resources, you know, go check out the mechanics on it. All right, so you can go get the waypoint, especially if you're worried about dying here. You can also just put a waypoint on the outside here. I'll put it inside because it will disappear once you spawn them. If you're worried about not being able... Wow, yeah, we got some level 24 skills here. 25,000, very nice. Okay. Diablo 4, until the, you know, open beta is probably... I don't know. Probably not much of a thing going on with it right now. Oh, you know what? Let's sell this crap first. I should have sold it earlier. Keep jewels, by the way, if you can. Those can become useful for crafting later on. I don't know if I've been very good at keeping jewels, but I also haven't found that many yet. Alright, yeah, all those craft rests, runes, gems, jewels, all useful stuff, always. Okay. So fissure, pretty easy to kill ancients with fissure.
The summit of Mount Ariat.
I gotta do. Kite them backwards. Mercenary is probably gonna die in here, but that's okay.
Thanks.
Mercenary actually makes this harder because he's gonna stop them from running into the fissures. Notice how they take more damage from the fissure as they run over it. That's just how fissure works. You don't have to melee mode them with Firestorm. You can if you want, but not a good idea. If you're playing on hardcore, don't take the chance. Talik does a lot of damage.
Thanks.
Wow, my mercenary survived. I pumped him enough potions and... Damn, he's alive. What a miracle, that's crazy. Alright, well, still a useful face tank then. Gonna face tank things for us. Alright. We do just need a little bit more strength for Spirit later, but I'm not gonna worry about it right now. Because we don't even have the base or anything. You can find a Spirit bases in Chaos, but the most reliable place to find them would be House. Oh yeah, I'm definitely starting Sorceress in Diablo 4. Better bet. Just my favorite type of character. And it's probably gonna be broken. Whatever the Sorceress class is called. Sorcerer, I don't know. Ugh. Absolutely. Okay, here we go. Worldstone Keep 2. Alright, so there's no pattern for Worldstone Keep is very similar to Catacombs in how it works, basically. If you can find the exit or the waypoint in 2, you can find the other one. It's the exact same directional thing, too. In 3 and 1, you just have to check the ends of the area. The exact same thing. So the map it is most similar to is Catacombs, strangely enough. Let's go all the way back to Act 1 to find a map that works like Worldstone. But it does. As you can see though, I haven't gained a single level except from Ancients. We're not 25. Tiny little trickles of experience coming in here and there. Honestly, I should be just running past everything a bit more than killing them, but you can kill them if you just want them to get out of your way faster. Doesn't really matter. So right here, like, you know, you try to run past them and sometimes they just stop you, so it's all good. But, I mean, you're not getting much experience from them at this point. I mean, you can get some items, maybe. There's nothing too crazy you can get at this point in the game anyway. Our main focus is still progression through the game. Until we get to Nightmare, and then you have some farming options for going from rags to riches. Only barbs and wizards could go hardcore hell. There we go. Okay. Cold resistance ring. That's interesting. That could prove. Definitely keep any items with res that you don't have. That res can come very handy later when you're trying to survive through hell or whatever you're trying to do. Oh yeah, barbs and wizards in Diablo 3. Yeah, I don't really care about the game anymore. I think Diablo 4 will already be a lot better, but it's going to be a way different game, so I don't even know if I'm going to like it. We'll see. I might like playing through it. I think it'll be a solid playthrough at the very least. No way Diablo 4 can't be fun to play through at least, right? That's why we got it, you know. Oh, that's right. The boulders can go through Kalendo. Yes. There you go. Boulders. That level 1 boulder still paying dividends all the way at the end of normal. Always have it hotkeyed. Always have it ready. Now, if you're a player 8 is really nice if you're doing this on single player. By this point, you'll be flying to like level 30 or beyond. However, one thing you gotta be careful of is doing P8 on wave 4 and wave 5. They are extremely fire resistant, so you're not gonna want to do that. You're never gonna kill them if you do that. It's gonna take forever. Alright, use the potions. Use them! Alright, Mercenary's dead. It's okay, he'll die to Bale for sure. Yeah, you see how fire resistant this wave is? Even in P1, it's taking me a little bit to kill them. Now you can also lead them outside, and as long as there are no monsters in the throne, Bale will laugh and spawn another wave. You can also potentially skip a wave by in between waves going in and out of this like entrance area here, but that's really hard to do. Not that important to know how to do. You can actually skip Bale waves as well. I think that glitch is still in the game unless they fixed it. I think they did though. But as you can see though, really tanky. But remember, we don't get any experience from them, so there's no reason to do anything. We can just lead them outside, go right back in, and then kill Bale. Oh wait, we still got one more. Ah, that's no good. Yeah, so look how tanky they are in P1. It's kind of crazy. They have so much virus. This would definitely be a case where... They also have a decent amount of poison res too, but... Definitely where like maybe Poison Creeper or Summons would shine a bit better maybe. Killing those Bale waves. But like I said, it doesn't matter anyway, because if you're doing a P1 playthrough on Battle.net and all you got... That's all you can do.
Good afternoon.
Alright, against Bale, thawing potions can be useful. You can chug them just like Andariel. He does a lot of cold damage. And then... That's basically it there. GG. Also, I just realized we're almost 24, which means you can almost use our teleport staff. That'll be nice. Not super important yet, but we'll definitely be using that through Nightmare. Okay, so most of the time, you can place down a Fissure, but Fissure, it's very hard to do damage to Bale with Fissure. He typically moves by teleporting, which means he doesn't move through the Fissure. So typically you can only use like Firestorm, Volcano, and... Also, it should come as to no surprise that Boulder will also not pass through Bale, as he is a massive character. I don't think you can do that to any of the bosses, so... as that would probably be broken. Except Andariel has no fire res, so Molten Boulder will destroy her anyway. Even if it just runs into her, which is interesting, but that's about it. Here's that beautiful area of effect damage. As you can see, Bale's a bit of a turd. I wouldn't recommend... This is why getting an Oak Sage early game doesn't really do too much, because, like, he mostly dies, but it's a good distraction. Against Bale, it's going to do absolutely nothing. Going to kill it every 2 seconds. Oh, I know. I died to it, too, on my Necromancer, luckily. Remember, of course, since patch 2.5, you unlock terror zones in the difficulty, so if you want to level up more in here, make sure to kill Bale, of course. Good stuff. It's always good for you can over-level a Nightmare and Normal using terror zones if you wanted to. Which means now I can do normal terror zones. Yay! But, really, that's not very important. Neither would have it been in any of my Rags to Riches guides, so Don't need to worry about that too much. Alright, so cows, the mercenary just gonna die in there, but you don't need the merc and cows anyway. You definitely prepare a lot of potions. So now we kill Bale. The really important thing isn't the terror zones. It's the secret cow level. 54 life. Bladed belt. Interesting. I wonder if we, I don't know how worth it that is. We'll have to see if we find anything else that requires high strength. I'll determine if it's worth it. Keep anything you're not sure about, of course. Alright, FCR. Alright, cool. So we got a lot of runes. So we're gonna farm the cow level. That is how we get to level 25, and that is how we're gonna get experience in Nightmare. But we can even farm it beyond 25 all the way up to 30 for a more comfortable push through Nightmare, especially on hardcore. And we can find runes, and we can find our spirit base, and spirit is an incredible rune word. Combined with the resistance shield is really going to allow us to have nice resistances all the way through Nightmare. So, cows is like the, after Countess, it's like the next farm. Alright, so this is an area we have to stay in a little bit and farm. That's all there is to it. We got a Wurtzelig. Yeah, he died at that bug. That bug was nasty. I definitely tend to find some nice bugs to die to, for sure. Alright, so Fissure's insane in cows. This is definitely where Fissure really starts to shine, is really high density situations. This doesn't change later on, which we'll discuss when we get to those areas, but as you can see, we could farm really high player count with Fissure, even in cows, if you wanted to. Even the fire immune cow dying to Molten Boulder. Really easy stuff. Alright, so yeah, as you see, we're level 24 now. You don't want to forget to put it on. At this point, we definitely don't need a shield of this caliber anymore. We can put on the teleport staff, and then make sure to bind teleport. So now, you have teleport. Everyone always asks me, how do I have teleport without Enigma? This is how, and you can get it this early in the game. Believe it or not, it's very useful. Especially if you want to keep up with your sorceress friends doing terror zones. But you can get teleport charges on an amulet or a circlet by gambling or picking them up as well. Cows also tends to drop a lot of charms. It's a really good stop-off point, so this is a good farm. So just like the Countess, we're going to stop here and get levels and runes and bases. We're looking for a spirit base, particularly. No, we're not making a beginner's / expert guide for the Druid on hardcore, because if I die, then the guide is ruined, so that's not good. I do hardcore playthroughs all the time. This is not a hardcore playthrough, though. It's okay, though. Typically, we do play hardcore in here. We play hardcore. We play in hardcore for the ladder. If you guys are jonesing for some hardcore content, don't worry, it's coming back pretty soon. I mean, I don't typically die, but it can happen, so you never know. Alright, see this Volge here? So Volges, any polearm or any white one-handed sword that drops in normal cows will roll 4 sockets on Larzuk. So if you pick this up and you give it to Larzuk, you can guarantee an insight base with that. That is definitely one of those bases that you can definitely look for in here. For the most part, I'm not really looking for too much though. I mean, picking up all the charms and the jewelry is very nice. Picking up those bases is good. Polearms and the swords. You can also look, of course, for any items with plus skills to sell, and of course for the antlers as well, because that can be very nice. Two-socketed antlers or something with like plus fissure skills would be insane. Normal cows would be the easiest thing to find an item like that. You can't, it's really odd how you can't level in Act 5 until you're 25, but since cows is technically Act 1, it's the best way to level from 20 to 25. So, pretty straight shot all the way to Bale. Oh, fire resistance, small term, nice. Lightning resist ring, double nice. FCR ring, also nice. FHR, small charm. FHR is a good stat, also nice. Wow, you're finding a lot of stuff. That's how you know you're in the secret cow level. You're finding stuff that's useful. That's how good this area is at every difficulty. If you're having problems transitioning to the next difficulty, this is definitely your go-to, especially on a Druid. Especially if you're using Fissure. Fissure is pretty insane in here. And what's really cool about it, I mean, we'll get to it later, but it can even farm hell cows without much gear. Here's the crystal sword we're looking for. You just want a white crystal sword, just like the Vulge. So we already have our bases. Excellent. Now we're just missing runes, so we need Tau, Fool, or Am. I can make a Fool. And I have an Ort left over if I do that. I would need an Am, though, at the very least. And of course, you're going to need another level. I'm just going to put enough stat points in to wear the Spirit Sword and put the rest of the points into Vitality with this level. We're going to lose one skill if we give up the Leaf, but we're going to get so much more res and mana and other stats in exchange. But as you can see, Fissure's not lacking any amount of damage. Also, if you find a white... Oh, I forgot about this base. I did mention it earlier, but that white circlets, that's what you're going to want to imbue if possible. So you can even get Druid skills with those, and I even got one Druid skill 20 FCR circlet before transitioning to Nightmare once by imbuing, and that's insane start for like a Wind Druid or something. We keep all these items with resistances. Yep, absolutely. Oh shoot, okay, you actually don't want to do that. Make sure to sell your items with gold value in Act 5. Remember that you're in Act 1 when you're in cows, which means that you'll only get a maximum of 5,000 gold. Each act increase, including a Nightmare, will increase it by 5,000, and Hell will increase it by another 5,000. Which means it's no good. Well, hopefully the advice I just gave you is good advice. So typically what you want to do with the imbues is you keep them for later. You can use them before transitioning to Nightmare, but I actually like to keep them before transitioning to Hell and then picking up circlets so that at a higher character level and with the circlet, if I find white circlets, I can use them before transitioning to Hell to get a really nice boost potentially. They can make your mercenary really strong, they can make you can get like a 20 all res circlet with life leech. Which is basically a bulwark, but without using the runes. Better than a bulwark, it's got res. It doesn't have DR. Yeah, it does matter a little bit, but ultimately, I would just pick up white circlets, keep them for later. Circlets are the best thing to do, and then white diadems are the very best thing to do, but those are later. You can, if you're not doing a solo quest and you just get to the end of the game with a group push, just use your imbues on white diadems. You could get potentially very lucky on those. In a kind of a solo push though, like white circlets, boots, those tend to be good, and maybe belts. Broadsword. Alright, Alright, looks like we cleared out those cows, as you can see. Doesn't take long for this character to clear. Whoa, that's exactly what we want. Holy moly, 32 MF, 12 Poison Res Amulet. Talk about the perfect Andariel farming amulet right there. Wow, that's nice. See what you can get from normal cows? It's actually pretty impressive. These are the kinds of things you want to stack as you progress for MF, and also these are the things that are going to become more important later. When you want to get rich as fast as possible. Gotta keep res items, gotta keep MF items. Very good stuff. Look at that, man. That's beautiful. See, yeah, normal cows. I feel like people underestimate normal cows. That's a big mistake. Alright, so what you can do here. You can either do Fissure, we can get Volcano now, so that's kind of cool. I don't know what button I want to put it on. Let's put it on V, I suppose. So we can actually use Fissure and Volcano now, which is neat. Level 25, so we have Nightmare unlocked, of course. Not worried about that yet. I could start pushing Nightmare now because technically I have my bases and I can farm Nightmare Countess if I wanted to. But pushing through Nightmare at 25 can be a little painful. I like to wait till about 30, so we're going to do some more cow farming here.
Afternoon.
Some people like to wait till a lot longer than 25, like till like 35 or something, so. With Terror Zones and normal, you could definitely do that.
What do you need?
That's right now there's Terror Zones in Area Plateau. Don't need any stamina potions and cows anymore. I mean, it might seem like we have a lot of gold, but we're gonna want a lot more. A teleport staff is very expensive. Buying a lower resist wand is very expensive. Everything is very expensive. Keep picking up items of value and don't sell them in Act 1 like I did. Because I wasn't thinking. Yes. For some reason I always forget that, especially on the first round. Yeah, for sure, Ron's son. Like I said, these guides are made for people of all skill levels. Unless you're like a super expert, and then you don't need this guide. But it's fine. Does he know all this shit? I'm not making a guide for Dobrunsky. I think he's fine, you know. Okay, so let's go over here. Act 5, the best place to sell.
Yes.
For gold, yes. Because you can sell up to 25,000 in Act 5, and it's only 5,000 in Act 1. 20,000 in Act 4. No, I think it should be 20,000 in Act 4. It goes up by 5,000. It goes up even higher in Nightmare, but I wouldn't bother like switching to Nightmare to sell your stuff. That's kind of silly, I think. Ooh, you know what? F broadsword? That's even better than a spirit sword. Looks sexier too. You could use that. F reduces the strength requirement by 10, by the way. Maybe we shouldn't have put those points into strength. I could have saved them. Okay. Raveler head. Like, look how many things drop in here. It's crazy. Look at all that money I can get off that item. Woof. Yeah, it reduces any kind of attribute requirements by 10. It does not reduce the level requirement, though. Negative requirements, stat also cannot reduce the level requirement. There's no way to reduce the level requirement on an item. Negative requirements will reduce strength and dex requirements, and so will Ethereal by 10 each. So if you pick up that, it's actually better than the Crystal Sword. But I didn't wait to put my stats in this, so now it probably doesn't matter. But I mean, I guess it will matter if I when I respec, so maybe it will matter at some point. It's some more life, you know. Why not? Grand Charm. We got some nice life res FHR charms here. It's not bad. There's another light res small charm. Oh, that's even better than the large charm light res ones. More likely to keep that one as it continues to go on. Anything like that is likely to remain till the end. That's pretty solid. All the way through. It does not, but you don't use the spirit to physically attack, so it won't lose durability. Only physical attacking with a weapon makes it lose durability, so if you're just using casting abilities like Fissure or Tornado, you cannot lose durability on your weapon. Lots of good questions coming in from the chat. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. Like, for instance, there's been videos I've seen of people been like super crushed that they found an Eth Fathom, but they didn't realize that's actually insanely rare and awesome because they use it on a cold sorcerer, so it'll never lose durability. Exactly, Eth Oculus, Eth Web, like the one I use on my single player. It's totally fine, man. Would have ran out of durability a long time ago if it could. Armor only takes durability loss based on a percentage odds, based on getting hit, so being successfully struck by a monster. And after each kill, that's interesting. That's what we were looking for. Magic Fine Gloves, sweet. Okay. So our Magic Find is starting to look pretty nice, actually. Which means that as we continue to push through the game, we are going to find more shit. Which means that it's going to be easier for us to find more shit with MF and to get richer. I always emphasize that starting with MF and putting that gear on is very important. Is this a 3-socketed one? Can I use this for... it is, okay. So you can also farm a 3-socketed bow from normal Charcy, but you can use this to gamble or vendor items to reduce the cost. That might come in handy later. Make the runeward edge. This one, yeah, for the most part, even on hardcore, you don't desperately need resistances until you try to enter hell. So like resistances become much more important later on in the game. If that makes any sense. The jewel is better than a terror. Correct. Is this no. 3 pull axes would be pretty sick to make 4 sockets, but you can't use you can't actually get a 4-socketed base of any kind in cows. You can only get white bases that can get 4 sockets from the Larza quest. They only roll up to 3. It does mean you could make hustle in it potentially though, in patch 2.6, which might be very useful. Like for instance on a summon druid or something, you'd use that for a mini fanaticism. It'd be quite useful.
The Order welcomes you.
Alright, I almost sold them in Act 1 again because I'm a knucklehead. So, you could sell in Act 5 or Act 4. Definitely don't sell anywhere before that, though.
Salutations.
Summon. 25,000 for a Sorcerer's Staff. See, you know, it's... These jewels are very good to keep for later for crafting recipes. Don't need tons of jewels. We might just stop getting them at some point, but they're nice. Okay. I don't think I've actually made Ancient's Pledge yet. Maybe I'll find a Shale Rune first, but for Nightmare we're definitely going to need it, because Nightmare we're going to want as close to max res as possible. Because shit hurts in Nightmare, and yeah. How long has it taken me to get to this point? You mean in the game? We'll go over things in the guide and whatnot. So we stopped to go over a lot of things. We're, I don't know, like 4.5 hours into the guide right now. Got to play through. Read to Arctic Blast. Where's the fissure, man? I don't know.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in
Axe
this
is better than a
forsaken camp.
bulge. Definitely would rather make an insight in that. If you're going to summon Druid, consider getting a 3-socketed polearm, which you can just find straight up in normal cows, and then putting Hustle in it for the level 1 fanaticism order for summons. 100%. Oh look, this is another white circlet. Ooh, that's interesting. That's Infernal Cap. Nice.
Hello again, Outlaw.
I'll actually revive the mercenaries so I can put that on him. Drop his crap thing. Alright, cool. Looks like we've killed all the cows for the most part. You don't have to kill every last one, but remember, you're gonna have to go back to Stony Field and Tristram to get a new leg every time you do this, so. But we're leveling to 30 right now. We're farming cows. Cows is providing us with gear upgrades. Cows is providing us with levels. And then we're gonna make some key rune words, or a rune word at the very least. We're gonna get the Anya quest for resistances.
Can I help
And
you?
we're gonna push Nightmare. And once we hit Nightmare, we're gonna start, doing some demo farms of some areas you can farm to find items that can make you rich early on in the ladder. Oh no.
I can't use that yet.
Totally useless, man. You can also get 2-socketed weapons too for things like strength on the mercenary before using insight. Might do that. I already did an assassin rags to riches. There's actually nothing outdated on it except for the fact now that you can use an item called Crescent Moon. You're not usually gonna find that in rags to riches anyway, but the Umbrin, but you can. I already made an assassin rags to riches. It's on YouTube. Definitely check that one out for sure this season. Absolutely. And the only thing that's different that I didn't mention in there is Crescent Moon is a nice item now for starting out because of the negative res applying to traps. That's it. That's something that's different in 2.6. But it means once you get that Umbrin, it's a pretty budget item, right? It's pretty easy to get some power on that. Sin is your only main. Yeah, if you want to know how to go through the game faster and get rich in an assassin, highly recommend this video guided playthrough. There's even some bloopers at the end of the Sin. The Sin has some bloopers, actually. It's where I attempt to kill Ubers with like a level 60 assassin. Doesn't really work, but it's because you need to be a higher level. The monster penalty is brutal. It's funny. That's once I'm done with the guide, though. After I show all the important stuff, I just kind of mess around. I do kill Declone with a level 60 Sin, though. That's actually a really neat thing that happens in that guide there. You guys might want to see how that's done. It's pretty easy, though. Watching it already, sweet. Yeah, for sure. Rags to Riches Assassin already exists. If it didn't exist, I would have definitely prioritized that one this season, absolutely. But it already exists, so I'm gonna do one that doesn't exist. I actually killed Lilith with that assassin, if I remember right. Yeah, I actually successfully killed Lilith with like a level 60 assassin. It's interesting. It took like 30 minutes of dying, but I was able to do it. There's some other fun stuff that happens at the end too. It's pretty good. Okay, anyway. Rags to Riches Assassin, very important. I have a Rags to Riches for every class except for Druid and Barbarian, and we're recording Druid right now. After this, it'll only be Barbarian that I don't have, which sucks for all you Barb starters out there, but you know. What can I do? Oh no. Okay, this is a 4-slot belt. We could definitely use that. I might hold on to that. You can find some 4-slot belts at this point for sure. You might have noticed that with the plated belts as well. Demon Hide sashes don't require as much strength though, so those are nice. Well, I'm playing a sorceress for the reset Cormy, so now is my time to play Smelly Druids. Also played a Paladin recently, and I also played another Druid on my group. Which I just went through the game as fast as possible on that one. Oh yeah, but a lot of people don't know how to get to that point, man. That's for people that know how to play the game, it sounds pretty simple. Easier said than done, man. You're right, though. The Barb has a couple of farming strategies. He doesn't have that many good ones. And he has one farming strategy that's insanely good. So much better than the rest of his farming strategies. Just how it goes.
I need a key.
Aw, ran out of keys. That's unacceptable. Alright, oh, we got a key. Okay, we're good. Clickables, baby. She steals food.
I can't.
Interesting. Cormy, why are you stealing food?
I am overburdened.
Watch, you're just gonna say,
Move, move.
food tax. Yeah, I know, he told me about it. I'm just gonna say, I'm hungry, I want food. All the food is mine. Cool part, of course, if you don't already know, is that you can kill the cow king as often as you want, so you don't have to worry about killing it. Arcanas can be nice on certain builds. I don't think we're gonna mess with that though. I need some interesting.
I can already tell that
So
I'll be your
you might not
best
know this,
friend
but at
in
this point in the game, we
forsaken
already have
place.
68% magic find. That first 50 magic find is super impactful because magic find has diminishing returns. So it's actually a really big deal. Ooh, that is a nice armor for the mercenary, temporarily at least. Gonna want to rebuy the mercenary anyway. I'm gonna rebuy the mercenary before I go into Nightmare. He might be able to survive with some of these items. We'll see. I can kill the king as much as I want. I know everyone was always like, "No king."
I need a key.
Everyone would leave the game. Who went anywhere near it. Calling to shout. It was such a stupid mechanic, though. Let's be honest. As kids, you know, we didn't think that way. Of course, you know, we just put up with it, but it was pretty stupid. Yeah, it was really dumb.
Impossible.
It's one of those things, you know.
Move. Move. Nope.
Okay, Fissure looking good. Fissure doing a good job. Almost level 27. It's a cow mass slaughter.
I am overburdened.
I love the banter between you two. Keep it up. Or you pull both into the bottomless pit. Alright, this is actually the first amulet I got that's not Magic Find oriented. It's actually got all res. That's nice. That might come in handy. Oh, that's even better. One with 11 all res. Wow. See how useful the cow level is? It's always so useful for progression. Can never go wrong. To get to level 30, we'll get Armageddon, which is kind of sick too. Ow. He has lost the war, or just the battle. I'll keep that for strength. It'd be nice. At least let the mercenaries survive before I get insight. If I find some extra am runes. Not finding a lot of runes and cows at the moment though, so it's not a good sign for extra runes. Probably just gonna have to farm some Countess and... oh crap, I sold it in normal again. Oh my god. Sometimes when you're bad at the game, you're bad at the game. It's that simple. Alright.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
It was bad, man. Huge Megalodon. Thanks so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cult Xander Estate. Alright, so... I'm gonna continue leveling in cows, continue farming them for a bit, and then we're gonna push Nightmare.
I'll put that to good use.
I don't know. Keep this crap for now, you never know. Why did Blizzard have to start season 3 on a workday? They did it for the last 3 seasons, though.
At your service.
I think it's because in case there's server issues, they do that so that you know, people's weekends aren't ruined, because they know people get really upset when they try to play it on the weekend and there's like this massive bug or something. You know how it is. I think so. I think you know. Alright. So yeah, farming them normal cows. Remember that the stones are always next to the path in the stony field in case you have trouble finding it. Something I'd like to remind people of here. Cormier, are you just gonna PK him?
Impossible.
Actually, can those get Fissure in Stony Field? I don't think they can, but check. Get Firestorm. Would have been cool for the very beginning there. So yeah, we do have some Magic Find here.
Hello.
There are things in life you just have to go all the way on, man. Remember, you can use Volcano as well in between Fissure cooldowns. Volcano's not bad in the beginning. Against cows are pretty much the only two weapons you can use. Thank you guys so much for the support tonight. Thank you guys for the follows. Hope you guys are enjoying D2R Druid Rags for Wishes. Okay. Grah! Grah! Another 8 FHRs, large run. How much FHR do I have? Decent amount now. Getting runes, but we're not getting like the really good ones. That's what Nightmare Countess is for, so we don't necessarily have to get them here. Definitely find them though as we're leveling up in here though. Ah, fuck. Freak. Freak. Drink my potion. It's very bad. Oh, it's gone. Yeah, you don't have to switch to wind. You can stay fire all the way through. I'm gonna switch to wind, just to show you guys that transition and how it feels to farm stuff at that point with wind. Fire farms Andariel really well, right? So you can stick with fire 100% to farm Nightmare Andy. The transition works really well, actually, for that. Oh, wow. Well, we can get a high cold res belt if we upgrade that one. Got a Sanders gloves. What? Yeah, man, the MF is paying off. So much easier. Too bad we haven't found Sanders boots yet. That would be insanely big. But so much faster. He always talks about you. I think he loves you. Nothing wrong with that, right, Cormy? It's always good to be loved by people. And he always talks about you. I can't PM you for any specific instance. Sorry. It is better to have no MF for bases, but it's really easy to find the kinds of bases that you can find in cows to the point to where MF is just mostly useful. When you start farming hell cows, that's something I'll talk about later, but that's not really that important right now. But good question, Hammer Cheese. Yeah. Good question. Definitely looks like some of the better finds are actually in that first or second run there so far. But as you know with cows, it's always the same thing.
What do you need?
I'll keep FHR. I'm not going to put another FHR charm on at the moment though. More Ort runes. Definitely comfortably floating out Ort runes. You basically have a Thule. We just have to find Am rune. I think that's the only thing really missing. I would cube out 3 Orts for a Thule. That's a pretty easy trade. If you want to upgrade Arctic belt as well, you can potentially get a 40 cold res 4-slot belt, which would be pretty cool. Something you can definitely do here.
Impossible.
I'm a good fellow? How do you know? Could be the most evil person ever off stream, and you would never know. Now I'm not, but you know, just for clarification. You wouldn't know. All an act. You all an act.
Impossible.
Pretty terrible, but you know. Can't know for sure. Alright, so at this point, it's just repetition on the cow farm.
Good day.
Definitely be stopping by every cow level and every difficulty in this guide. As should come to no surprise to anyone. No! That's kind of nice. Rare bone one. I could. That's a pretty easy ticket to 25,000 typically. Wait, oh, that's right. My builders. Okay, fine. I'll just be careful where I click. Fanged helm. Crude mummified trophy. Look at them get barbecued. Moo! 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 Alright, where's the Cow King at? Too bad I didn't find a shell yet. I could use Rhyme Shield. Could have almost 100 MF while I'm doing this. With what we found, pretty good. Be back later, have fun, just got back and have stuff to do. Sounds good. Get him, Cormy! Get him! Get him. There we go. 1, 2, 7. 75. Okay, that one has no plus skills. As you can see, it's garbage. Ew, it doesn't even have faster run walk. Now that's kind of what you want. You want like MF res, but you want a lot more MF and a lot more res, and you want faster run walk, usually. Rare boots can be quite nice. That's definitely something you're always going to want to pick up. Rare boots, rare belts, rare gloves, Druid helms. Always going to help you out.
I can't carry anymore.
Alright, so... Sure. Does she pay rent? I got one question. I'll take it. Well, at least it doesn't smell, you know. Spends a while in the shower. It could be worse. Could be me. Forest strength, forest stamina, leather belt. What? What are you talking about? I'm not using one of those.
I can't.
You asking if you should use one of those? Oh, that would be perfect for a hustle. Look at that. 3-socketed F. That would be that'd be the ideal right there. But that's not very useful for an elemental druid, so if that's your approach, it's a little different. I'm definitely going the standard insight. I did mention that for the summon path, though. I always mention other build paths when I talk about Rags for Riches. Just in case you're wondering what you should do at this point, if you're going a different path than what I'm doing, because you just want to play it. It's all good. Oh, perfect. Sounds like a dream tenant. Let's go. Just got a modeled? Sweet! Modeled's actually worse than resistance rings most of the time, though. Like, right now it'd be worse than my rings. Cannot mana leech with without a physical attack. Life per kill works like a casted attack, so does mana per kill. But not that stat, man. Not that stat. Okay. Alright, so we're definitely getting pretty close here to our target. Normal cow farm. Probably won't be going on for too much longer here. You definitely see in Players 1 it takes so much longer to do all this. So like I said, if you're doing this on single player, definitely would have moved on by now a long time ago. But we do Rags for Riches in the most extreme conditions so that you guys can see that it's totally possible to just play alone on Battle.net and do it yourself. You don't need any help, don't need anything, don't even need player count. I know people like to whine about that a little bit. You're officially old. Why are you old? Your birthday? Happy birthday, man. Why do I have to be the one to end your suffering? Don't be a fool. You know, I don't remember that one actually. What the heck? Wow. You know, with all that enhanced defense, Arctic Furs can actually have an insane amount of defense on it. Kind of interesting. Okay, so we're level 28. We're gonna make our target level 30 on this. Their Ract is only level 19. Wow, that's really old, man.
Hello.
Okay. Experience Shrine. Let's find some elite packs. Cows are great for jewelry, bases, charms, runes. All those kinds of items, because all you really need for those are density. Player count would be amazing for those as well. So yeah, if you're on single player, definitely do it on a higher player count. Get boosted way faster. I'm a strong druid. Unless you find 2 goals, you know, you gotta have that ruby. You never know. Make Hodo. I almost died. Alright, got that crystal sword taken care of. Need some heavy damages. Oh, another turret. Got plenty of nephrons. I drink my water. World of Warcraft, huh? My brother's favorite game, man. He met his wife on there, you know. World of Warcraft was never the game for me, but I can never hate it, you know. It is what it is. It's a different game. All right, here we go. And we're almost 29. Now you can also level by doing bail runs, but bail runs aren't likely to give you as good of gear quite as quickly. Things like runes are definitely the thing that you can get that are easier. So you can definitely do bail runs. It's definitely another thing you can do, especially once you found the base. It's just that it's very unlikely you get some of the runes you're looking for, so typically leveling in cows is going to be a pretty solid strat, and it will often lead to... The P1 though, as you can see, it can be difficult to find things though. That's a unique item. I think that's the first unique item we've found. Are we rich yet? No, we're not, because that's just a Centurion, which is pretty trash. Alright, you won. Can be. Cows is definitely my go-to. Works every time. Okay. A chaotic beast. All right. Okay, so yeah, there's not a lot to talk about right now. That's okay. Pretty much just got a level left,
What do you need?
and then we'll push Nightmare. Yeah, see, that would have sold for a little bit more in Act 5. Did find a soul rune though, which is actually, I didn't even notice that. When did we pick that up? Wow, I just picked it up automatically, not even thinking. I think it's because I use these for crafting on my grail too. Wow, look at that. We found a soul. Yeah, that's pretty big. Soul rune is nice. Soul rune is very nice. So with that, we can actually make a lore if we want to. But we don't have an insane base for it. We'll hold off just in case you find a better base. Lore would be better than this in most scenarios, but this is giving us some nice res though. So we're gonna want to use the lore. Well, we can never choose our fates all the time, can we? There are fates we can choose, and there's other ones that just seem to happen. It's an interesting thing, isn't it? It's a wolf head.
I can't.
Probably garbage.
Impossible.
Yeah, killing Bale takes a while too, or at least killing Bale himself for items, so it's not necessarily an item farm anyway. You would get experience a bit faster though, but it just doesn't give you the combination of things as quickly to really push those riches as fast as possible. Safely and securely and as reliably as you can. Alright, so thoughts on the possibility of a shape-shifting druid? Well, it's like I said in this guide, it is the hardest spec to start on the druid. I personally don't recommend it. We'll need items typically to make that good. Yeah, elemental makes more sense, support makes more sense, summon makes more sense. Shapeshifting is pretty rough in the beginning. Like you gotta get those item breakpoints, and getting them is harder. You can definitely do it though. I would consider that a challenge run. Maybe I should do one of those runs sometime. I would do it. Sounds like fun. Yeah, just get a couple of like key items and then you can make a shape-shifting druid a lot easier. You're at least gonna need things like Unbending Will, I would say. You know, an Unbending Will like Colossus Blade or something. Before that point, it's just, I don't know, it's a big headache. It's a war staff that can have skills on it, but takes up 8 slots. I'll keep some other items instead so I don't have to constantly go back to town. Alright. That could be used for smoke, maybe. We'll see. It could be. It could be. Yeah, for sure, man. You can go support. If your plan is to go Druid, you should go support Druid in the beginning. So, you know, mostly focus on your Oak Sage, and then whatever damage you can get, you know, make sure you have Bear. That's pretty much all you gotta do. If you're starting the ladder as a... even pushing as a team, that's really what you want to do. A Shapeshift Druid from the very beginning when you're team pushing is a pretty useless spec, unfortunately. Unless you're doing a Shockwave, but see, Shockwave is also another support approach, right? It's actually a better support approach, and it's a very tanky one as well. So you can always go Shockwave to support, but you're talking about like melee moding it with the weak weapons. Probably not gonna work. Yeah, you can go Fire Druid in the beginning, absolutely. I mean, that's the way to do it. It's an ultra powerful build. Right, which means that it won't be a damage build. It'll still be a support build, though. It's just not a damage build anymore. It was able to do enough damage to stand on its own, which means now it won't. Now it's gonna be shit. It wasn't ever meant to be a build. It was meant to be a support skill, so I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Yeah, I think we got like 2 more runs to do here. You know, just the sorceress I like to make.
Greetings.
Well, I mean, you can do Shockwave support if you want. Technically, you'll be a shifter, you know. Technically. Nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with that technicality, right? Yeah, pretty much. You know, starting the Sork makes the most sense because then I can build into things that I want to play after the Sork, or I can upgrade the Sork. In this case, I'm probably not upgrading the Sork at all because I already built good Sorks in previous seasons. Probably just gonna go Assassin and more things fun like that. Yep, that's the idea. Plenty. Oh yeah, they're all gonna be much better this season. Trap Assassin is looking really strong. So is Martial Sin. They're all looking like really strong builds.
Good day.
Alright. Come on, man. Yeah, there's definitely a few things we'll have to do before we go to Nightmare, but we're getting pretty close now. Oh, Flawless Topaz. Nice. Definitely pick up those Flawless gems. Those are all going to come in handy later. You can start finding them in Act 5, so... And of course in the cow level, being the area level that it is. Much higher than the rest of the game. Not much higher than the rest of the game. Actually, there's areas in the game that are higher area level than cows, but... not important. You just pass through. Get the bail. If we had no Blood Fists, it'd be pretty sick.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, there's probably still some of that stuff. I mean, sure, the world of Diablo might be more professional now, but you know, it's still, its legacy lives on. Not even a game can completely escape its past. It knows. Should be pretty good on that front. F, I don't have any more potions. Get all the jewelry. Alright, so power farm from like 23 to 30 in here. That's pretty good. Player's 8, this would have been like 10 times faster, but that's what it is. The long slog up in here, man. Always a little bit of grinding to do in Diablo 2. Doesn't matter when and where. In the beginning. God. That hurt. I have not found an Amber yet. That's what I want to do. I'm lucky, I guess. Nora Thorn. That's interesting. No, you'll lose durability on your weapons. Kicking loses weapon durability, which I know is weird because it doesn't use weapon ED. I don't know, it's pretty complicated the way they made it. Non-intuitive is what I should say. Yeah, if only that worked. What's your take on Terror Zones? Worth farming? Yeah, absolutely. Depends on the Terror Zone, of course, though. Absolutely. Really good for leveling. You're gonna fix even some of the TC bugs, so you can find some really insane items from like some of the bosses as well. Crystal sword. Okay. Really close to leveling. Guess we need one more run, huh? Okay, one more run and then it's time to start moving on and we're gonna start talking about some other things that are very important. We're not rich yet. All we've done is progress the character to a good point.
You champion.
That's pretty hilarious. Why do you like ears so much? They're not that interesting. I mean, I have some ears. I don't know. Alright, so 326,000 gold. Looking better on that front. Not a ton of gold, but it's going to be good because you're going to need to use that gold for teleporting.
Hello.
And then everything else. Danger zones? They're not danger zones. Monsters are just a little bit higher level. Now, if they added extra modifiers, extra auras, more likelihood of damage auras, that kind of stuff to them, you know, then it'd be a danger zone. Yeah, Terror Zone's definitely worth farming. Not really for normal progression though. I honestly don't think you have to touch Terror Zones honestly in normal, but it depends on the Terror Zone. There's some that might be worth farming depending on your class and build. Too bad Cows is in a Terror Zone right now. He'd be getting a lot more experience. Actually, no, he wouldn't. I think the area level would actually be the same. Be trying to kill me, yo. Trying to kill me. What's up, Rendar? How you doing? Terror zones, always worth farming though, let's be real. I am overburdened. Can't carry anymore. Rare field plate. Be nice to get rock fleece. Mercenary might like that one. That's a great starting armor. Alright, so level 30 now. I'm just gonna finish out this run and then we're gonna go do Anya quests. And then we're gonna start pushing Nightmare. Now we don't have the res that we really want yet because we're not using Spirit yet. We don't have Runes, so we're probably gonna have to farm some Nightmare Countess. We have Soul Rune though, which is interesting. I really want that faster hit recovery too though. I'm gonna get wrecked with that Spirit, man. Sometimes you might already have Spirit by this point. But in my case we do not, so we leveled all the way to 30 but we still don't have it. So higher player count cows would have dropped it already for sure. Maybe they can still drop it. I mean, there's still some level left, but still. Found a solid amount of nice charms too. This is good stuff. Alright, so lots of Ral runes. You could craft a decent amount of caster amulets if we can get my hands on some amethysts. It's always a great thing to do. No, we're actually making a guide. It's Rags to Riches guide. So we're doing a starting with absolutely nothing and doing a guided playthrough that people of all levels can learn from and improve their gameplay and level up a druid and farm with it from scratch. Know what to do. No specific challenge. This is definitely not challenging for me today. However, we do like to do those. Oh, really? Two-socketed. Wrong skills. Dude, if I can just get my hands on a fissure one, that'd be sick, but I don't think we will. I am excited about the new season. The patch notes are looking wonderful. What's up, Rapture Noah? How you doing? What's up? Alright, so now once we get to about 30 in whatever player count, pushing Nightmare isn't too troublesome. And of course, if you do it farming cows, you should have a decent amount of good items as well. You may have found your Rune even at this point. I have not, but the good news is that Leaf is really solid. So we continue to push with Leaf. It just means it might be a little more dangerous. Might die a Nightmare. Get the Anya quest though, shouldn't be too bad. You got some pretty nice items with res at any rate. Can always increase our res in other ways as well. As you can see, we're still getting pretty good experience in here too, so you can definitely level far beyond 30. 30 is no hard limit. Fire Druid, you can definitely get Armageddon. Armageddon is pretty cool. That can help add to your damage as well. It's a very easy thing to cast, and it can just last for 44 seconds. Just use it and forget, you know? Pretty nice. I'll rebuy the Mercenary. You're looking at an Rune out here somewhere. Alright, so Frozen River. Should be like somewhere around here. Yeah, I had a feeling it might have been down there. This is a weird looking map here. It's okay. Been very good, Zillow, so you're ready to push, man? Putting together hardcore push teams. I am going to be pushing, man. Hardcore pushing and farming. Can still kill elite packs. As you can see in this area, we're leveling up pretty well. Firestorm OP. Alright, let's use Armageddon. Definitely don't have to get Armageddon, but I kind of like it. It's not very consistent damage, but it's nice. Alright, so you just gotta go to the end of this river here. All the way at the end. Just gotta follow it to the end. Now we're gonna continue on. Once we're in Nightmare, we can actually start finding some serious items, but it's obviously not the real fun's at, though. Obviously not. Have you heard about enchant bowsword? I mean, if you can get a demon machine, it's not very good without gear, Rapture. It's one of those builds that's good when you get gear. I know exactly what you're talking about, and yeah, it's gonna slap for sure. It's gonna be in my new enchant sorceress guide. I'm gonna rewrite the enchant sorceress guide for Maxwell here, and yeah. I have a new one. Now, to be fair, the enchant sorceress has a lot of things it can do. It's gonna have support builds and offensive builds. You can play with it. The dream builds will be separate, because dream is a different thing. You don't mainly rely on enchant with the dreams anyway. Enchant's like a side note on those builds. Alright. If we talk to Anya as well after saving her, she will give us a helm. A helm might be good. You know, that's not half bad, actually.
How may I be of
I don't
help?
think it's very good, so I probably wouldn't use it, but it's not bad. I don't think it's better than that, though. Alright, so our resistances are now maybe passable. Problem, though, is in Nightmare, they're going to be pretty bad. Is what it is, though. Alright, I guess I shouldn't bother making any of those things yet, though. Until... Yeah, I'm definitely going to need to hold on to this until I get Spirit, otherwise my res is going to be awful. Otherwise, I could use Lore right now, I could use Ancient's Pledge and Spirit, so that'd be the combo you can definitely go for at this point. We'll try to get it as soon as possible. Our Rune RNG hasn't been superb, however, we did find a Soul Rune, so that's nice. It does mean that if we find a 4-socketed base in Nightmare, we could also make Insight as well. Definitely working our way towards a lot of awesome things here. Alright, so what do we got here? I think this should be fine, honestly, then. Sell this stuff. Rebuy the mercenary. Maybe he will survive? I don't know.
Come back this way, have
I don't even know what that is, but yeah. Sounds like some kind of awesome program. What can I say? I wasn't much of a third-party program user. Never felt very fun to me, honestly. Cheating in video games feels like a hollow victory. But I guess for some, it must be interesting.
I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use.
At least to some degree. Okay. Yeah, he's gonna probably die in Nightmare, but we'll see. I guess we can socket the Spirit Sword for now. Then we'll make the Spirit in a bit. So there's a lot of really key rune words we're about to come up on here. If you're in hardcore, you might even want to consider continuing to farm until you get the AM in normal, because with this build, it can be pretty dangerous. We got the 4 sockets, GG. That's what you want, that's what I mean. You get 4 sockets from Larzek, but not from the items themselves and cows. Alright. Next stop, Nightmare. So that's pretty much all you have to do in normal. Those are all the strategies you can use in normal. Hope you guys learned a lot from that. And as you see, we started with nothing, so it's not like you need anything to get this done. Nothing at all. So in Nightmare, you can see our resistances aren't that great. This is what I mean by, you know, you could even just use Ancient's Pledge or whatever and like not use a weapon
Begins.
to survive in hardcore. Those res aren't that great. In hardcore, I recommend having like 50 plus res before entering a new difficulty. Once you start a Nightmare in Hell, because you will take a lot of damage. But anyway, it's the same routine at this point as it is in normal. You're going to want to put a TP by Den of Evil. Remember, we now have a teleport staff, which isn't really something we made much use of in cows, because I usually just get you killed in cows. That's just how it is. A lot of people disable their teleport hotkey even on a sorceress in cows. So, because if you accidentally use it, you teleport to the wrong pack. So as you can see, fire-resistant monsters, I got Volcano, I got Firestorm, I got Molten Boulder, I got Armageddon, I got Fissure, and I can use all these skills in tandem now, which is really cool. We get our Den of Evil quest though. Looks like we just leveled up. I'm gonna continue to level up Fissure though. Fissure is still our main source of damage. Well, that's definitely, I think, how a lot of people play games, man. It's really fun. Where's my Oak Sage? There it is. Level 1 Oak Sage. Nah, I make it still. And thank you so much, Rodan, for 14 months as a member of Xana's Attack Squad, the Ghost in the Machine. The Arcane Disciples. Chat, spam the Xana in the chat for them. No, you can do whatever you want now when you kill Andariel. They made the quest bug a permanent fixture of her loot table now. She just has... she still suffers pretty heavily in Players 1, but she has an improved loot table somewhat. Which makes sense. She probably should have an improved loot table. It's already hard enough for her to compete with Mephisto. Doesn't really change the game at all, because people were doing it anyway. Now you just don't have to know some secret trick to do it. Alright, so as you can see, our damage is still really solid in Nightmare. We're gonna be going fire for quite a while longer here. Checking certain bases, like a mask for 3-socketed mask. It's a 2-socketed mask. That's not going to do anything. I've been pretty good about being thorough in the Den of Evil today. We haven't been leaving any monsters behind.
The order welcomes you.
Glad to see we're, you know, top-notch performance in the Den of Evil. Always a good stuff. Alright. Another plus skill. Alright, and now continue. With so much more power, it's going to go a lot faster than normal. I consider Nightmare an easier mode than normal, as long as you know, do everything in this guide. Nightmare is easier than normal overall. Dang, I should have had thawing potions on me. Okay. Is this the edge of the map, or is this the middle of the map? This looks like a middle. Okay, so that means we found the stony field. I give some reminders for map generation, but I went over a lot of the bulk of the map stuff in normal. It's not really going to repeat too much, you know. I'll give like a short reminder of how the map works in case you want to know. Remember, it works the same in every difficulty. Nightmare, you lose all resistance though, that's why the resistance went down. In hell, you lose even more all resistance. And this is why we need to stack more and more resistance. Resistance for survivability is the most important stat in the game, bar none. Only one that really truly matters in a lot of cases. Okay, so we're actually going the wrong way because we want to follow the path typically to find Dominiju. However, we could end up finding the waypoint over here. You never know. We're gonna want the waypoint so that we can go save Cain again. I almost said kill Cain, but yeah, save Cain. This is a life grand charm or a large charm. I'll put it on there. Gives me one more life. I'm gonna drop the other one though, because you don't want to stack your inventory with too many charms. It's gonna make it hard to pick up things this early in the game. Once you start min-maxing your character in late game, obviously you can fill up your entire inventory, but really don't like filling up the whole thing at this point. Nice, found the waypoint, so it's worth. Typically the waypoint is just wherever the heck it wants to be in here, so. You can see though, you know, we're surviving just fine even with subpar res, but we really want that spirit ASAP. Nightmare Countess will drop better runes than normal Countess. She can actually drop up to IO from her standard loot table. Which means in Players 1 she can drop the 3 runes up to IO, and those IOs can even be cubed into Lum, so... Very, very nice runes. You're not going to find Co from her though, at least not standard, so you can't make Hustle that easily. The Co rune is definitely a little bit harder to get than the Lum rune. You gotta get a little bit luckier. So while you can use it in the very beginning of the game, it's often not that good. So if you're doing P8 about now, you should probably be maybe even like almost like level 40 at the moment. You can definitely be like level 40. Not quite, maybe level 38 or something. Of course, you'd be a much higher level than that with the same amount of time spent. I meant more like this at this point in the game, not the progression. The game location. You can still just use Fissure with Impunity on any amount of monster density. And remember, this whole area here is pointing this way, so in general you're probably going to want to go in that direction. That will probably get you to that Dark Wood. We were pretty good about it in normal. Let's see if we're able to find it fast this time, and wow, that was a fast find because we did exactly what I said for how to read that map. In general, just keep going. These dudes are gonna hit pretty hard if we get hit, but the thing is, like, most of the time you just do so much damage it doesn't matter. If you have your res high player count, you'll get crushed and you won't die. Druid definitely has one of the easier leveling progressions, period. You just got so much power. And you can definitely make use of that player count to definitely exploit the player count.
Yes?
If you have it available. Attack rating, life tap. Okay. The kinds of stuff we're picking up is still the kind of stuff I've been talking about. Charms, jewels, jewelry. Higher tier body armors, and still items with plus skills. Same way all the way through. Extra focus on Druid helms, but not necessarily just Druid helms. And of course that includes white items with plus skills. Damage items with plus skills can still sell for a lot. Alright, so we found the Dark Wood waypoint, and we found the tree really fast there. Saving Kane won't be much of a problem. And notice that I could use my teleport staff to go a bit faster. It's very expensive, so don't do that too often. Mostly you just use it to go over walls. You can read the scroll if you want to know what order to click these in, by the way. Never do though. The game doesn't punish you for clicking them in the wrong order. I always thought you should just be electrocuted and get one shot if you click them in the wrong order. But you know, it'd be kind of a weird thing to have in Diablo 2. It doesn't really fit the game, but it's probably why they opted not to do something like that. I'm sure they considered it though. Like, well, what's the point to having the scroll and reading the scroll if you don't have to read it? Just click them in whatever order you want, and then eventually you'll get the right. So as you can see, Armageddon Volcano
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this
all do
fight.
physical damage. So you see how he's physical immune? Just make sure to use those abilities to deal with the fire, or sorry, see how he's fire immune? Use those abilities to deal with fire immune monsters. That's all you really have to do. You can kill fire immunes. You can also skip them. Pick up Paladin shields and trade them, of course. At this point, we're a nightmare, so you know you can start finding some pretty nice items now. There's our free ring from Kane. Let's see if it's any good. Like I said, I like to get the free rings. It might be the same. I don't know. Maybe not. Oh, that is a gross ring, though. No res whatsoever to speak of. No FCR for a wind transition. Nothing. That is a shame. A crying shame. You've been granted the skill blind item. Oh yeah, that's right. Alright, so we're just going to continue along the path to our next power farm, the Nightmare Countess power farm. There's definitely some really good runes that we can get from Nightmare Countess. Io runes to cube up into Lum on this build, so we can make Smoke and Nephilim, which is an amazing armor for pushing Hell. There's also Am, which is the one for Spirit. We can get another Am for the Mercenary temporarily. Nightmare Countess drops a lot of tasty runes. Spirit runes. Not drop Co-Rune though, so be aware of that. If you're trying to farm for Hustle, Co-Rune is not, unless you farm 9 IO runes for Nightmare Countess, which will take a pretty long time. You will not want to be farming Hustle here. Your best shot for Hustle is probably Nightmare Cows. That's typically where I find my Co-Runes, or of course your Nightmare Hellforge. That is pretty much it. These have a lot of fire resistance. You're picking up items of soul. Notice though, the good thing about Leaf is that if you're a fire build, you really don't have to like, it's not as important to get Spirit ASAP. I am going, that is a gem shrine, so if you have a flawless amethyst anywhere on you at all, I'd recommend turning that into a perfect amethyst so you can make some caster amulets. That'll be very important on this build. Heck, you could even get them with plus skills to your character. It's not likely with just a couple of crafts, but I've seen some pretty good RNG before. Perfect amethyst, there we go. You can also use them on topazes if you're looking to get MF gems to put in random helmets ASAP to start farming things like Nightmare Andariel, which we'll be getting to shortly. We'll start talking about some of these farms here that are very good on a Druid. Let's It's mostly the same farms that are good on every character. However, you know, how to farm them and watching it being done definitely can give you more confidence in the process. Oh, dude, I don't know why it wasn't a TZ to begin with. I think that was really strange. Glad to see that change, though. Yeah, like this. Yeah, exactly, Dilopov. Exactly. You just get electrocuted, you know?
This tower was abandoned.
It's like, wow! Mario. Wow! It just wows it. Alright, so, question. Did we find the Black Marsh waypoint? That is important. We did not. We need to find that. It does not appear like we did. Be sure to find the waypoint before starting to do Countess runs. Oh look, it's right next to it. That'd be perfect for single player. Damn. Fortunately though, we are in the trenches. Hey Lucky Lou, thank you so much, man. Dilopov getting Xanafied against their will. Meet a member of Xana's attack squad that goes to the machine, the Arcan Disciples. Chat, be on the side of Xana in the chat forum. It's no fun though. If you can click them, what's gonna kill you? Static field won't kill you. I guess that's. I guess I could do it just for effect, huh? You just get static fielded every time. You screw up the order. Might. Spectral hit. Ouch. Yeah, when her res is bad, spectral hit is kind of rough because it does a bit of cold fire and lightning damage. It also gives the monster a bit of each resistance as well. That hurts. Extra fast teleportation.
I can't carry anymore.
So we have the waypoint. Navigating the tower the same as we did before. You'll notice in Nightmare the tower is bigger. Ooh, mercenary item. Mercenary item. That's a mercenary item. I don't know if we want to use it yet. I think we need more res though. And we just found Twitch Throw. That's pretty cool. Anyway. What we're gonna want to do. Notice how it's still the same. So this area is pointing this way. You want to go west or to the left. Just because it's bigger doesn't mean it's not the same. It's still a left or west facing tile. Relative to where the entrance is facing, it's over here. Of course it is. Because it has to be. Oh, you're talking about werewolves? You know, they've thought about it, I think. I don't know. I don't know if they actually want that though. I really think developers tend to value game identity more than the actual players do for the most part. I like it, don't get me wrong, but I think the players prefer to just have everything balanced. Just be able to play everything. I don't care if something is unique, you know. Shale F. Well, there you have it. There is a Shale Rune. Shale Rune is a very good rune. It can help us make rhyme. It can also help us make treachery. Some pretty big rune words that require shale. You can also upgrade belts and things like that with it, so it's a pretty useful rune. Nice. Alright, you gotta really be careful of archers though, especially when you're this squishy. I feel like this 1-point Oak Sage though is doing work for sure. You're always free to put more points into Oak Sage, especially if it's players 1, because you already do plenty of damage. But I like doing as much damage as possible. Oh wait, we still have our... Okay, we have the Wurzleg for Nightmare Cows. Very good. Which can only go in the personal stash. Of course. Always forget about that. No, I've never played Project Diablo 2 ever. Chat, have I ever played Project Diablo 2? I've never played that. Oh man. Only every season, you know. That's okay. You're new to the channel, I think. I'll give it to you. Take it, baby. Oh man.
Thanks.
Oak Sage is giving us an extra buffer though. I like buffers. Keep putting stat points into Vitality, by the way. Fissure's maxed out now, so you can actually, there's actually some very interesting things you can do if you want to.
I can't carry you.
When I continue to increase your single target damage, you can. I'll also start leveling Volcano if you want. I think Firestorm is insanely strong though against bosses though, so I personally like Firestorm. We're gonna continue with that. Teleport it over the wall. That's how you use the teleport staff. That's pretty much it. And swap back to your main hand. Don't get confused. There's two different staves. Wow. Holy crap. That's insane. Well, I'll tell you one thing. The mercenary would like that. Dang, man. It's got some minimum damage. 2 lightning skills with 17 all res though. Guess for a lightning sorceress start, that'd be pretty sick. So that's why imbuing circlets is good. Look what kind of stats circlets can get.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken
Massively improved my Merc's survivability there as well with 7 more all res. Need buff timers for Armageddon. So, by the way, we still have pretty crappy boots. However, very soon, there's going to be a lot of ways to get better boots. If you're not satisfied with how powerful you are, don't worry. There's a lot of easy ways to get more powerful. Smug Savage! Thanks so much for the follow. Welcome to Cole's Andrews Day. I definitely think faster run walk is even more important than a druid than other characters because you just don't have any movement speed buffs and it really hurts when you don't have it. I like that stat. That's a pretty cool drum. That's nice. Very good for the mercenary there. It's a lot of all resistance. Or F. That doesn't really help us much on the rune front. I think we got plenty of words, honestly, but sure. At this point, we're just gonna farm Nightmare Countess for runes for a bit. This should come as to no surprise.
Greetings.
8 life smulchern. Well, there you have it. There's something that helps a little bit. 400 base health now.
Good day.
We're leveling, we're getting stronger. That Amrune's been really stubborn, but I do know in Players 1 sometimes it's a lot. It's just so much harder to find things. Like runes. Like, runes suffer a lot for only having P1. That's why Countess is often your best friend. Because she likes Players 1. Oh, look at that. Well, you know, if we're willing to... Interesting, okay. Look at that! 2 to fissure helmet. That could be kind of nice. Unfortunately, though, our helm is the only thing holding up our res right now, so probably not at the moment. If it had 2 sockets, though, that'd make a really good lure. Too bad we don't have it. If this helm had Tornado instead of Twister, I'd probably use this over lore, honestly. When I transition. Alright, so we have this one here. Hope you guys are all super hyped for Ladder Season 3. Type exclamation signups. You can sign up for a hardcore or softcore team. Give me that information via Discord. Make sure you do so today or tomorrow. Probably not going to be well, I will be streaming into tomorrow, but I probably won't stream after that. So on Monday you'll get the team announcements, and I will be streaming. And you guys got to make sure get those in before that. Otherwise, you're going to be just put wherever. You know, it might not be as good of an experience for you. I want to make sure you guys have as good of an experience as possible. So I'm setting Monday as the deadline because Thursday is the ladder reset. ASAP! I'm also pretty busy Wednesday and Tuesday as well. I'll probably be taking both of those days off of streaming. I'll be streaming on Monday to announce the teams, and then I'll be contacting captains via Discord, and then it'll be reset on Thursday. Of course, I'll be here when the reset happens at 5 p.m. PT, no problem. And then we're going to be going hard. Wednesday, Tuesday, though, I gotta tie up any loose ends and some other guides and some other stuff that I want to get done before the reset. And then I'll see you guys there. Monday we'll be streaming, probably be doing crafting and some paladin farming on the Grail. And that'll be it. Hope you guys are all freaking hyped, though. I know I'm hyped for sure. What's up, Blue Keck? I'm a legend. Sweet. You a legend. Yeah, so once again, this stream will be lasting into tomorrow, technically. And then the stream on Monday will be announcing the teams. It'll be, the command will be exclamation teams if you want to check it beforehand. It should be done before that. Once we have everyone sign up, we can put everyone on the best teams possible. That's what they're trying to do. Hopefully we all have a good ladder. A lot of sick stuff to try this ladder. I feel like the game's getting better every patch. I feel like the devs are listening to some people this time. I know there's always complainers, there's always something people think they should do, but including myself, but you know how it is. Alright, so one thing to do to make this farm faster is just remember you have that teleport staff. You can always just teleport over the wall here. And since she's fire enchanted, Volcano, Armageddon, and Molten Boulder hit her really hard. So yeah, good stuff for sure. Now remember, Firestorm is a Fissure synergy, so right now our Firestorm and Fissure are our strongest abilities. But notice even at level 1, these Volcano and whatnot are doing a sizable amount of physical damage. It's really good. Another Ort rune. the most impactful rune, but okay. Yeah, we're really struggling to get that spirit going.
Greetings.
I might actually find so many orts that I can make an am. It's, that seems to be where we're going at the moment. Like an ort from ams? That's unheard of. And yet we can, because we have the chip gems to do it. There is, but you can be banned for using external trade sites on PD2, so let's keep that in mind. The PD2 moderators catch you, and you know sometimes they do some undercover work. You know, they find your ass, your account's gone. It's a goner, man. Well, I just realized this also has 1-2 tornado. This we could try. It'll get 3 sockets most likely before that, but we can try roll socketing it. There's a recipe for that. I don't know if it would work. Probably failed, but
I can't carry anymore.
always use strong. Yeah, they have their own trade site, that's the thing. They have their own trade site. They have Discord trading still. They might just get rid of Discord trading next season, which is fine. Especially if they upgrade the trade site, you know. P2 is a lot of fun for sure. It's my favorite mod of Diablo 2. They do a good job, you know. So in general, I want to go left, so we're trying to go west over here. The whole map is pushing us east, though, which means it's probably at the top or way below us. You'll see, though, doing all this Countess farming, we're leveling up pretty fast as well, so this is going to level us up faster than normal cows at this point as well. And we can always teleport over the wall. That's what we got that teleport staff for. Just remember, it's expensive to repair it, so don't overuse it. And if you do boss farming, you're probably going to have to use it a lot, so you're going to have to constantly sell the boss drops just to, you know. Yeah, PD2 is pretty awesome, man, for sure. This is definitely not the peak of any PD2 season, but Shale am. Well, there's the am rune shot. Not just one of them, but 2 of them. Alright, well, that's good. Now we'll be in a bit of a better position now. We also have another shale rune, which means I can actually... I think a res would be pretty decent if I wore Rhyme, so I might wear Rhyme instead of Ancient's Pledge so I can have more MF through Nightmare. It'll also give us Cannot Be Frozen, which... I don't know about you, but I'm not a huge fan of being frozen. Alright, so what we're going to do now is we're going to make some rune words. Shale F. So this one gives us Cannot Be Frozen, 25 all res. Don't really need to take advantage of the block. Spirit. Yeah, Spirit Sword, yes. We can make Spirit Sword now. The other Shale rune can actually be used on Treachery, so I was kind of waiting for that. So Cannot Be Frozen is nice because I don't have to worry about using thawing potions or getting frozen. I kind of like that. I prefer that sometimes. On hardcore, I typically just stick with Ancient's Pledge because I need as much res as possible. If you're just playing softcore though, like most people that are watching this guide probably do, you can just do it that way. Alright, so what is it gonna roll, chat? Tau. Oh yeah, we need to make the Thule. I actually haven't found a Thule. I found 60,000 Ort runes. That works too, but to be fair, I have to make the Thule. Tau, Thule, Ort. What is it gonna roll, chat? What is it gonna roll? Also, let me see. Do I have? I guess I can make Ort Soul for now. I don't know if I want to yet, though. I might want to prioritize Insight. If I don't get a Soul Rune, I might not make it. Because I kind of like having higher res. Yeah, that res is going to be a lot better. I mean, it'd make my lightning res fine, but I could definitely go lore at this point as well, too, which is very solid. I want to wait on that, though. I don't have another Soul Rune at the moment. I only have one. And Insight is really nice, and I'll probably find one pretty soon at base for it. Insight will have nice mana regen. It also means the Merc will get a pretty decent weapon. Alright, so FCR will be more important once we switch to Wind Druid, but right now the FCR role is almost inconsequential. Yeah, PD2 is very active for about 3 weeks to a month, and then after that it kind of dies out. But that's how every ladder reset goes. Alright, here we go. 27. It's not ideal, per se. But, okay. We should still be able to hit the 68 FCR breakpoint without too much problems with that. I think if we got 8 FCR higher, though, it would only take 1 ring instead of 2 to do that, though. It's alright. 99 FCR breakpoint would be nice as well. But at any rate, FCR isn't super important at the moment. Mostly just getting out this. But it's pretty nice. 106 mana. 2 skills. Also got Cannot Be Frozen. We got res on the shield.
The Order welcomes you.
Looks like we actually lost cold res, but that's because that is one thing Leaf actually does have. Alright, 25. 27 would be pretty tragic on a sorceress. You need 28. Good news though is we're not a sorceress, so it's not quite as tragic, and we have some FCR rings to get us up to the next breakpoint if we want to use it. Alright, so we got our spirit, got our rhyme. You can see these strategies to get these items. It's pretty much the same thing in every Rags to Riches guide. You really like the Druid though, and you're watching this though, I mean you wouldn't know that. That's why I always go over it again in every guide. Because I know some people just don't care for certain classes. They really just want a certain class and want to know what to do on it. So that's how it is. Alright, let's continue to farm Countess though. Definitely finding some of the more essential runes. There's definitely more runes she can drop though. We can get some Io runes, or that'd be kind of nice as well. Not gonna farm her forever though. You'll notice though the actual cast animations will be a bit smoother once we get FCR though. Depending on the fire abilities. Picking up those rejuves. The sooner you kill him. One good thing about Armageddon is Armageddon gets damage as well from Firestorm, so we're also leveling Armageddon right now as well. We're boosting its power by leveling up Firestorm. Also, how much MF do we have? 93. So that's solid stuff right now. It's kind of around where you kind of want to be at if you're putting all the MF gear on that you find. I remember about 100 MF is pretty huge. That first 100 MF, first 50 MF even more so, just really, really impactful. Which means that it's going to make it a lot easier for you to start finding stuff and getting rich as fast as possible. This is a rags to riches after all, so always got to harken back to the goal here. The goal isn't to kill Hell, Bale, and rags to riches. The goal is to get rich. Whatever character you want. You already have an assassin guide. People asked that earlier. Exclamation R2R sin in the chat. Or on my YouTube you can find it. What level are we at now? We are 34. And we're farming the Countess. Doing Nightmare Countess farming. Definitely one of the more important farms. One thing to note is that these Nightmare Countess runes on the very first day of ladder, they trade pretty well. But getting 2 AMs and a shale, you could trade that for quite a bit. So like, just being able to do this is pretty nice, but obviously, if you really want those big riches ASAP, you gotta keep pushing. That's, you know, that's what we're gonna do. Nightmare Countess is not bad though. People need those runes. Everyone's trying to make things like insights and spirits and hustles and everything else, so these initial runes are pretty big. You know, on day one, you know, some people they struggle to get them. They don't want to bother farming them. Maybe they're in a push group and they don't want to bother farming any of them. Let's go get them. February 16th. Damn, I 100%ed the Black Marsh this time. Not my favorite thing to do. To the left, to the left. Just gotta sing that in your head when you're farming the Countess. To the left, to the left. Okay. If I get another soul rune, then I'll probably make a lore for sure, for the time being. But right now, this Tri-Res Helm is actually kind of nice, and a lore just gives you +1 to all skills, which is pretty solid. I mean, Spirit gives you everything. I mean, all these stats are just insane on virtually every build. Can't really go wrong with the Spirit. But everyone probably knows that. How is the Rags to Riches guide going? It's going as you might expect. You know, about on pace as to what I would expect for all the things that I explain in the guide. It takes a long time to explain everything, so we ended up going very slow, but it's on pace for, like, you know, about as fast as any of these guides go, honestly. You know, as long as you get decent RNG here and there, you'll usually have a decent run here. That vitality from the Spirit Sword is helping us out a lot now. Just a lot tankier. And there you go, another soul rune. Alright, well. There's another if. Remember to keep picking up all the runes. Don't stop picking up the runes. Don't think you're too good for any of the runes. You're probably going to need them later. Your friends could use them even if you can. I promise you. People always need runes, man. Leaving them on the ground is a tragedy. Alright, so we're level 35. I'd say you can get up to like level 40 farming Nightmare Countess pretty comfortably. You usually don't want to go that far though. So we got Or's Soul now. Considering what we have currently, I'm just gonna make a lore in one of our circlets here. Lore is just a quintessential item for any character, but it's sold on this character, also giving us additional mana and damage reduction. Giving us some light res as well, giving us more light res than this has, but that means our light res is about to be pretty sick, but the rest of our res is about to be bad. Good thing we have cannot be frozen, right? Because our cold res is actually a bit in the negative. If you wanted more res, though, once again, use Ancient's Pledge. Ancient's Pledge will give you more res at this stage. I can continue using this too. Looks like it's giving us more res overall. No, now we have Spirit, by the way. We have a really high faster hit recovery breakpoint, so with just one FHR charm, I believe we hit pretty much as high as you can get. So you don't have to worry about hit recovery anymore. It's pretty solid. Another reason why Spirit will outdo Leaf for sure at this point. We're tankier, got better FHR, got way better mana. And then once we get Insight, we practically don't need mana potions anymore, which can leave more room for loot and farming. But we don't have a base for Insight yet. I used my socket quest on the Spirit Sword. We might find one on the ground. Definitely take a look at the pole arms and Nightmare because they can roll 4 sockets native, unlike cows. No base for one yet. I do have the capability to make an Insight with the runes though, so the runes make it possible. 800 fissure damage. Like I said, you do high player count. High player count though is pretty sketch without Spirit, so I get Spirit first. Playing hardcore here. I haven't died yet in this run, but you know, we've gotten close a few times. I've been a little reckless. Point is to push fast, right? That's a white partisan. Interesting. Probably not gonna want that though. That's gonna get 5 sockets in Nightmare, so if you Larzak that. So even though it's better than the polearm we have, not much of a point to using that unless you plan to make Obedience. I wouldn't say Obedience is the best thing you could do, so it's okay. I don't even know what bother with this. You can definitely skip these mobs if you want. Countess is highly fire resistant. But we don't skip her, it's fine. We can kill her. Plenty of damage. Only D2R? What do you mean only D2R? What do you want me to play? What am I not playing that you want me to play? I've never been a variety streamer. I've done a couple of streams of not Diablo 2. I'm open to variety streaming in the future, you know, but I don't really think it's necessarily, I don't know. I don't mind just smashing Diablo 2. That's what they want. They want Hogwarts Legacy. Man. Well, not right now. Maybe some point. I do variety Diablo 2 streaming. That's absolutely the case. Every type of Diablo 2, every type of character, every type of anything. But we're not a variety streamers, strictly speaking. No way. Shoot a volcano. Volcano is definitely not the Giga Chad skill, but it definitely raised supportive skill, especially against the Countess. Really nice. Using that combination of Firestorm, Fissure. Use all this, just chain the skills together. If you guys don't remember in patch 2.4 they removed global cooldowns. It's the biggest buff to this build ever, and it just makes it feel so much better. So Diablo 2 Hogwarts. Are some of you guys playing that game, or are you just watching it? There's always a new game out, you know, there's always something out, man. Hogwarts Legacy. No! Oh, I see. He's dying to the archer. No, she does not like Volcano. She dies to it pretty fast. Go figure. Alright. Yeah, that's right, it doesn't work like single player. I have to click the button.
Good day.
Unfortunate, right? Level 36. Alright, keeping those Jews. Nothing special going on there. Now our boots are still plain 10 faster run walk boots. It's kind of lame. If you wanted to, you could just try to farm like Geed or something real quick to get better ones. 22 enhanced damage. Well, I can't even use it. I'm not even a high enough level to use it.
Yes?
That's how you know that we're not over leveled, you know, when you can't use some of the gear that you pick up. It's a good indicator. I could check Charcy and Geed here. So once you get to Nightmare, you can definitely get way better boots pretty easily. Hopefully we can, because I like running faster. Of course, you don't necessarily need to upgrade anything like that until you get to Hell. So before Hell, you can do a nice little pre-farm. We'll show that for sure. See, that's the thing, you know, I'm not much of a flavor of the month person. I'll play something, you know, if I want to, but for the most part, you know, I realize that I know one game really well, you know. I know a couple games decently well, and I know this game very well. I don't know how many people would actually want to watch me just play, like, random flavor of the month games every time, you know, it's like, I don't know those games. I struggle. I don't know how entertaining I'd be in those situations. Maybe I would, I don't know. I know. Maybe y'all know Diablo 4 decently well as well. I don't know. I don't know if I care enough to get that deep into it. We'll have to find out. See how we're feeling, man. See how it feels. Merc Ware, what are the chances of Barb rags to riches before ladder start? 0, unfortunately. I have too many other Maxwell guides that are more priority to finish, but those Maxwell guides are good quality, which means you guys are going to have some good stuff. So that you guys will know what to do, what to make in this new ladder. It's going to be good. There will be a rags to riches barbarian almost certainly before Diablo 4 though. We're gonna get that done for sure. Love to make that for you guys. Build. Defense is trash. Remember we talked about that in the beginning. Alright, so honestly, what I might do at this point is I might farm the Countess like maybe like 10 more times.
Order welcomes you.
And then we're gonna move on no matter what. I don't necessarily need to farm her anymore because I do have, I have the basic rune words. I have the ability to make insight. I have spirit. It'd be nice to get runes leading up to smoke, but there's other ways we can find those runes as well, and other places we can find them. And if worst comes to worst, we can always go back to farming Nightmare Countess later on. Only so much Nightmare Countess, though, that one typically wants to do. We'll farm her like 10 more times, see what we get. See if we can need some of these runes here. And then we're going to continue on. To the next major farm that you can do to get rich, which we will do a few times, though we won't do a ton of times. Nightmare Andariel, which on a fire druid is a great choice. She hates fire, and she will die very fast. It's a very fast kill. The only hard part is getting to her, but you know, that's what the teleport staff is for. And the stat magic fund. It's good stuff every time. Yeah, Rags to Riches Barb.
I can already tell that I'll
I
be
can
your
already
best
tell you.
friend in this forsaken camp.
Is going to be the longest Rags to Riches, no matter what. Well, there you go. You can make insight. GG. Which means we're not going to need that. Well, actually, we'll need that for something else. Alright, Ral. Sure. I know I have Tal runes. If I don't, I can make them with Ith runes. I haven't found that many Tals, to be fair. Alter Tal Soul. Where's the other soul rune? There it is. Good damage on it. Whatever meditation. Not one critical strike. I'll take it.
I'll put that to good use.
Alright, so now the mercenary also has insight. Alright. So that's what I meant by needing to keep that on hand, because if you pick up pole arms and nightmare, you might find one with 4 sockets. Didn't you hear me just say that? And there it happens. It drops. Best to prepare for it. And now, honestly,
Good day.
might need like a couple of mana potions, but we really don't need that many mana potions anymore. Don't need any thawing potions. Everything's gonna go a lot more smoothly now. Alright, yeah, we got it, baby. Alright, so insight, lore, stealth, spirit, rhyme, or ancient's pledge. It's pretty much what it should look like before you leave early nightmare. And then you have some pretty nice gear to start farming stuff with. Oh, that's a 2-socketed one. Could be used for lore, but it's feral rage. It's not the right skill. I know. And then you hear that aura go on, and it's like, oh yeah. Alright, the mercenary now is actually going to do some damage, which means the Countess should go down faster as well. If we can ever find the freaking Forgotten Tower. Dude, I've been getting some really stupid RNG with this lately. What's going on? It's supposed to be on the edge of the map. Does like to be next to the house sometimes. Could be over there. Just barely missed it by a tile. Unfortunate. Hucky, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cult of Zane Anderson. Alright, so That's what we were prepping for, once again. Yeah, all the Nightmare Countess quote-unquote required farming is done. I do want to see if we can get some of those eye runes off of her, though. Otherwise, it's gonna be rough. You can definitely keep more strength GCs if you want. They take up a lot of space, though. You don't get a lot of life per vitality points, only 2 on a druid, so... it's not the most essential thing in the world. You can check bows as well for 4 sockets in Nightmare as well. That's got 3 sockets. You can check helms for 3 sockets. Definitely gonna want some perfect topaz helms. You can get harmony as well, which could be kind of nice for certain farms. What the? Where is it? Could be over there still, I guess. What the heck? I've never seen this. Yeah, it's gotta be there, right? Oh my god, of course. Well, I wouldn't have found the insight base if I went straight there, so we'll chalk that up as a draw. Holy moly. It's times like these that I wish I didn't make these rags for vicious guides on Parliament. I mean, it's an accurate portrayal, to say. So notice not being able to be frozen is really nice. The only thing we're kind of missing now is faster windwalk. And then of course we're going to want more res later. Frostburn gauntlets? Hey, I'm going to trade that to a sorceress. Remember, we still have about 100 magic fund. Could find Viper Magi as well. Now, that'd be pretty insane then. Insight's always nice, right? Yeah, the mana regeneration is pretty big on Insight. You just want plus skills, you're gonna want FCR. Res. Cannot be frozen's nice. It's not necessary, but it's nice. And then at this stage in the game, you're definitely going to want to start stacking up your MF, especially if you plan to start farming for riches in Nightmare, or just for starting to push to hell. You have more odds of getting gear and gold and everything else that you're going to want. Things that you can sell for gold, I should say. And remember, Magic Find does not influence rune drops. Something I try to mention in every Rags to Riches guide. That is totally random. The only thing is players count and just killing monsters, lots of monsters. Mercenary is definitely crushing the Countess now, no problem. Alright, let's continue to farm her. She's being a little stubborn with the ultra high runes she can drop in her table. If I was a barbarian right now, this would be a long farm. Barbarian needs those IO runes. It's not an optional thing. Yeah.
What you need?
That's all I gotta say on that matter. We'll keep some of these more interesting finds to show at the end here. Is that poison length reduction too? Damn, that's a pretty nice armor. Even without smoke on the mercenary, it's got some pretty good stuff there. Really just trying to get res and defense on the mercenary and some weapon damage. And typically he'll be just fine. Especially with that 1 point Oak Sage, the mercenary doesn't die nearly as easily. It's definitely one of the advantages of bothering with it. Can you just gamble for gear and nightmare or not worth it? Typically you need gold more so for teleport charges. And teleport charges will get you to those really nice bosses to farm. So typically no, it's just better to farm the bosses with the teleport charges than use the gold. But vendor farming is a thing, and of course we will definitely be explaining that before we go to hell. The Nightmare and Normal portion of like every Rags to Riches guide is very similar. It's once you get to hell that there starts to be some deviations because it kind of depends on your build, what strategies you want to go for. That's when you really start to see the build diverge in like two different strategies that are effective. Nightmare and Normal, the same strategies are effective on almost everything. It's just how you execute it, you know. And exactly what skills you're using to execute it. Remember, one of the advantages of starting a non-sorceress class, something I mentioned before, is that if you find sorceress gear, you can trade it, and sorceress gear is incredibly valuable. It's very expensive to trade for your own gear as a sorceress. So even though you can farm faster, one of the advantages of playing something like a druid or an assassin or anything is that you will find gear that the sorceresses will need, and then you can pretty much trade for your entire build potentially. You found like a single Towel's armor, for instance. Can make any pretty much everything except for Enigma. Once you get Enigma, of course, you know, it's a totally different deal. Get that sooner. We get that soon. Soon after, no problem. Alright, F rune. Alright, there's certain runes I think we have too many of. I do say to keep all the runes, but at some point you can kind of like, alright, I have this many of this rune and it cubes up into this rune. Like, how many of this rune do I really need? And then, you know, make a determination from there. But I ID all yellow items. I try to sell them if they're, especially if they're armor type items, for gold. Certain yellow items though, like boots, belts, and gloves, and circlets, and you know, things of that nature, are always good to ID though.
What can I do for you?
Can't go wrong.
Good day.
That is true. Yeah, I could probably use 2 stacks of juves now. It's another 10 faster run walk boots. God damn. He'd help me. No, you really can't. It's like I said, you know, you can farm the Countess and trade these runes for a lot in day 1. So this is technically like the first like Rags to Riches farms in some sense, but I consider it more of a progression farm. I would never just sit here and farm Countess all day because there's ways to get a lot more rich than that if you continue to push forward. You could do it though. Not hard to farm it. Sit there and farm Hell Countess too. Hell Countess is a bit more lucrative, but you can actually get some of those really nice runes. Still not what I would consider to be one of the very top farms, but you know. The Druid has so much versatility though, like once you get to Hell, like there's just so much stuff you can farm. No matter how many Ort runes they find, it's never enough. So on the mercenary at this point, you're gonna want a strength rune word or a insight. Strength is nice against bosses because he can leech, and he does crushing blows, so you can kill bosses even faster using that potentially. Strength is very nice. Is that strength rune word and powered up? Yeah, it's almost certainly going to be a two-part Rags to Riches Druid for sure. Do two parts tonight though. Do both parts tonight though. Ah, Hell Rune. Okay, well, that's actually making some progress in the right direction. Alright, still some more Countess we'll do. We'll do a little bit more here. We're starting to get too high of a level to even level, though, so that's not good. I want to continue to gain progress in levels. Oh, that's always nice when you find another one. Remember, those teleport charges cost money. A lot of money. Go to the left, to the left, to the left. Bottom of the volcano. Still picking up blue jewelry at this point for sure, because it can still be better than what we've got. Yes, the highest rune is Io, which means Lum is not super hard to get from Nightmare Countess if you're desperate for a Lum. However, Co is a whole nother. I have a feeling some people are going to try to farm Nightmare Countess for Hustle Runeward, and they're going to be very sad. They realize it takes 9 Io runes, which is her rarest drop, rune-wise. Meds to sleep didn't work? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Why can't you sleep? Ding-a-ling-a-ling-ling-ling! That was interesting. An MF ring. Okay, 14 MF. I'll put that on temporarily. Stacking MF at this point is really solid. I mean, it's gonna hurt my fire a bit. It's okay though. And an MF ring, sweet. All of our jewelry now has MF on it.
Good day.
Got another MF ring, sweet. Just another idiot. Another one. Where were the other ones? There we go, 20 faster runwalk boots. Alright, you know, that should hold me over until I do the hell farm, honestly. I can do 20 faster runwalk. I don't know about 10 faster runwalk, though. It's killing me on the Druid, man. It's killing me. Absolutely killing me. Okay. Super slow. Oh, I've been leveling up and not leveling up my skills. Okay. That's really funny. One might wonder if it's worth switching into an Act 5 mercenary. It can be. Once we go Wind, getting Decrepify would be pretty big, so if you could get your hands on a Limb and a Co. I actually wouldn't use it on Treachery on this build. I would use it to make Lawbringer. I've seen a 3-socketed base as well, which you could get pretty easily. Unfortunately, though, Lawbringer, I don't know. We'll see if we can get that in this Rags to Riches here. See if we can find the runes for that. It's gonna be a part 1, part 2 though, so that's fine. I can get as long as it needs to be. It'd be really cool to show off Lawbringer and Rags to Riches. Lawbringer is also really good for the summon approach as well. It's really weird is the only Am runes I've found was like 1 run and I found 2 in 1 run. Yeah, don't fear the fire, I mean, this build doesn't even need a Sunder Charm really. Obviously it'll help out with full gear, but you know, that's... You don't need this. You're never like hurting for a Sunder Charm. It's one of those luxuries. That Flame Rift Sunder. Shale. Definitely something. What's up, man? So as you guys can see, you know, you can get a lot of those upper runes. Hell was kind of nice. That was a good rune as well. Hell is only 1 below IO, so you'd have to have 9 Hell runes to make a Lum rune.
Hello.
That'd be an interesting way to actually achieve that. I don't think that's necessary, but sure. Oh, the Merc has max res now. Okay, almost. Max fire and light res. That's good. Yeah, both of you guys have trouble sleeping, right? Normally you should, I think you should just check right around the waypoint. I always just go around in a circle, but if you check like one side and then the other side, you might find it. It saves a lot of time in some situations. Alright, so we will, of course, be showing off a different approach soon here. I know you guys want to see the Wind Druid at some point, too. But the truth is there's a lot of different approaches we can show here. Try to show as many as we can. You took the pill and it didn't work? You're pregnant? Oh no. Sounds horrible. Just read it a different way. I was like, by the way, Maxwell will be updated right before the ladder, and the reason why is that that's when they're updating the patch, so they're taking forever to actually do it. So, once the ladder hits, you guys can use it. Everything. It's good stuff. If you want to see the drafts of my 2.6 tier list, type exclamation tier list. Soul Rune. Those are always handy for sure. Alright, I think we'll farm her like 3 more times. I think we're down to that point now, and then we're gonna move on. Start showing off other farms. You're in Nightmare. Items start to get a bit real in here. Tancred's Amulet, that's interesting. If we happen to find the Tancred's Boots, sorry, I can't talk. Tancred's Boots, you will, you can get 78 magic fine with that combo. That's actually really neat.
Yes.
These boots will hold us over, but we're gonna want better ones at some point. This means I have decent fast rune walk now. That's good, man. Sounds like a lot of people are having problems sleeping right now. Well, Rags to Riches Druid is a really long stream, so if you need it, man, I'm here tonight. And then, of course, they'll be here a lot during ladder reset. And on Monday, we're announcing teams, so sure to be in here for that. Fissure, notice how Fissure has been working for us ever since Act 1 normal. It's a pretty incredible ability. And it can take you all the way through hell to hell farming as well. We're going to do the standard transition there just to show you guys what that looks like, but yeah. Hell Soul. Well, that's always nice. Hell Soul is really good. Yeah, I definitely think it's, you know, it's always worth something to stock up a bunch of runes. Especially if, you know, you're looking for maybe smoke to come up soon. You can definitely get that from farming Nightmare Countess, but we can also find that anywhere later on as well. No, Rags to Riches, the whole idea is to show people, instead of how to like complete the game, it's just about how to show people how to get rich as fast as possible. And to show people the different farms you can do on each build that will achieve what you want it to achieve. Not necessarily to get the riches, but that being said, we do typically find cool items every run. And we've already found some pretty interesting things this run, so I wouldn't say anything insane yet, but Oh, Rune! At this gear level, you already have a lot of the foundation of what you'll need to get rich anyway. So, like, once you get to this point, it's about like showing, you know, how it works, showing off what's possible. Picking up a lot of runes by potions by habit, but honestly, you don't need that many potions anymore. As you can see, I can get to 40 pretty easily in here, but it's definitely slowed down a lot. I'm gonna do one more farm for now. I'm gonna call it good on this, and we're gonna go move on to the next farm.
Good to see you.
Gonna move on to the next farm. Okay. Yeah, we don't have to get rich, but I've actually had rags to riches runs where I found effectively very valuable items, and so, you know, it's at that point it pretty much just is rags to riches, as you can see. That's how it goes. If you're just trying to clear Hell Bale, the truth is you know, stacking magic find any kind of repetitive farming isn't really necessary. Just trying to complete the game, you know. The small charm, it is. I have a decent amount of health now. Wart Rune. Look how much value you can get from just 1 point Oak Sage. You put 1 point of Oak Sage as well, and then all these plus skills as well that you get boosted a lot, and just continues to get stronger. 45% max life, and then you can just keep pumping damage. So much value. It's really insane. I mean, I don't think you necessarily always need it, but before we enter Hell, though, the plan is to have a Grizzly Bear, so I think I'm going to get 1 point Grizzly when I do the first respec. Don't really need it yet, though. Not necessary. Extra wasted ones. And everyone's trying to take pills to go to sleep. You're not the only one. Everyone's in my chat's like, you guys thinking too much, huh? I can tell you from first-hand experience, it's a dangerous thing. Alright, wow, rare antlers. That could be. Oh my goodness, no way. Well, Rags to Riches run, already got our riches now, baby. Except, these are riches that you use on the character itself. Okay, I'm going AFK for a second. Alright, so when we transition to Tornado, we have a NATO helm. And we actually have this for right now because we'll only lose a little bit of a meth, but we'll get like a skill and we'll get a max light res and mana and the skill. Huh, interesting. Well, just goes to show you that Countess is a pretty good farm. Alright, be right back, chat. Be right back here in a second. Use the left hand. Holy crap. Wow, those are very nice items to find. Just goes to show you, though, in every Rags to Riches run, the common theme is I stack magic find. Remember, we had over 100 MF there. Now I have just below 100. And make sure to get as much MF as possible, so when I start these beginning farms, I'm finding rares, I'm finding sets, I'm finding uniques as much as possible. That's how these builds tend to get going very quickly. Don't need to do too much. It's my secret sauce for sure. It works every time, and then you get some pretty sick stuff. Almost all my Rags to Riches runs, we end up with some pretty sick items, and it's not because I'm a streamer, it's because you can do it yourself. That's crazy though. Light res is looking nice. Alright, anyway, we'll be right back. That's wild, man. 2 insanely good items there, including a sick looking antlers too. Everyone's gonna be asking what those antlers are. Looks like Wind Druid's gonna be a great strat this run because we already got something for it. Sick. It's even got more light res too, so I don't lose that much off of lore. Can even put a socket in that thing. Oh man. MF City, man, this is gonna get crazy. Alright, be right back.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken
Alright,
camp.
so if you guys haven't seen, we now have +3 Tornado Helm that can get MF on it and even has res, life, and energy. And we also got this, I don't know, it's hard to get an amulet better than that when you're just starting out. It also allows us to potentially, because it has so much strength on it, it allows us to actually use some of these crazy 4-slot belts here. We could definitely add those into the mix. Desperately need cold res. I don't know if I want to give up all that. I could also just put on the one with life too. I think it's actually worth now because I have more strength. Dang, that's nuts. Alright, well, just like in every Rags to Riches run, we stack MF, we get rares, we get sets, we get uniques. Then all of a sudden we're not looking so weak anymore at some point. Got more lucky earlier. Rolled a 400 damage grief. Yeah, it's definitely insanely lucky. I've never done that. Never rolled a 400 damage grief in my life.
Yes?
Alright, so that's it for the Countess farm. Let's continue to push. Did I already do this one or no? Yeah. Okay. So at this point, we're running a little bit faster. Got some faster run walk boots from the Nightmare Vendors. Definitely can find something like Saris's boots by this point, or Sanders. I'm really surprised we haven't. I can actually make my health and my res a lot higher, but I'm prioritizing Magic Find right now. And that's good because we want to keep stacking items so we can push hell and so we can really start farming those really nice things ASAP. Mercenary does a lot more physical damage than I do. That's a good thing though. Alright, so this is a wow, my mana is so high now, like I don't think I need mana potions. Maybe even justify not going. See, that's the thing. If I get Lawbringer now, I'll actually have enough mana to not drain it super fast. That'd be kind of nice. Oh wait, why am I going into the dark wood? Oh dear. Went the wrong way. Okay. So what happens when I'm paying attention to other things? We gotta follow the other path. The other path! Do you think Trapsin will be better in any situation than Sorceress? Really high density clear. I honestly think Martial Sin is going to be a lot stronger than Trapsin. I think everyone's looking at the traps, but for a full build, Phoenix Strike and Claws of Thunder and whatnot is going to be stronger, I think.
I can't carry it.
You can pick that up to potentially sell. It's a claw. If it has a plus assassin skills, it'd be nice. Otherwise, the claws are pretty worthless. You gotta be careful. You always find some nice assassin claws to trade, though.
Evil flows from here.
Evil flows from here. Alright, so it's over to the right of the fountain. You go to the left.
Impossible.
Remember, we went over the maps in detail and normally. I can't believe that. What the heck? Literally 2 Druid rares from the same Countess drop. That's exactly what happened right there. That is wild. That's probably the sickest thing that's going to happen all Rags to Riches run. Well, we'll see. Maybe not. That might just be the beginning. Plus skill Druid items, though. Coming dime a dozen right now. So for our current setup, Laura's still better than that helm, but that won't be the case when we switch to wind. Wild stuff, man. Wild stuff.
No way. Mars can't hold a force of nature.
It's true. There's a lot of fire resistance in that one. Saigon's helm. Interesting. Okay. I don't really...
A spare weapon, some gold, a
Saigon
small
sets
gem
trade for
is all
reason.
I want in exchange for the equipment you'll need on whatever quest you might undertake. No, don't be shy.
Oh, thank you, man. Hope it all goes well, man. We'll have a good time no matter what, though, Labyrinthine. Thank you so much for 100 small gems. If you guys are still looking for a hardcore or softcore team, DM me the information by exclamation signups. I can put you guys on teams. Monday the teams are announced, which is not that long from now. Do before it's too late. Ladder's coming. It's running out. Hope we all have an excellent ladder though, softcore or hardcore. Interesting. So I tried to go straight ahead and it wasn't there, so it's just straight over here. Okay, we're going this direction now, so I gotta go straight ahead. I'm gonna try. What? Oh, what? Are you kidding me? Just got a Rune. Oh, I'd much rather have a Lum actually, but it's okay. Oh, that's crazy. Alright, well we could make Hustle. So if we were on the new patch and we had a 3-socket polearm, that Rune there allow us to make Hustle, which is something that I wouldn't mind making for either myself or my mercenary. We could also make a Hustle and a weapon, not an armor. If we find oh, sorry, not if we find anything, if we make a summon Druid. I know, isn't this starting to look really scripted? I know, isn't it crazy? Yeah, I have no cold res, man. And Spawn Foul Dog does a lot of cold damage. Those dual enchants hit really hard. He's cold enchanted. I know, it's starting to look scripted, man. No. Just like all my rags to riches, they're all scripted. Nobody actually gets gear like this. Well, what can I say? Follow my guides. Maybe you'll have similar success. You might do it. I don't remember. I was doing cow runs for Enigma though, so honestly, I think we finally found the full cow set. Like once we had Enigma in hand, I think it took a really long time to get the full cow set. I think we were missing the helm for a while. Maybe it was the boots actually. I'm getting Sanders boots. Alright, we ran out of teleport charges. There's multiple ways to repair those. We can use an Ort plus Chip Gem in the Haraja Cube, and we can repair it. We can also use Charcy. Everyone likes to use Charcy though, right? What's up, Rando? How you doing? Who's in your team for your push? Like I said, it will all be announced on Monday. You'll know what team you're on. Even if you're not on my team, I know you'll have a good time. But you probably know if you're on my team and you know who you are, so not everyone probably, but I think most people know at this point. Alright, so you see all this junk we've been picking up? I actually don't have a clue why I have that anymore. Can definitely drop some items here that we just don't need anymore. You're not doing it this time? Why not? Those are piddly MF items. Piddly. Alright, we're in Inner Cloister. Alright, let's finish Act 1. So once we get to Andariel, this is the next farm that's really going to start making a big difference. I would consider Nightherd Countess the very beginning of the Rags to Riches farms. Now, go to Nightmare Andariel. The Nightmare Andariel, we're gonna farm her like 5 times. I'll just show you guys how it's done. You want to stack as much MF as you possibly can get and just farm Nightmare Andariel. You can do it to start pushing hell easier, to maybe find some really cool items. Or you can even find items like Viper Magi from her. She's no joke. Some really GG items you can get from the Nightmare Andariel. You don't need much to do it. Fire Druid is actually uniquely positioned for this farm because Andariel hates fire. Done this farm many times on the Fire Druid. Once again, the Catacombs don't really have any telltale map things except from the waypoint in Catacombs 2. If you go to the right or to the east of it, you'll find Catacombs 3 on an east-facing wall. You guys gotta take days off of work. I know they announced it so late this time, but you know. I'm not even checking the crude antlers anymore because I found those crazy rare antlers. It's nuts. Not crazy. Alright, so we have max fissure and max firestorm. So at this point, the other thing that boosts fissure is volcano. Volcano, of course, also boosts Armageddon the most. So now volcano is going to get boosted, which means our ability to deal with fire enemies is going to increase. This is why, with their change to the numbers in patch 2.4, you can play all the way through in a Fire Druid. You never have to transition to Wind if you don't want it. But Wind is a lot better than Mephisto farm in Nightmare, so it makes for a good transition for me to show you guys some better strategies in Nightmare and other ways to continue to push through. Wind is also solid when it comes to crushing through cows. You could argue that Nightmare cows are crushed even easier by fissure for sure. But it's okay, we'll show that again later. Nightmare hell cows, the fissure druid. Here we go. Do that standard transition. So here, since we're gonna power farm it, we know that the waypoint's gotta be to the west or left facing from Catacombs 3, which it is. Definitely going to want the waypoint. We're going to farm this a few times just to demo farming Nightmare Andy on a Fire Druid. Alright, Fire Res is kind of trash now, but that's okay. I don't think we need that anymore. We don't need that anymore either. Actually, maybe we can still attempt that one. We get like level 3 fissure. It's not bad. Okay. So Nightmare Andy, as you can see, it is a right or an east facing tile from the waypoint. This is always the case to get to 3. So when you farm Andariel, you know that. For 4, you just check the edges of the map and yeah. So what your teleport staff is for, of course, make sure you have a key on you at all times. Put those chests as you run by. Get some nice runes. Might find the Lum rune. A lot of things you can find here. That's nice. How King boots OP. Yeah, that's true. If you sell the rare items you get off of Andy, you can definitely maintain your teleport staff typically while you do this. It's the same thing for Mephisto. So Catacombs 4 is on one of the ends, you just jump over the wall. farm this 4 times in total, including this is the quest kill here. But Andariel's always got a quest kill. The loot table is very nice. It doesn't drop much garbage. And there you have it.
Andariel,
96 MF.
your reign is over.
Firestorm killed her incredibly fast. Even got an angelic armor there. Some people look for those. Not really, but yeah. And you can see that with 100 MF, we can farm her pretty easily already. And that's before getting more MF on more things and just in general stacking more stuff. Finally, we may rejoice. So yeah, this 54 life is nice. It's gonna stack with the Oak Sage. Now we have a 4 slot belt. Alright, Alright, so
Good morning.
here's one. We're gonna go to Act 2 real quick just to do this, and then we're gonna farm Andy 4 more times. This is a very standard farm.
Good day.
You can get things like Rock Stopper from her. You can get String of Ears, which is really good on hardcore. You can get Viper Magi off of her. You can even get Tal Rosh's Amulet off of her. You can even get so many good things you can get. You can get Stone of Jordan. That's the one everyone thinks of when they think Nightmare Andy. So that's some insanely valuable items you can get just off of the Nightmare Andariel. So even if you don't really feel like pushing more, or you're not having a lot of confidence, the ability to survive farther than this in hardcore, whatever it might be, it's a great stop-off point. At the very least, you can farm it a few times like I'm doing here, and potentially get lucky and find some items. Might help you on your journey. It's amazing how strong this level 1 Molten Boulder is now. I'm also synergizing it with Volcano now. And it does work all the way through the game. Sometimes Volcano can actually get into tighter spaces than Fissure can. Doesn't this look like a fun start, chat? It's a pretty fun start, right? I did Rags to Riches Sin for people that are going to be playing Flavor of the Month Assassin, but I think in the Rags to Riches video, first comment, I should say Crescent Moon is a great budget weapon as you can get under. You're going to need that Crescent Moon. Yeah, look how fast Andariel does the fire damage. It's really insane. Oh wow. Well, if we didn't already have insight on the mercenary, which is possible at this point, that would do a lot of damage for sure. Soul Feast Tine. Found a unique item off of the Andariels. Finding some set items. I already know how it goes. You could find Nagel Ring too. That'd also be really cool. She likes to drop jewelry, so Nagel Ring is really nice. I could definitely see that being a thing.
Good to see you.
Does that actually help you sleep? Eating a big bowl of ice cream? Oh yeah, it's a sick ability for sure. The max duration on my Armageddon now. The only thing that kind of sucks about that Ellie Tornado Helm is I'm gonna lose 1 point to Sage. That's okay though. It's just a buffer you can use. Alright, see if we get lucky off of Nightmare Andy, chat. Can we do it? Ooh, very nice. Yeah, this is the last synergy for Fissure, so we're gonna keep going on Fissure. I don't want to max out Fissure. You're gonna want to do that later too. Armageddon is really sick damage, but it's a bit inconsistent. Alright. And new stats. I'm actually wondering, where is some of my strength coming from? Oh. Oops. I accidentally have something on me I don't need. Wonder how long I was using that. Dude, with this amulet? Amulets like that made those look weak, man. That amulet's pretty nuts. Let's see, what is giving me strength right now, though? Is it... Oh, it's this thing. Well, that's one of the things giving me strength. Oh, this thing is... Okay, so it's this and this thing. Alright, yeah, I think we'll definitely want to prepare for getting rid of that thing. This thing, I doubt I'll find something better than that by the end of this run. And that amulet's taking us all the way to hell. And not only that, but I don't even have to swap it out because it has a solid amount of enough on it as well. Wasting time to swap that out is not worth it. Jelix, Cathans, and Plaguelaw's gloves. Could be a pretty interesting find, but nothing too crazy there. Alright, we'll go kill her 2 more times.
What you need?
Trying to give yourself a food sugar coma. No, normal Ormus. We already have a we already have a teleport staff. And we haven't gone past the beginning of Act 2 yet, so in Nightmare. No. Yeah, even damage scepters can sell for decent amounts. Ooh, flawless amethyst. Yes, please. I might not really care about the caster amulets as much. I'll demo it, of course, but I think our amulet's so good that it's gonna be hard to beat that with any caster amulet I get. I'll just use caster rings and just call it a day. Giving me a skill no matter what type of LA Druid I am. And you can just run her around with Fissure as well, you don't have to do that. She'll also die this way. Only problem is she'll run into the mercenary eventually. Shouldn't be a problem though. Oh, a Thule Rune! Wow! I actually found a Thule Rune. Super impressed. Super impressive, man. Okay. Alright, one more kill. Nightmare Andy here. Maybe we'll get something, maybe we won't. You guys get the idea though. We're finding uniques. That's Icarus string right there. Icarus sting, whatever you want to call it.
Greetings.
Good day.
I can't.
The Order welcomes you.
The order welcomes moi. Order welcomes you. Definitely liberally use your teleport staff if you're doing this kind of a farm. But you should be selling more things because at some point you probably run out of gold. You can always go back to Countess and farm some Ort runes too though. There's another unique item. It's brain. Whether it's fire strong or whatever, she will die. Rare antlers! Ooh. Maybe they're even better than the other ones. Hey, you never know, right? From Nightmare Andariel. Oh, I already mentioned a bunch of drops that are better than the ones you're mentioning.
Welcome.
Yeah. But, you know, it's gonna take a lot of farms. Oh, that's no, I think I'll take the other one, please. That's a lot better.
Welcome.
Alright, so time to go to Act 2. We're gonna progress on to additional farming areas. Now, Nightmare, there really aren't a lot of things you really want to stick around and farm. I mean, that's one of them. Of course. So we're going to want to go down in the southern entrance again of the sewers. Okay. It's not bad, though. Got a mechanics question. Alright. Double mosaic. Can you have constant AoE? Oh, look at that serpent skin armor. Close. That'd be pretty nuts, actually. Actually, find Viper Meta. Yes, that is correct. With Dragon Tail or Dragon Talon, you can have constant AoE. Yes. That's how it works. Double Mosaic is very strong. Okay. Alright, so we can generally just gotta kind of follow this straight ahead path here from the where the entrance is pointing in Sewers 2. If you go to the left, you'll go Sewers 2 waypoint typically. And then if you go to the left over here, we'll get routed.
I can't carry anymore.
Good news though is we won't get trapped in some weird spot. We have a teleport stack now, so we're good. Alright, looks like he is lightning immune. That's good. Grand Charm, that could be nice. 24 life. I'll take that over a 9 life. Yeah, definitely. 5 poison runs. Yeah, that's pretty good. We'll use that. 24 life GC. Increasing our life, always good. Alright, so let's continue to do that. Alright, how much gold do we have? Probably not enough, honestly. Not enough for my liking. We'll fix that by selling those things, though, for sure. I don't know why I even have these anymore. Probably have way too many jewels now. Normally you just keep picking up jewels, but we're just gonna save some space. Alright, I guess we have the good town locations. So what we're gonna do now, real briefly, is now that we're in Act 2 Nightmare and we're at least level 30, should be able to shop a lower resist wand. Lower resist wand is quite nice. You can use it
Allow me to advise you.
later in the game as well. If we decide to stay fire, it would be pretty big.
Good day.
Something you can swap out. Lower resist is pretty huge for fire. Oh man, that is a lower resist one, but it's 293,000. You know, oh man. Oof. I don't really want to farm for this anymore though. Well, we're poor again. But I have been stashing gold in one of my shared stashes though, so that's nice. So we do have more gold still. Did that on accident, didn't even realize. Guess we're not that poor. We're a lot poorer though. We had like 500,000, which is good. But now we gotta sell some more stuff. Alright, so the lower resist one there is very, very nice stuff. We can use it on, we can swap out our weapon, we can kill bosses faster. We could use it to kill Andariel even faster. If you wanted to. Lower resist charges will also cost money, just like the teleport charges though. So once again, unless you want to use an ort and a chip gem. So that's where those chip gems start coming in handy. Chip gems can also re-roll a magic wand to try to get skills on it for selling, so you can use that sell value as well. That should sell pretty good. Demon hide gloves with 1-2 jab skills. What's up, Nade Tozy username? Alright, trying to find our way out of here. Nightmare's Stony Tombs isn't really where the fun's at yet. I want to farm it for some levels you could, I suppose. Ooh, wow. Okay, I found an Alder's weapon. What? I wouldn't say that's very useful yet, but it's actually funny if you decided to... If you somehow got like full Alders, that would be pretty sick. Alders is the Druid elite set, so that's pretty cool. And Alders weapon. See, all that MF is still paying dividends. All the time. 100 MF, man, it's really easy to get. Let's get to about like 100, just push through the game like this. We'll find stuff. I don't need to do Halls of the Dead again. We already have a cube. You never have to repeat that, so at this point we're just looking for the Far Oasis. We'll draw an intake credit card. No. Put it on my tab, I got it, you know. Almost 300,000 for that lower resist one, but I hate farming that. Sometimes it takes a long time to find it. So I'd rather just buy it and move on. I'll pay the toll for it, I suppose. We've been selling things for gold for a while now, so still have 300,000 gold roughly. This means that in some future farms we're gonna have to continue to mine our gold here. Indeed. So, looking for a waypoint or a maggot layer or something. Same deal as normal. When it comes to the actual progression, most of it is just a repeat. It's, you know, being strong enough to actually make it through the next difficulty that's a bit more of the problem. Probably running it out, man. Okay. That was weird. Yeah, it's probably dying my headset. Rip. Continue just fine though. Beetle bursts. Solid. Just remember, guys, the player's 8 and single player, this all goes a lot faster, especially the leveling process. So this is, you know, even with the time we've taken to explain some things, it goes a lot slower on Battle.net for sure, but this goes to show you can just totally push yourself through the game. It won't be too bad. Alright, so we're going to do the maggot layer. I think we have the Far Oasis waypoint, so we're good. This is where the teleport staff really starts to you know, pay off. I want to make sure you get that from normal Ormus before you hit level 24, no matter what you're doing. Absolutely. I want to go to the right facing or east facing, relative to the straight, relative to the entrance there of the maggot layer.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh wow. Volcano looks pretty cool. Foul? What? Bro. All I want is a Lum Rune. Co-foul. Wait, we have co-foul? Well, if we get a certain base, we might be able to make obedience. That'd be pretty interesting. Huh. Or
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
Or 3 fowls. And a flawed emerald. And a flawed. I think it's a flawed ruby. No wait. I can make a lemon. No, lem is serious business. So. I guess we have a code and we have a foul, which means, you know, Lawbringer might actually be possible here. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, I'll take a 2 MF loss for 30 cold res. That's the res I'm really struggling with. Oh. Yeah. More cold res. I'll take another 2 MF loss for 27 cold res. There we go. 92 MF, and our cold res went from -5 to 52, which is 2 jewelry pickups, or a jewelry pickup and gloves. So you pick up those rare gloves, boots, and belts. Always pick those up. Nice. Okay. So now our cold res isn't garbage anymore. Might not almost kill us all the time. Sick. Okay, so Co and Foul, yeah, we're getting pretty close to something like a Lawbringer, honestly. Man, Lawbringer might actually be possible here. That would be really sick to actually get in a run. Getting some runes though. The runes are needed. J-Buck Enterprise, 9 months as a member of Xana's attack squad that goes to the machine, the Hurricane Disciples. God, spam those items Xana in the chat forum. What a beast. Oh, well. Go away. Okay. You're getting old, man. You're getting old. Chat, spam those items in the chat for you. What's up, man? We gotta have our sub baby, man. Or what are we gonna name it? 9 months, man. Are we gonna name it 9 months? It's a pretty shitty name. Can you farm Nillifox safely on a traps and early ladder? Did you watch my Rags to Riches guide on Assassin? That's the only Rags to Riches guide where I believe I demo Nillifox farming on. That's because the Assassin can make it pretty safe. However, on hardcore, you're gonna have to take it a bit slower because it's really the other monsters that are gonna kill you, maybe. Seem kind of dangerous. Well, that's because I had no gear yet. What I recommend doing is getting some more gear before you do that, you know? Holy crap. Whoa. Damn. Maestro. Thank you so much, man. Randomore, XX, Frosty 2 Cold, Mike Tunes, Delove C, Yura, Dirty Corn, Corporation Dead, Blisco, and P-Funk getting Xanified against their will. Xana taking over, baby! Alright, so Act 2 is a pass-through area at Nightmare. But we gotta pass through it to get to better farms. It's that simple. For the most part, it's the same procedure. The best part about this build is it's just a lot of fun. You can just use all your fire abilities and crush monsters. Alright, so we're in the Lost City now. We really just want to find the Claw Viper Temple entrance. Somewhere on the outside, as we went over normal. Lucky Luke, Xanify, Mr. Mackey as well. Oh my goodness, crazy stuff. Man, they you guys so much for that support, man. That support is it's good stuff, man. Took a break from D2R for a bit, but now the itch is back stronger than ever. And ladder is coming! In the 16th. It's just less than a week away. You don't have a team and want to be on one. Type exclamation signups. Give me that info via Discord. Give it to me before Monday. He hates snakes, chat. He always hates snakes. I don't know this shit though. This is the stuff he hates. That amulet is unreal. That's a good amulet, man. For this point, for that point in the game, like that's almost as good as it gets. I think you could maybe get a 2 LE1, but I don't know. I'm not complaining. With all the other stats I have on it. If it didn't have res, that would kind of hurt maybe a bit, but it's got 30 light res though. Solid. Hype train out of nowhere. Community holding up, baby. Damn. Just dropped 10 of them, man. 10. That's nuts. What a beast, dude. Law Viper Temple. Alright. Went to the left. Law Viper Temple.
A spare weapon, some gold, a small gem is all I want in exchange for the equipment
200
you need
small
on
gems
whatever
to
quest you
get
might
for.
undertake. Nah, don't be shy.
Thank you so much, guys, for the support, for real. Let's continue the rags to riches druid. This druid's starting to look pretty rich already. He's using things you never thought he could use. And those gloves are actually really solid. I don't think we have to shock gloves if we have ones like that. These boots are still trash though. Definitely gonna want to shop some boots at the very least, unless we find better ones. We can get so much better ones just from a vendor, man. Boots are bad.
Welcome to my shop.
No, it's no Aelita. Aelita, A-E-L-I-T-A. It's from Code Lyoko. Xana takes over, man. That's all you gotta know. New best in the slot for Traps in. Yeah. I mean, what would be even better though is a 6 trap claw with 2 sockets though, and then you put 2 facets in each one. That'd be better than 1 facet versus 3 skills. But yeah, I mean, you have the right idea. No, the 6 trap claws are still best in slot. Crescent Moon is great for budget though. So Crescent Moon is gonna be like probably what most trapsins are gonna want to go in the beginning. It's pretty hard to get those plus skills anyway, so. No, my leader. Well, you know, it can sound like whatever you want it to sound like. Doesn't matter. I want to fuck with Fire Eye. I mean, you can give me some nice experience. We are level 44 now, by the way. Damn, man. You guys train that shit. Dang, another Saigon's item. Oh, Man. Chat, we're gonna get rich just by selling a full Saigon set. People like this. I'm just kidding. Yeah, that MF is still paying off. I mean, we had to drop our MF slightly to, you know, increase our res by a lot. I think it's worth it though.
This was not designed by nature.
Just means by the time we get to hell, we'll have 0 res unless I fix something.
Good day.
But that's what fixing things is for. No, 1 liter. The hell.
Impossible.
Well, that's an interesting thing that we have in there. How the hell did that end up in there? That's a sell value item. I don't have a clue. Alright, we're gonna get a full Saigon set in this run. Let's do it.
Good day.
It's a pretty good thing to get. Of course, you don't have the ones that can boost my MF a lot, though. I need the lower 3-piece Saigons. Okay, alright, so Arcane. I'm gonna pick the same way. I think the game's gonna be trolly. It's gonna be the same way twice. Sounds like you can just use finishers if you have 2 of them. It's gonna be sick. That's what I tested anyway. Damn! I was wrong. Normally you would pick up all the gems, but it's okay. It should, it should.
Blessings to you.
No! My cankers! Didn't you know that's always been a build though? Like, people have been able to do like 15k with it for a long time.
A spare
Well,
weapon,
you are right.
some gold,
It's
a
pretty
small
nuts.
gem is all I want in exchange for the equipment you'll
It's
need.
not as strong as
Whatever
this
quest you
decked
might
out
undertake.
fireball sword. but
No, no,
it's
no,
pretty
don't
solid.
be shy.
If you want a fun build, that's gonna be a solid fun build. We're gonna feature that build on my Maxwell guide. My I have the enchant. I have control of the enchant Sork now, so we're gonna have that in the build variants. It's gonna be a fun one. Hope you try it out. Malik, 100 small gems. What's up, man? All right, I wasn't paying attention. Oh, went the total opposite direction. Okay. So, I got it second try this time. I think I got it second try last time, too. Alright, not running around Arcane forever. But I like Arcane and 100 small gems. What's up, Malik? You reckon traps is still the way to start a season off on a sin? Yeah, I mean, traps are definitely going to be stronger than Marshall. Marshall's also more dangerous. Yeah, for sure. Playing Marshall from the beginning, though, can be a very fun journey. I think Blood Doll wants to attempt that. Not saying you can't do that. What is that? Extra strong Gorgoy's hole and oh my god! Feel free to use that teleport staff to get out of dangerous situations. Oh boy. Look at all these rare items dropping, man. 100 MF is all it takes, and you're balling. Holy ballin'. Ow. Give me a Lum Rune. From the ghost for the Lum Rune. Give me a Lum or a Lem. Or a Foul. If you give me another Foul, I'll probably find another one.
Impossible.
Pretty much makes it guaranteed.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
Hey, that Scott trader. So much for the follow-up from the Colt Xander saying. Scott trader. That doesn't exist anymore, does it?
Impossible.
Okay. Resocketed Death Mask, there you go. That's a pretty standard thing to keep around. Can help us with a lot of things, actually. Alright, to the left. I'm trying to go to the left here. You gotta keep going to the left. Left in this area, pointing this way. You gotta go all the way left of the map. Our left facing tile should be the exit. That is not it, though. Oh no. Ooh. Interesting. It could be straight ahead and to the left then. Or over here. Yep, that's possible. Oops, not over here. Okay, I have way too many items. Things to double things for the Lightning Spears on build guide, having a lot of fun with it. Are you talking about Lightning Strike, Amazon? Oh yeah. That's a really fun build, honestly. It's very strong too. Got that Infinity Spear, man? Mmm, tasty. Can't go wrong, man. Okay. Blood golems. That thingamabobber.
No!
Alexanifying more! Cold Caliber! I know Cold Caliber. What's up, bro? I don't know if you're there. Oh, yeah, you are there. What's up, Cold Caliber? Well, that's the question I just answered. I didn't realize it was you, shit. I'm trying to focus a little bit on this, but... One socket! Phoenix Strike plus Dragon Talon is gonna be disgusting. Oh, it's very disgusting, man. Definitely, definitely. Used a lot of teleport charges for that. That's okay. Easy mode. Easy mode. That could sell for a decent amount. Rare Prognod. Not bad. So now we actually have decent cold res. I was gonna glug some potions again, but I think we're fine. Coming in clutch with these that glove and that ring there. Really saving in my res, man. Res is god awful. I'm gonna run your ass around, bro. I don't care. Okay, so one thing you can do here is you can use the lower resist one. Yeah, it's fine, you can die. That's all good. Low resist 1 plus fissure equals dead bug. Nice. Alright, so as you can see, you know, we're really strong right now, you know, I'm just pretty much panning it out. Millibrugus doesn't take much to make a druid this strong, really does not. Rags to Riches has proved anything thus far is that.
I will find.
What's up, J-Ro? How you doing? Diablo, I will find you. Alright, so Act 2 is done. What we really want to get to now is Nightmare Mephisto. That's the next really big one. By the time we're there, we're going to be a different build, because if you want to farm Nightmare Mephisto efficiently, fire isn't really going to be that great. So, wind is a lot better. Summon can be pretty solid too, I think, but you're going to want some good damage. So we're going to get it. Gonna get that damage. Alright,
Hello.
talk to Jaren, sweet.
Greetings.
I love you, Jaren, I love you. Alright, chat, how you doing, man? Happy Saturday, Sunday, whatever it is for you.
Druid. Ahoy, mate.
Ahoy, mates!
Welcome.
Alright, so we got some strong stuff. We're coming to the end of the fissure progression. However, I think I'm going to go back to fissure later to show you guys some things you can do in hell with fire. We're just going to now continue as wind. And wind will make your job a little bit easier as you push towards the end of Nightmare. Just in general. More survivability as well. Good stuff. Continue with fire until we hit Nightmare Travical. In the meantime, we're still pushing. As we did in normal, same thing. Follow the river. Look for Flare Jungle. Where the river splits, there's a grotto. Check the grotto for the quest areas. Gonna get them though. Rags to Riches Druid. I know a lot of people wanted to see the Druid. I know people want to see the Barb too, so at some point we'll do that. No, I don't remember if I found an Umrune on Rags to Riches Assassin. If I did, yeah, Crescent Moon is definitely the use for it now. Would have been cool to see that. Just want to get this character capable of farming those areas. That's the plan. To be honest, we're almost there already. That's a pretty shitty rare ring. Not much res. No FCR. No MF. Nothing very important. Just ask yourself, does it have MF, res, FCR, or a combination thereof? Usually get your answer towards whether or not it's a good ring or not. Alright, here we go. Spider Cavern. Found the quest area. Remember, Zark the Burning is very dangerous. minions are equally as dangerous if you get amped by them. Be careful. Careful out there, friends. Alright. Extra strong amp is no joke. What? He died? Oh, must have been the poison. Okay, whatever. Good opportunity to go rebuy the merc, I guess. Let's see.
Hello.
Let's do it.
Hello?
Alright. Now we just want the Flare Jungle. Could be directly from the Spider Forest, so we gotta check all these side areas. If we can only find the Great Marsh, though, we gotta take it. Well, there is the Great Marsh. Might not only be a Great Marsh, though. See, the thing is if you take the Great Marsh, there's no marsh skip. I mean, or there is a marsh skip, then you might not even be able to get into the Flare Jungle from the Great Marsh. It depends, but you need to go the wrong way. Maxwell is going to be updated for Season 3 after the patch comes out. So literally right before the ladder. And this is all Blizzard's fault for launching the patch right before the ladder. So, yeah. Guides are being updated as we speak. Tier lists will be updated soon after today. It's premature. What do you mean by premature? I mean, it's 4 months after the last ladder. It's actually 4 months and 10 days, so technically a little bit late still. The only problem, though, is that they kind of rushed it all at the end. I feel like what I'm trying to figure out is what are they doing the rest of the time? Like, are they spending all that time developing that one patch? They didn't have any patches in between now and the last ladder, so that's a lot of time. Here's the Jade figurine from that elite monster.
Perhaps it's worth something.
This is already a bad sign, though. I don't see a way out of here. Nope, and it wouldn't be that close to the entrance. So, I believe we are going through the Great Marsh. Unfortunate. Kind of hard to tell sometimes, but I don't see any offshoots that can go into the Flare this time. Freaking jungle, man. Normal. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. But those changes are good changes. Don't get me wrong. I'm not ungrateful. Definitely not ungrateful. I do think it's kind of odd though that they can't get more done, you know. And that is a little strange to me.
I can't carry it.
Yeah. Well. I don't know, man. Bastard sword. That's no good. That looks like an offshoot. That's a little bit here. Is this it? No, that's not it. The old long travel jungle in this map, huh? That's a grotto. Sometimes the grottos in Great Marsh can lead to the flare jungle, but typically not. Typically you just want to follow the river, even in here. You'll end up in the flare jungle, one way or another. Level 45. Pretty decent level. We're getting up there. I mean, there's definitely potential for a bug here because there was no PTR testing. We'll see if they, you know, double and triple checked everything. Oh, that's a dead end. This isn't looking so good, honestly. What the heck, man? Ay. I must have missed something somewhere. It's sometimes an offshoot from the Great Marsh, but it's hard to tell where. Like, this could be it right here. Could have just went the wrong way. Oh yes. Fire Druid is more than viable in hell. Want to see proof? Type exclamation D2R Fissure Druid. Watch that video guide. Watch him crush face. Heck, you could even watch my VODs, because I've actually played it pretty recently. Alright, so we have a 2-socketed partisan now, which means you can ditch the 2-socketed pull axe. In case you want to make strength there. Is fire better than cold? You mean Druid? Well, there's physical cold Druid, which is wind Druid, and then there's fire Druid. Wind uses bone break most of the time, unless you're going hurricane build. Fire is better than cold if you're fully geared. If you're not fully geared, wind is a bit more versatile, but there's still a lot of really good things you can do with fire. Is this hardcore? It is not. This is a rags to riches guide with the Druid. And from nothing to getting rich, we're gonna do it in one sitting, for the most part. Might have to split the video into two. I think that's gonna happen no matter what. So I made it into the flare jungle, just had to find the other offshoot. That was probably the worst possible map you can have. That's pretty bad. But you know. Of course, pick up other 4-socketed polearms, you can trade them to people. Those are great items to pick up. We're not going to pick it up though, because we already have our 4-socketed polearm, and we're not actually going to demo any of the trading, obviously, so... Good. Alright, so we found the Gibadin. We do have the waypoint, so we can actually, and the waypoint's right next to us, so we can actually just go straight to the dungeon again, like we did in normal, it seems. Nice. And we're gonna go get the next one. Nope. We've done rags to riches on the other 5 classes over the last couple of patches. We're only missing Druid and Barbarian, so yeah, it's true that the Druid could definitely maybe use some riches. I mean, his get-up is definitely that of the hippie homeless man, but you know, that's okay. He'll be fine. You like to be rich, Sneaky Sneak? What's up, man? Are you playing the next ladder? I don't know if you've signed up for one of my teams yet. People wanted to be on people wanted you on their team. You did? Did you? Are you on my sheet? I don't know. I don't remember. It's possible. Or did you just do it? Okay. Oh, no, never mind. No, I think you're fine. It's the... Wow, Hawkmeal Scale Mail. Thing is, I don't know if it's better than what I'm currently using, but that's not bad. Okay. Got the brain, kept going left in the dungeon, easy mode. Talked about all the maps once again in normal. I want to backtrack if you don't remember how to navigate maps. Okay, so now you got the brain. We're gonna get to the end here, and very soon we're gonna be respecking into wind. It's a whole nother experience. Doesn't look like we're actually gonna need that for a while. Guess we can turn in the Jade figurine for some extra life. Bear Druid or Burr Druid? What's up, Starkers? How you doing? Yeah, so Maxwell will not be updated until literally right before the ladder, and this is just because the patch has to come through.
What can I do for you?
So yeah, they're taking forever. This is what happens. The updates are being done though, so they'll be ready to go, you know. Except for the planners. The planners will have to be done after the patch comes out, so we'll do those right before the ladder, and then you'll see some of the gear changes, if you see anything. Okay, here we go. If there are any significant gear changes. Honestly, the rune words don't totally break everything. I mean, they're competitive, though, which is nice. And there's a lot of really good early game uses, so you're going to see a lot of starter variants and things of that nature. Maybe some pre-buff as well. Maxwell? No, Maxroll, not Maxwell. Oh, okay. Good to know Maxwell is updated. That's good shit. Thank you for that very important info. Go kill a mercenary. I know you do damage. I have already updated that guide poll. All of my guides are being updated, plus I have control of a lot of guides I didn't have before. Basically, like, I have 8 more guides now, so there you have it. Including both Tornado, Hurricane, and Fire Druid now. Oh, Strafe's already done. The standard variant isn't changing. On the, I consider the Hustle pre-buff kind of janky, and it's not as fast for mobility purposes. So what it is it's in the damage variant where the wind force
that I'll
is.
be your best friend in this.
So instead of the wind force variant, it's going to be called a damage variant, and it's going to use Hustle Bow on swap. If they didn't nerf the burst of speed, it would probably have been the standard variant, but such a low level burst of speed, it's kind of, I don't know. It definitely something that feels a bit more optional and not something that feels like should be the core build. So, yeah, we'll, we got it though, we got it. Oh, really? Is this DS Lily in the flesh? Is this her incognito mode? Mesh belt, interesting. Oh, that's someone that plays ARPGs like Path of Exile. I've seen her around a few times, I think, yeah.
Greetings.
Yeah, if you were, would you say yes? I don't know. If your whole, you know, if the whole thing was to be incognito, then no, you wouldn't. If you didn't care, well, I don't know. Maybe you would say yes. Only negative light res source is Griffins. How is Trap suddenly S tier? What are you talking about? You could use 2+6 claws or +5 claws with facets. You could use Griffins. Crescent Moon. Yeah, you forgot about Crescent Moon. You can actually go Crescent Moon and Spirit, and then you get a decent amount of plus skills, and you get -60. Just lacking imagination, man. But, you know, that's why Maxwell is there to help you out. The builds are solid, so... If you never know why something is a certain tier, I recommend you read more. You know, click on it, figure out how it's built, try it, and then be like, oh, I see, okay. That's why. Oh, yeah, it's really fucking strong. I was thinking of something else that wasn't quite as strong. Alright, that makes sense. This game is complicated, you know? That's why us no-lifers are here to help you. You can question things if you want. The truth is, though, you can always criticize anything. But if you know enough to criticize something and you're actually informed, then you probably don't need the help to begin with. Yeah, but there's a lot of ways to get negative res on that build. That was the whole point. He is saying there was only one way to get negative res on that build, which is just wrong. Bro, that build's gonna do so much damage now. No, it was S tier, then the Thunder Charms and Terror Zones came out and went down because it didn't benefit at all from them, whereas everything else did. Now it's going back up because now it will. So now it's S tier again. Simple. On A tier, S tier, A tier. It's never been below A tier. Trapson, always been a solid build. Never been a bad build, but you can argue about whether or not, you know, it was like something that was a top tier last season. I would say last season it definitely wasn't. It was questionable. Alright, baby. So we got the book. Alright, time to turn into a Wind Druid, I think, pretty soon here. Just gonna do the sewers. Do need a waypoint of some kind. I think I'll just put a TP here though, and then just go push. Put a TP on the sewers just like in normal, and then I'll go find the waypoint. And that's typically what you're gonna want to do. Yeah, it's okay. He's a cool person. There's a lot of cool people in the Diablo community, you know, in the ARPG community. We got a lot of people. Yeah, traps benefit from a lot of things. There's a lot of ways to get the negative res, though. And Griffins alone, by the way, even if it was just Griffins, would actually make traps a lot stronger. So, That's enough to put it up a tier, just getting that negative res from anywhere, honestly. That was the problem, that's why it went down a tier, because it couldn't do anything with the Sun Return, really. Return was pretty shit on it. I mean, it could, with Infinity somewhat, but pretty bad. I actually don't know why they wouldn't allow Crescent Moon in a Claw. I mean, I guess they would have to do what they did in PD2 and nerf Crescent Moon. Because it would be too strong. But it's negative 70 you can get off that. That's the only build you could do that on. I mean, you could do it on a Bard, but there's no point because he has no lightning skills. Last, there is hope once again. And mercenaries on the ground, he's dead. For sure.
Hello.
Yeah, they would have to change how that rune word worked in claws specifically. Yeah, I mean, that would be so ridiculous if you could do that. People would only make Crescent Moon claws then. And it would be way too cheap for how much power you could get. I like what they did in PD2, how they allowed it to be made in claws, but they, like, nerfed it. But the problem is they nerfed Crescent Moon for every other use as well. So, not necessarily a huge fan of that particular change. I think there's, like, other ways you can do it. But it's always easy to criticize until you have to make a change.
Greetings. Hello.
Oh no. Fuck. No, not the Alcor house trap. Oh, why? Okay, rip. Yeah, rip my TP now. Shit. Damn it. Rags to riches that happens? Seriously? Oh, freak. God, dang it. Damn it.
Yep.
Damn it. Well, I mean, I got the Travancore waypoint, I think. Right? Yeah, okay. Well, could be worse. Let's go to Upper Cross. If I was making a game name with an actual game name and password, I could re-enter the game. And that would work too, but instead, no. I mean, to be fair, assassins are going to be very popular this season, and I think a lot of people are that have never tried assassin are going to play it. So, you don't need to make something that broken. You seem to help them out a bit, you know. Necro? Why Necro? I think there's going to be fewer Necros than ever because all the hipsters are not going to play Necro. But they usually always play Necro, but now there's an assassin to play, so. And that's my theory, but I don't know. Maybe it's not quite how I think. Necro is so strong, though. It's always strong, though. You don't even have to be a hipster. It's just that it's something that people typically don't start with. I'd say all the Necro starters, though, are looking at the Assassin this time, though. Look at that charm. Look at that charm. Okay. Alright, I need to go find the heart. Apparently I gotta kill... Well, I don't gotta kill Council again. I guess I can, because why not? So as you can see, fire can kill Council just fine, but after we get the heart, I'm actually gonna respec into wind. So, yeah. Long live the Wind Druid! It's a good plan, Cold Caliber. It's a good plan. It's a very sick plan indeed. Alright, can't teleport over the wall. Add a teleport. It's very possible it's in here. Watch out for dolls. Once you get in a nightmare, dolls start to hurt. If you're on hardcore, take notice. They'll blow them up in your face or you're gonna die. Okay, so... White Cedar Staff is probably gonna be better than the other one. Oh wow, though. That's really good though. Ooh, 8 cold res. Nice. What do I do instead of that? I don't know. Poison res is kind of crap. Yeah, something like that. I'll take cold res any day of the week though. Give it to me. Alright. About to pick up the brain, and then we're about to do our first respec. This is definitely not a respec you have to do. However, we're going to show some farms that are very good with him, and then show what he's capable of. He's going to be the first character that we really show what it's capable of when it comes to hell farming, so pay attention. Also, he's way better at farming Nightmare Mephisto as well, so this is a good time to make that transition. You can definitely continue to go through fire, especially with all the physical damage on Volcano. And then, of course, using a lower res wand and Chaos, no problem. But Wind would definitely make it a lot easier as well. So, it's not a bad transition to make. Definitely less frustration. So, now we'll make a transition and show you guys a different build. Of course, right as we get more points in the Volcano. 1.3k Fissure, level 47. Not bad. Alright, so...
Hello.
30,000. Gold City. Nice, because we need gold. So we use it all the time. Alright, Alright, these hit our stat points. So... I will go for 60 strength here. I think I probably use that till the end, so that's probably fine. Good time to respec, getting a strength res charm. It's definitely just some free stuff. Also, we don't need to put any points into energy anymore like we had in the very beginning, because now we have plenty of items that grant mana, and we have insight. So at this point, our major objectives... I don't think we're getting Hodo and Rags to Riches, so I think we're fine. Of course, if we do, we can just put some points into Dex. I think we'll just go rest the points into Dex. Okay. Also, so now we have a lot more life, as you can see, with more efficient allocation. That's very good. Also, we're going to put some more into Orts. Yes. Let's use one of my Orts. I have a billion Orts. As you can see, Ort Chip Gem, full repair. So you don't only have to use gold. It's very important to know. Alright, and so then next, we're going to put 1 point into Oak Sage, but we're also going to get a Grizzly Bear. Grizzly Bear is going to make it a lot tankier. It's going to really help us push through the game even faster and with more confidence. This is definitely a good time to spec out of fire. It is worth noting that with a full build, fire does a lot more damage and high player count than wind will ever do, but wind is consistent and has more versatility. There's more things they can farm without trouble. But fire is solid. We'll likely go back to fire, no problem. So I think we're just gonna go with this many skill points. So go max tornado. That makes sense, right? Yes, maybe. Okay, max hurricane as well.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this.
Hurricane does a lot
camp.
of damage early on. 600 to 700 cold damage, so that's no joke. And of course, Twister kind of doesn't really do all that much. It'll boost your Hurricane, and it'll boost your Tornado. But you really want your Hurricane to last more than 12 seconds, so my opinion, that's when you just start pumping Cyclone Armor, and then you're good. And that's pretty much it. Those are the essential skills. Alright, so then, of course, you get more Tornado damage with that as well. Let's go Cyclone Armor, Hurricane, Grizzly, Wolves, Tornadoes. Okay. Recommend only using right click, by the way, and shift right clicking. And also shift. You can shift left click, I guess, but I don't know. I don't really prefer it. Yes, I will be playing hardcore on the ladder. I have not played a softcore ladder in a billion years. Exactly 7,000 years. And, yeah. The Cyclone Armor is really nice. So if you guys don't know the basics about it,
best friend in this forsaken camp.
So we got the Bear. Bear is a mega tank. He's just got a ton of life. He's never going to die at Nightmare, so that's really nice. Have more survivability, more CC with Hurricane, which does a ton of damage at the moment. Cyclone Armor, that's 600 elemental damage it can absorb before it ever hits a res. One thing about the Druid is that, more so than any other class in Rags to Riches, is something I want to emphasize. You can get away with having shitty res, especially on softcore. Because it really comes down to you can just use your Cyclone Armor to tank 100% every time. That's all you need. And on softcore, you'll survive 99% of the time with just Cyclone Armor. Now on hardcore, I wouldn't do that. You run out of Cyclone Armor, you could be in trouble. So that's not good. So one advantage to this character is you really don't have to worry about stacking resistances nearly as much as you would on like any other character. Except, I would say Barb also because of natural res. But even that, I mean, you're still going to need res on your gear, which can be tough on a Barb anyway. So, yeah. It is what it is. Anyway. So, Fissure was doing pretty similar damage to what the Tornado is going to do, which also has pass-through damage, and of course we have Hurricane on top of that. So, Wind is always going to be a solid starting approach. Gotta show Wind in Rags to Riches Druid. We gotta show Fire. Might even get to show Summon to some degree, so you guys can at least see what you're getting into. At any rate. Oh! No! Okay, as you can see, I took a lot of damage. Would have died without Cyclone Armor there. That was a big Fire Enchant hit there. They said they removed the Fire Enchant bug from Nightmare, but it feels like it still happens sometimes, so I'd be very careful. Fire Enchant. But then again, I think that's just because I have 11 Fire Res. I don't think it's the bug. I think it's just my Fire Res. It's really bad. Complaining about something that probably doesn't exist. Yeah, they might have broken it though, because that went all the way through my Cyclone armor and then almost killed me through like 1,000 life, so... I don't know, it could be the bug, I'm not sure. Alright, it's the jury's out on that one. I would just be careful around Fire Enchant Nightmare, just like used to in LOD, because, yeah, it's probably pretty similar. Alright, be careful, once again, dolls. Dolls do physical damage explosions. If you're amplified like I am now with amplified damage, you're going to take a pain train in the face. So be very careful. Alright. Alright, so we definitely got a pretty solid build now. Our MF is the same. Actually, I just forgot. There are some things you might want to do differently here, actually. How much FCR do I have? So we have 52. We can still do decent damage like this. Oh man, for a Necro that would be sick. So we find sick items for other classes too. Instead of trading it, we'll sell it to Ormus because we don't need it. Alright, so we're gonna do... Oh, I forgot to put on all my new gear, actually. Alright, chat, do you guys remember when we found this at Countess? Along with this? Oh yeah, we got a lot more damage now. 1,500 tornado.
No!
There you go. I forgot about this. Yeah, we gotta order that. And on top of that, I'm actually gonna socket that. I think it's actually worth it. 100%. On top of that monster there, also going to lose a bit of MF, so that's a little bit tragic. 69 MF, but 69 is the perfect number. And then we're gonna use two 10 FCR rings. Two 10 FCR rings here. Gotta find the other FCR ring though, that's the problem. I don't know where it went. Oh, there it is, okay. So you've actually found exactly two 10 FCR rings, which is gonna bring us to
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in
Yeah, I
this
forgot to switch out the
game.
gear. I did all the stat switching. I forgot to switch out my gear. Alright, so we actually found all this. This is the best part about this. All that MF that we had earlier is starting to pay off. We still have 70 MF though. It's nothing to sneeze at for this point. And we're gonna cast tornadoes a lot faster. So our DPS just took a big boost. What are the blue pelt stats? 1 LE, 2 tornado, 10 life, 9 energy, 12 lightning res. I'll probably put a perfect topaz in it, honestly. It's not bad. Our res overall went down quite a bit, but that's okay. Alright, so we're looking for the waypoint, which once again is going to be to the west or to the left facing relative to the entrance to Durance 2. And then of course Durance 3 is left facing from the waypoint and Durance 3 is straight ahead from the entrance. That's how... Oh wow, our damage is really high now. Yeah, so we're hitting a breakpoint right now. We just hit the 68 faster cast rate breakpoint. So the next breakpoint would be 99. That one's pretty tough to hit with basic gear, but we'll see what we can do. We'll find something. At any rate, that pelt is nasty, so... Kind of makes me want to imbue boots. Like, I don't know if a pelt's gonna beat that. It's gonna be really hard. I mean, a circle. Okay, did we get the waypoint? No, we still don't have the waypoint. Look at this blue pelt I'm wearing. I actually look pretty sick. This is pretty insane. Didn't think I'd actually find a pelt that was worth using. But, you know, you stack enough MF, pick up enough rares. It does tend to happen in my Rags to Riches runs for sure.
Impossible.
Here we go. More often than not, interestingly enough. Alright. Yeah, that's another reason why respecking to wind feels good on this, because we actually found some items that work pretty well with it. We got our basic 10 FCR rings. That's all we got for 10 FCR rings, though. That'll do the job, though. 10 FCR rings, badly rolled spirit. Solid stuff. If we had a good rolled spirit, we'd only need one of them, but we'd have to have like a perfect one. Alright, so use Tornado, make sure the Hurricane stays up.
I can't carry.
Make sure the Cyclone Armor stays up. Very interesting thing here. You can also get out some wolves if you want as well. This can help with the tanking a bit. Since I don't have a lot of plus skills on weapon swap though, I lose the wolves if I switch to my teleport staff. So there it is, there's the left facing tile all the way over there. I guess I missed it. We're gonna farm Mephisto 5 times. Nightmare Mephisto can drop Hawes, Oculus, all the items in Nightmare Andy could drop that I mentioned before. Stone of Jordan, Hyper Magi, everything. And drop items that she can't drop though. Like Hawes and Oculus. Can't get those off though. Really sick drops for sure. Alright. Can kill the council members pretty fast though. What you should do is try to aim your cursor directly past the monster you're aiming for. With shift then, gives you a lot of control.
Mephisto's hatred was a poisonous void.
See how fast you killed Mephisto there? Pretty fast. I have level 26 Tornado already. That's actually great. Good stuff. Already gonna do some damage in Hill already. Would you skill some decks for blocking in hardcore? Not until you get a lot of life, so it's not worth it this early. No. Good question though. I feel like a lot of people ask that question. The truth about max block is you have to be able to hit max block while also having a decent amount of HP, otherwise it's fucked. Especially on hardcore, it's fucked because you'll just die to elemental damage. Something will kill you. You can't do it, man. Alright, we have a perfect topaz. Oh, interesting. Okay, so that 3-socketed helm we have could also help us stack MF as well. Alright, so we're gonna go farm Mephisto before we start doing this. So we're just gonna show off this farm. This is a very key farm for going from rags to riches. You can totally just stop here at Nightmare Mephisto. It's very underrated. One of the only things he really can't drop, he can't drop Iraq, Mars, and Shaco like he can in Hell. But I mean, all the other things I was talking about, man, he could drop all those. Alright, summon everything. Cyclone Armor, Hurricane, go. Like I said, prioritize Hurricane and Tornado in the beginning. I will say one bad thing about Hurricane you really gotta watch out for is Hurricane can trigger the dolls. Hurricane kills the dolls very easily. So if the Hurricane kills too many dolls, you might die. Gotta watch out. You might not want to use Hurricane on hardcore. Just give you a tip there for if you're playing hardcore. Maybe avoid the Hurricane. Boost wire running through there. You can use it once you hit Durance 3. Oh god. Conviction. Nice. I don't have much fire res with Conviction because I still have too many MF items. Alright, well, that's alright. Remember to keep your bear up at the very least. You don't really need a mercenary to do Mephisto. That's actually one of the really cool parts about this. You just stack MF and kill Mephisto. Whatever MF you got. You go for some kill speed too, like I have on me right now. You don't need the Merc because you have a bear, so like you have other things that can tank Mephisto. So if the Merc dies for whatever reason, it's not an emergency. A lot of other builds, like the Mercenary dies, and it's like, well, I'm gonna tank all the damage. How are those rags, bro? We're not wearing rags anymore. Now we're wearing royal blue pelts and
Hail to you.
Spirit and Rhyme, a sick amulet. Started with nothing, man.
Greetings.
That's how to do it. And thank you so much, Lucky Luke, by the way, for all the Xanifications, Xanifying everyone in the chat. Totally a beast, man. Well, we're getting there, Osaka, for sure. Haven't found that, like, insane item in the beginning of ladder that would make you rich, necessarily, but he's getting geared up, though, which means he's got all the potential in the world. Alright, remember we were level 47 here. You gotta watch that Hurricane, man. Hurricane plus dolls. In Nightmare, the Hurricane shreds the dolls, especially if you maxed it out like I did, which you should, but... yeah, it's nasty stuff. Now look how much damage Hurricane does. Just pass through damage is nuts. Remember, I have Cyclone armor, so like it's not an emergency for me to have tons of resistances. But as you saw there at the Conviction aura, if I drop my Cyclone armor, remember you can recast the Cyclone armor as often as you need to, though. Another tip with this particular setup is that if you're fighting some really heavy elemental damage, just keep recasting Cyclone armors in between attacks. Nothing should kill you with that. Against Mephisto, Cyclone armor is really good too, because one of his strongest attacks does lightning at close range. Definitely one of the safer classes. Like, Druid's very hardcore friendly. There's just a lot of survivability you get early on. You get a lot of fun stuff. Obviously on hardcore I'd probably stack more res. But yeah. Remember to go through the red portal every time you kill Mephisto. Why? Because it's a lot easier to go from Act 4 to Durance than Act 3 to Durance, crossing the bridge. Call it the Walk of Shame. Gotta cross the bridge. It's no good, man. But as you can see, Mephisto is a breeze. We're nearing 100 MF and we can just farm with no problem. Yes, we do have some more plus skills, but it's not too hard to find things like that or view them, so... we got lucky though. That's why you put on MF though. It's the same thing every time. unless we roll sockets on it. You could definitely like use a perfect amethyst Amaral to roll that F axe and maybe try to get a 4-socketed one for an improvement to the Mercenary's gear. Okay, see me backing up a bit with the Hurricane killing the dolls. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, I wouldn't even use Hurricane on hardcore, hell no. Oh my god. Oh, they were a little too close still. Ow. That kind of hurt a little bit. I think we had the oak stage up. Pain train's coming. So remember, the reason why I always know where to go is you see this tile, it's pointing this way. You gotta go west or to the left to find Mephisto. So typically, that is directly up and to the left or just immediately to the left. But it could just be a west-facing tile. So I went all the way to the left and there's nothing up there, so...
Good. Good to see you.
We're gonna do now... It is easy to keep up with the repairs on the teleport staff so long as you're selling items that drop from Mephisto and other things. You just have to sell items that are dropped and have a decent amount of MF to get decent amount of things to, you know, to drop, to sell. Could be back here. Nope. So you're looking for a left-facing tile, so it can be behind the waypoint. Go there. Remember, you can also use Ort and Chip Gem to keep up with repairs, as I've stated multiple times throughout the guide. That's definitely something you can do. Someone asked the question, though. It is a good question. There's a reason why I answered it without a question before. It's important to know.
Impossible.
Alright, so... I have a feeling we're just gonna kill ourselves from the Hurricane in here. It's very possible. I haven't died yet, but... We're playing kinda dangerously. I haven't died. It's impressive. That could change at any moment, though. Okay, here you go. This map is awful. But we found it. It's left facing. It's just like all the way to the right over here. Okay. That can happen. As you can see, Durance is a lot bigger once you get to Nightmare Hell. And the most Mephisto can do is smack me in the face. You can crit though. Don't fight bosses amped or with auras.
Hera.
That might hurt bad. Alright, I think I'm gonna go kill him one more time. But you see all these things that we can sell every time we kill him? So we got Raveler heads, good stuff. Old ass Sass, it's Hero! It's the Sassy Pants. What's up, Sassy? How you doing? Chat, 10 months from Sassy. What up, Beast? You gonna be playing this reset? Everyone seems to be pretty pumped for all the assassin buffs and everything.
No! Pyrita!
It's gonna be awesome. Alright, so we're gonna do one more Mephisto farm. I think you guys will get the idea after that. And then we're going to continue on into new frontiers of farming. New frontiers. Haven't gotten super lucky off the bosses, but you know, if you only farm them a couple times, that's how it is. Boss farming, well, it's very efficient because bosses have the best loot tables for uniques and set items. still take a lot of repetition to actually get good items, so don't be discouraged if you don't find anything after like 5 or 10 runs. Because in the greater scope of things, that's nothing. We're just gonna demo these farms for you guys. I've shown a lot of nightmare farms now that are good. After this, there's still some more nightmare farms that are solid. I'll show them to you guys on the Wind Druid. Dang! Lucky Luke, Xanathon, Gigglebush, Jim Nutis, Fatty Kraken. Oh my goodness. Sassy's whole community.
Tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
I'm doing great. Gonna lurk and go to the shower? Okay, that sounds good. You're having an amazing time in your stream. Thank you again for launching a Xana attack on the stream. You are a beast. It's very nice. Okay. Smitward also coming in. Clutch. Damn, everyone's raiding me right now. Snaps. 9.5 hours into this Rags to Riches guide here. This guided playthrough. And this is what's going on. You don't have to kill the elites, but you know I'm still trying to level up. So at this point, you know if you're still leveling, kill the elites in Nightmare. You can level more before doing this farm as well. Kill Mephisto even faster, which I would totally recommend doing. All right, see how we have amplified damage on us. This is bad. You don't want to fight Mephisto with amp. That's yeah. He can kill us.
Yes?
Yeah, we could fight him with just bear though. All of you not amped. What meat oak sage? Just gotta be careful if we don't have all our health. Remember, put your cursor kind of behind Mephisto and then the tornadoes will always hit. And if you jump directly on top of them with the teleport staff, you don't have to worry about the tornado pathing very much. It's definitely one of the problems with this ability is the pathing is kind of wonky. I think in they may have like made the path a little bit pathing a bit better in patch 2.4. I don't remember. Maybe not. It's still pretty harsh though. Alright, Mephisto dropped garbage that time. That's fine. We're gonna go to Act 4, and we're gonna push the rest of the game. Now, Act 4 is Fire Immune, Fire Resistant City. It's one of the reasons why speccing out of it, if your plan is to go Wind anyway, is not a bad idea. You can stick with Fire, though. The lower res charm, Volcano, physical damage, the Mercenary, can all get you through that, if that's your plan. FHR, I don't know. What's our current FHR total here? Oh, I think we need 86. How much FHR is a Druid human form to hit the breakpoint around the 80s area, chat? I forget the FHR breakpoint sometimes. I know the FCR ones by heart, but I don't pay as much attention to some of the other ones. It's okay, you killed Mephisto 5 hours and you got nothing. Oh, you can kill Mephisto for 5 hours and get nothing, but you can also find a lot more. We only killed him 5 times, so that was nothing. 63.99. 63, huh? Oh, okay, we could actually take that charm off then. That's unnecessary at the moment. It's just taking up space in our inventory. Alright, here we go. Alright, remember to continue to sell armors, items with plus skills. Those are level 30 skills, lightning mastery. There you have it. Now, on a Wind Druid, lower resist one doesn't do all that much. I mean, it'll help out your Hurricane a bit. You might need to use it to kill physical immunes on this build, so that your Hurricane can kill them. And That can be helpful for sure.
I can't carry it.
Most of the time you can just skip that stuff though.
I can't.
Those wolves are pretty weak. They're like really low level. Level 3. What items can lower cross chest drop besides runes? They're really good at dropping charms, runes up to burr,
Impossible.
jewels, things of that nature. And then of course there's the weapon and armor racks that can drop some nice bases. Yeah. Alright, so it was on this wall this time. It was on this one. No, that's not bad. Make sure to maintain your summons or hurricane. Makes the job easy. I forgot to put some of my stat points in. I continue to level up Cyclone Armor. That's going to give us both survivability, and it's going to increase Tornado's damage. It will not increase Hurricane's damage, though. That's okay, because Hurricane already has really sick. Watching the movie Twister. I'm playing the movie Twister. Sassy is an awesome member of the community. It's a lot of fun. Her laugh is the best. I don't think anyone can say, you know, her laugh isn't the best. Right, Rose? I remember getting a perfect one going off the rock. He has stone skin, but with all the cold damage we do in the Nightmare, we really don't gotta worry about stone skin. Let's see if I can just get some more of them out here for now. Alright. Gotta find Izuwal out here somewhere. Izuwal's hiding. We're almost at the end of Nightmare. So we gotta start prepping for Hell. It's a very contagious laugh for sure. Where the heck are you, Izzy? Izzy in Nightmare is easier than Izzy in normal, by the way. That's fire enchanted. No. My Cyclone Armor is more powerful now. I don't know if it's going to get through it. Good news is that even if the Fire Enchant is bugged, Cyclone Armor is one of the best ways to deal with it. It's doing bug damage. Not even bug damage will kill me. Maximum damage, only good against melee attacks. This is a caster physical damage ability. Hurricane is cold damage. It's all about plus skills, FCR. Hitting that 68 FCR breakpoint right now. 72. Aw, man, for real? If I had FCR, I would take it. Get some of my MF back. Had to swap out for some plain MF rings just to get a good breakpoint.
I can't.
What a tragedy. Alright, so GG. Izzy's dead. And now I think the stairs are over there. I think I already found it. Yeah. Wind Druid's insanely strong right there. Looking around for some Nightmare farming with this much power is good. Even before I put on this helmet though, you saw I still did plenty of damage, which is just lore. This helmet is really cool, but didn't need to find it. pretty neat though. We'll double down on it for sure. How you doing, Giggle Bush? How you doing, man? Haven't seen you in a little bit. What you guys been up to in there? Alright, so now we got City of the Damned. That's an elite, I think. Kill it. Wow, the bear died. You know when the bear died, shit's getting real. That's definitely a good indicator of that. Bear dies a lot more in hell though, until you get more plus skills. The 1 point bear is still useful though. Just another distraction. Oh yeah, Sass playing Hogwarts Legacy. How is it? Going on the elite pack, still leveling up, level 49 now. I'm just gonna tank him. I'm gonna put the bear in front of him or something, but... Nah, this isn't Mephisto. We got some HP on this character. We can tank some stuff. Alright, chat. Nightmare Forge. Guess the Forge. This could be big. Depending on what rune we can get, we can maybe make a Lawbringer. We could be able to make a lot of things. Lem would allow us to do that. It could be any rune from Sold. Lum, of course, would be big too, because that'd be smoke. That would provide us with a lot of survivability. It's foul that I need to find one more foul. That might not be too hard. Let's see though. Alright. Oh my goodness, no way.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
Well, there's a elemental skills grand charm. The only skiller I have found so far. So, funny thing about picking up charms, you know, you should always pick up your charms. Past Great Marsh and Nightmares, so Act 3, skillers can drop starting in Great Marsh Nightmares. So we're in Nightmare Act 4. It's one of the first places in the game still where these things drop. Wow, that's hey, we've already gone from rags to riches. Maybe not the riches that are for trading it, but I will say this build's starting to look pretty good. You know, we got skills everywhere. You know, we got some FCR, we got some res. No, it's not too bad already. Rags to riches, riches starting. That's right, baby. Oh man, that's crazy. And Lem dropped. Oh shit. Okay. So that means Lawbringer is very possible here. Alright, I just need to find a base. I have an Amarin still. So I need to find like a 3-socketed sword of some kind in Nightmare when I do some farming. Alright, so we can show you guys a different weapon other than Insight. Now, Insight works just fine, but like Lawbringer is pretty sick. It's gonna give you some Decrepify, and we can put it on an Act 5 Mercenary. It's kind of interesting. Decrepify is negative 50% enemy physical res, which means our tornadoes are going to shred if we get that. And it's gonna destroy Hell Mode! Oh, baby. Well, I can't believe this. You got an elemental skiller. What the heck? Are you kidding me? Wow. That's for real. That's something. That's really quite something, you know? Being an elemental skiller. You know, I think I might take this charm off because I can't. Yeah. Yeah, we don't need that charm anyway. It's just 6 light res. Let's take off one of the skillers there. At level 50. Elemental skiller? 1800 tornadoes. Wait, I have oh, that's because I have the skill shrine. Level 29 with the skill shrine. Wow. Yeah, it's a little broken for Nightmare. Nightmare's not going to be able to take this. That's too much damage. How the... Oh, what in the RNGesus? Okay. I found a cold GC before, I think, in Rags to Riches. Maybe? I don't know. It's some pretty nice GCs sometimes, but it's usually the wrong class, wrong build. How, out of all the skillers, you found a natural Grand Charm? Okay. That's not bad. I think I'll use that, you know? It doesn't hurt to do even more tornado damage, you know, even more hurricane damage. And just think, we started the game with absolutely nothing today, chat, and now it's like we got level 27 tornado. Not looking bad. Damage is gonna keep going up because we just gotta put points into the synergies. FHR, you know you can get FHR on this skiller, yeah, it's a plane, but you can also get some life as well. Could have been even better, that's true. I think it's still pretty wild just to get a plain elemental skiller though on the Rags to Riches Druid. Definitely not you know, something you plan on getting, that's for sure. Alright, so we got a Lemrune. Lemrune is really sick. Even at its worst use, you could make Treachery with it, make the Mercenary a beast. But I think Lem plus Co calls for a Lawbringer. We have Lem and Co rune, so they've got to try to make a Lawbringer. Now we gotta find a weapon that does 3 one-handed 3-socketed sword is decent damage, and then we can put it on a Bash Mercenary, and then we'll still have a decent amount of mana. So even though our mana regen will be kind of shit, we're gonna get Decrepify, and that's crazy. That makes this build. Damn. Of course, this charm here also helps the Fire Druid build, potentially. You're not typically going to find that on your average run. That's interesting. You can find things like this sometimes. You know, you can find a lure instead with 2 tornado. You can find like a 2-socketed helm and then make a lure out of it. And then it's probably pretty comparable to that. That's not very likely to find, but you can definitely find things better. That thing, that's definitely elective for sure. Not usually just gonna find that in your first run. That's pretty nuts. Still playing through the game here. So on Diablo now, you can stand directly in front of him. His laser can't hit you as long as you're directly in front of him. He has a minimum range on it. Just can't hit you. Nightmare Diablo goes down in a flash.
What do you need?
So there's not really anything to farm in Act 4. We're going to want to go to Act 5 to go hit some other farming areas. And obviously going to want to kill Bale so we can get other things. Lem Rune is really sick. That's the 3rd highest rune they can drop from Nightmare Forge. It's also one of the most useful ones, so... Good stuff. Could definitely get like an or something. So we have a Lem, Foul, and Co. The Co is found in Act 1 Nightmare. I believe Lawbringer is Co, Lem, Am or something like that. What is it exactly, chat, for Lawbringer? I know I have all the runes for it. Pretty sure I do. Lemco tier, that is wealth. That is not Lawbringer. Good try though.
Good God.
It's wealth. I can make wealth too, that is true. I don't recommend making wealth though, because you can just get a 4-socket and armor and put some perfect topaz in it. It's not really... It's much more impactful on the Wind Druid to make a Lawbringer, so... If you can make a Lawbringer... Normally, if you don't get a Lem from the Forge, you have to farm Hell Countess for it. Which, you know, I was fully prepared to do, but... I guess if we already have it, that's kind of nice. We'll farm Hell Countess anyway, but... not a big deal. Not a big deal. You're a noob, I guess. Let me check. Chat's not telling me what it is. Alright, you guys suck at Googling. Lemco. Okay, there you go. Can only be made swords, hammers, or scepters. Only one of those is usable by the mercenary that we want to use it on. 20% chance to cast level 15 Decrepify, and Sanctuary Aura, and Life Leech. Alright. Gotta find a sword. Lemco. There you go. Lawbringer. Now, Lawbringer is the stepping stone to Reaper's Toll. Reaper's Toll is better than Lawbringer when it comes to just ease of proccing it and everything. But before you get Reaper's Toll, which is not an item you're very likely to find at all in the beginning, you can trade for it, of course, but
Can I help you?
it's worth a lot. Right, the Lawbringer does not do much damage on the mercenary. However, at Decrep proc, the Sanctuary Aura is all really sick stuff. Probably gonna make Lawbringer in this run here. That's the plan. Wait, do we not have max Hurricane? Oh, apparently I didn't max out Hurricane. What?
Stand in my way.
Oh, I see. When I maxed it out, it's because it was limiting how many points I could put into it because of my level. Oh, I wasn't paying attention to that. Alright, well, next time we actually max out Hurricane. Alright, talk to Isual. Got the quests. Good rune. Good finds. Good Grand Charm. Wouldn't be the first time I found a really GG item for the character I was playing, though, on Rags to Riches, though. Happens at least once every run, I think. That's really nice. Make your own luck. Just gotta stack that enough. so Hurricane's hitting insanely hard now. Yeah, apparently we can get it even higher damage. Oh, I see. Okay, so... We can't max out Hurricane for 2 more levels anyway. Alright, whatever. Alright, we're maxed out then for now. Actually, I think we are maxed out on it now because... Oh yeah, this is 2 to Tornado. Okay, we're maxed out. It's fully maxed out. Hurricane's maxed out and Tornado damage is 1800. That's really high. $72 FCR. We just need some good FCR rings. Oh, that's nice actually. Okay. If you socketed F armor, that could be used for. Could be used for smoke. Definitely could use that for smoke. That's nice. Just need to find a lum. For some reason, we're able to find Foul, Co, and Lim, but no lums, no Ios even.
Good afternoon.
That's concerning. I have to farm Nightmare Countess. Oof. We take the fall, but you know, it's only so far we can fall. I need res on my boots. That's the biggest problem here. This Lawbringer is freaking sick. Lawbringer decreps bosses too. It's an amazing starting. Yeah, we could use Tretch for the Mercenary. That's true, but that doesn't really give us as much benefit. The Mercenary doesn't need Treachery. That's the thing. Like all he needs is res, and he's good. That's a good question. So the Mercenary, like Treachery is nice on a Mercenary. Especially once he's faded, otherwise it's not that useful. Once he gets faded though, it's very good. But it's not like we have Reaper's Toll anyway. Now if we have Reaper's Toll, Treachery would be amazing because you want the attack speed. But
I can't carry
Lawbringer is pre-Reaper's Toll. So. Lawbringer's nice. Faded means you're faded. You are destined. It's going to happen. Part of your fate. And no, it is not pronounced fatted. I don't know what you're talking about. No, faded. Oh, sorry. I need to enunciate better. Faded. Yeah, so Treachery procs Fade, which gives damage reduction, res, and Cursoration reduction to the Mercenary. It's a very useful item. Also, it's an item with a lot of attack speed, so it's very good. I should probably explain that a bit better. There's a lot of newer players that might not know what being faded means. Using Treachery, that's what that is. Yeah, that's true. That's why I have you guys to ask the questions so that I can explain things, you know, a little bit better. Explain them more. So we're just running through Act 5. We got another socket quest completed, which is nice. I'm probably gonna socket this helm, honestly. I think this helm is worth socketing here. Re-socketed swords, not likely I'm gonna have to get that socketed anyway. I can just find one. Most likely. So
Afternoon.
I'm gonna socket this bad boy. I'm gonna put a perfect topaz in it and just get more magic find. So now we got 93 MF again. Sweet. We're at the end of Nightmare. Hell Gotta show you guys some nightmare farms. Gotta do some of those nightmare farms to actually get in hell. Gonna show you guys what kinds of things you guys can farm, and then we'll go. Yep, that's right. Treachery is very good. I'd actually say Treachery is better than Hustle in most situations if you don't need the faster rune walk, but the faster rune walk is... Yeah, Hustle with the crazy fast rune walk and attack speed is really good though. I feel like it's definitely going to compete for Treachery in a lot of cases, so there's actually more than one option for that kind of stat. That is nice. Opening up those options, you know. In patch 2.6, you're going to see some pretty awesome things go down. And again, Smitward, I hope you had a good stream as well. I don't know if I actually saw you in the chat. Okay. Alright. Boom, baby, boom! Right, yeah, that makes sense. On an assassin, it actually makes a lot of sense to do that. That'd be good, 100%. Alright, I've got to go to the right to find the waypoint. Now there are no more experience caps after 25, after Act 5 normal, so you don't really have to worry about that. You might have noticed that, you know, I'm getting plenty of experience here at the end of Nightmare. It's not really a thing anymore. It's like, where is the elite pack? That's one champion. Okay. Alright, so we got the waypoint. I'm gonna do Frozen River, get a res quest. It's a little bit different from normal, where we do cows first so that we can level up to at least 25. And then we're gonna continue onwards. Now, res is not looking amazing, but with Cyclone Armor now, it's not nearly as bad. We had much better res at the fissure version of the Druid because the res was a lot more important. We don't have good Cyclone Armor. Cyclone Armor is pretty nuts. Just absorbs elemental damage. Keep casting it. Don't have to worry about dying to elemental damage unless you lose it. So your res can be a little shitty, and that's honestly okay on the Druid. It's the one class where you really can get away with a shitty res. Just gotta make sure to maintain. I'm almost 1,000 absorbed now, so yeah, it's pretty crazy. Okay. Wind magic damage like Hammerman. Nope, it is physical damage. Physical and cold. Hurricane is cold, it's physical. I recommend checking out, so if you actually want to see my Maxwell guide on this, I think it's D2R Wind Druid. Yep, there you go. I have rewritten the Tornado Hurricane Wind Druid on Maxwell so you can see it, and it's my guide, so check it out. Read more about how this build works, how there's different variants and ways to build it. If you want to know how to build it in the end game, it's pretty strong. Definitely one of the stronger builds. Wow, look how strong this tornado is. It's crazy. I could probably shred high player count with this too. Okay. So, get the show stuff. More bears? Not enough bears, huh? I agree. It's probably not enough bears. A cold meteor. Blah blah blah. There's the res quest. So we're about to get to some of the farms, and we're going to start talking about these end of nightmare farms that can get you prepared for hell. Also farms that can make you rich, just like Mephisto and Andy. And heck, even Nightmare Countess, as you can see there. I mean,
At your service.
once you get to Nightmare, some really nice items you're going to start finding. Alright, so our res in Nightmare is okay, but in Hell that's going to be all negative, so... I don't know how long we're going to last with that. Once again, Cyclone Armor though. The goal I think is to get... we're probably not going to be able to use Rhyme Shield in Hell, and we're probably going to also have to use... Going to get res on the boots. Maybe we'll find some more res charms with some of these farms here. Then at least we'll have positive res in Hell. As long as we're positive on the Druid with Cyclone Armor, we should be fine. Negative, not so good. Like every other class, you're gonna want like almost 50 all res in Hell before you enter Hell if you want an easy time. This character can get away with less, for sure. Most of the time, he'll be good. Let's use that teleport staff. Remember to teleport over the walls. As a unique item, not a good one though, it's a Jade. And do Chris, I believe. Glacial Trail, I just want to run to the left. Find our frozen. Be careful from the Moon Lords, just like in normal, they're really strong. For jumps. No, it's just slower. Teleport staff is just amazing quality of life, and it's great for doing those boss farms. Of course, you can also use Harmony on swap to run through town faster. 4-socketed bow would be nice. A lot of other things you can get. Oh, extra strong spectral hit even. Yeah, it's definitely not magic damage. Magic damage, if wind was magic damage, that would be pretty sick. Kind of makes sense that it's physical damage if you think about it, though. That's what it would be in real life, physical damage. The link is wrong. That should be the right link, I think.
Impossible.
What's the difference? Did I... Oh, I forgot guides. Oh, no. Can you edit that command for me to say D2/guides? It's missing the guides. F! Forgot to put something in it, you know. Sorry. Alright, so this is how you do it. Right, it's because it's it needs the \guides or /guides in them. Waypoints are not really that important at this point. Just blast them through Nightmare. Yeah, once you transition to Wind or even as Fissure, I mean, you're always in a very strong damage place on the Druid. It's only once you get to Hell that you feel like damage starts to become a little bit of a problem. But even then, the Druid is super solid.
At last, the summit, Mount Orient.
For the most part, you just throw tornadoes. Remember, sit on top of them. I just kill them. Hold and shit. That hurt! Closer you get to them, tornadoes do pass-through damage. Rose fixing stuff. Thank you, Rose. You're a beast. You already know that, though. You're a mechanic. Yeah. Giving some lube to those crestfallen commands. Four-socketed bow. So what's interesting is with the Rune find, I could also use I could also go Harmony. I could just find another Rune as well. Voluntarily a mechanic. Alright, we are level 54 now, which is pretty good. So Bale you can always farm for experience, of course. And you can get to a much higher level, 60 through 70 before entering Hell. However, if you want to go from rags to riches quickly, you're also going to need items. Show you guys all the nightmare farms here on this character. Continue to level Cyclone Armor after Cyclone Armor. We'll now put points into Twister. Alright, looks like we found the exit for Worldstone 2, which means that the waypoint is over there somewhere. Gotta be to the left and then vice versa. The exit's to the right of the waypoint. Works exactly like Catacombs once again. You didn't get the whole spiel in normal mode. Same thing. It's over here somewhere. It's gotta be. Oh wait, it's not. Interesting. Oh. Oh. Fuck. I didn't find the exit, I found the waypoint. Looked like I went backwards. Oh, that's funny. That's cute. Would do again, 10 out of 10. So we're just blasting into the game at this point. I gotta say, I have more plus skills than you would normally have at this point. It's making it a little bit easier, but even without these plus skills, I mean, it would have been just fun. I don't ever do a rags to riches counting on, you know, finding a lore or this that will give me 3 skills. Or, you know, an elemental skills GC. Definitely makes him look more impressive, though. He finds all those items that he can find.
Impossible.
Looks like some elite packs. Alright, so very soon here, we're going to start power farming our way to hell. This will indeed be a 2-part guide like most of them. I think only the Sorceress is a 1-part guide. That's because Sorceress is fast, but it's okay. It's really fast. It doesn't beat them by that much time, but you know, she gets the job done. Alright, Sorceress is mid. Sorceress is always solid, what can we say?
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
Nosferatu. Thanks so much for the follow. Welcome to the cult Xander's Day. Alright, found Throne of Destruction. We're gonna kill Bale once and then we're gonna show you guys how to farm with this character. You can farm his way up levels, farming those other areas as well. Oh my goodness. Ooh! How did they do so much damage? It must be Hurricane. It's killing them before. Yeah. I want to do a little bit, be a little more careful here. Oh god. This is what Jews are for right here. Nah, you just don't put on Hurricane in hardcore and you just stand back. I'm playing like this because it's softcore. It's a guide, so it's a guided playthrough. I keep the 4-socketed bow though in case you can make Harmony on top of the lob ringer we want to make. It's not particularly dangerous in hardcore, it's just... yeah. We'll say though, Wind Druid's not always the safest thing. Alright, at the end of Nightmare, level 54, everything's looking good. Still no deaths. Good drops. A lot of near deaths though. To continue to play very aggressively. But, you know, near deaths, they don't count for nothing. Not even a sock for. Alright, got 1,000 absorbed now on Cyclone Armor. kind of just stand here and just cast tornadoes into the middle. Solid strat. If you stand all the way back here, then tornadoes are gonna miss sometimes. The farther back you are, the harder it is to aim them from your targets. And on top. Act 5 wave. Some juice. All right. Level 55. Like I said, I can level up very fast off of Bale. We're gonna level up off of farms that are gonna give us some items instead. Bale takes forever. Now, Bale can drop Shaco, which is interesting, but it takes forever to get to him, so it's not very efficient. If I found Shaco, that'd be pretty wild, though. Oh my god, I almost did. Ah, man, 93 MF isn't enough, though. Holy crap, he actually dropped a rare Shaco. Oh, man. Well, can't have all the RNG. That's cheating. I'm slow scythe, how you doing? Alright, okay, guess we don't need that anymore, huh? Alright, so now we're ready. Start farming stuff at the end of Nightmare. We're gonna start farming gears so we can prepare for the push through Hell.
Yes.
Which will happen on the Wind Druid. However, I do also want to show some strats with the other elements as well, so we'll do some respecs. Just to show you guys what else you can do. Druid has a lot of potential. It's not one of those early Uber killers though, but definitely kill Ubers pretty easy later on. Even got Metamorphosis in patch 2.6 to look forward to, chat, so good stuff. Alright, so one of the first farms that really comes to mind here is Pendleskin. Pendleskin is going to be the best way to level. Of course, you can use Teleport Staff, get on top of him. You have a decent amount of MF like I do, and you kill him a bunch of times, he's gonna drop stuff. You drop a lot of good stuff, and you're gonna get stuff off.
Good afternoon.
Easy mode. Now, do we have Eldritch in this game, or did I already kill him? Okay, I already killed him. You can also show Eldritch and Shank, you can farm them as well. Pretty easy to access, no problem. These are the kind of farms that you can just farm forever, and Nightmare Eldritch will definitely give you some really good items. Oh, chat, the last moments, the dying gasps of the Kuros Sewers Terror Zone. Soon it will be no more. What a disgusting Terror Zone. Cannot move any Heroic Cubes. Can somebody actually refund him? We can't move. So this is a guide. I don't want anything to be in the wrong place in a guide. My god, multiple of you guys doing that. Chat's full of trolls. No. No, no, no. This is not just... Wow, look at that. Druid chain lightning. Not bad. Not good though. Spirit's a lot better. Of course, in player Z, you can actually like level up to 80 at Nightmare, or even past that. It's pretty nuts. We're in P1. That's pretty hard to do in P1.
I can't carry anymore.
I do like leveling up to like 60, 65 though. And of course, as you do these really good farms. So Eldritch Shank is good. It's particularly Eldritch is good. Kindle Skin will also give you really good experience though. One thing to note is if you just want to stack at Meph for these particular farms, you don't need as much damage. So you guys might remember this 3-socketed death mask I found earlier. You can also farm a 3-socketed helm from Larzuk at this stage. So this 3-socketed death mask here, you can just put in some flawless topazes. Put in a bunch of topazes, and then you can get really high MF. I can put in 2 flawless topazes and a perfect topaz, 2 perfect topazes and a flawless topaz currently. And then I can get like 72 MF instead of this. But I have 24 on my helm and it does a lot of damage. So I'm not super concerned. Normally that's probably what I would do if I didn't get a lore of this caliber or an item of that caliber.
Afternoon.
But we're not going to do it in this particular one because in this playthrough here, this guided playthrough, we happen to find something I consider a little bit better. And last but not least, the most important thing to know to farm is always what I said. The thing that I said in normal as well is cows. I recommend a druid to start. Play whatever you enjoy. If you want to try it, it works. This is a guided playthrough for a druid start in case you aren't very familiar with it. So you will just know exactly what to do. Keep putting points into Cyclone Armor. So we are making that right now, so you can 100% do that. Alright, so Geed, I think, typically has more boots. I want boots and gloves. Well, no, I want boots and belts. So what you want to do is you want to make the cow portal next to either Charcy or Geed and Nightmare. These vendors are very good for farming up belts, gloves, and boots. Now, this is a 4-slot belt with life. That's pretty good. You could also have life res, though, and you could farm that off of a vendor. You can get it even better. And Meph res, pretty hard to get it better than this from a vendor, so that's probably going to just stay. Probably not going to bother with gloves. That can be a lot better. Fast run walk, much higher fast run walk, much higher res. You can even get MF as well, so you can get an MF swap maybe for boss killing. Pretty easy stuff you can get around here, no problem. What I recommend doing is putting the TP right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to farm Geed for a bit, and then we're going to farm cows. So we're going to show the vendor farm now.
Hello.
Then we're going to farm cows, Eldritch, and Pendleskin most likely. There you have it.
Impossible. Impossible. Impossible.
Yes.
Vendors can give you some pretty insane items
Impossible.
at this stage in the game.
Impossible.
May I help you?
Right, I think Geed has more boots and belts on average, so I want boots.
Impossible.
Okay, you get more of the other ones.
Let's deal, my friend.
I can't. I can't.
Good day.
What are they doing for the next Diablo 3 patch? I'm surprised they're even updating that game still. Okay, so that's a high MF boot that we can swap in before we kill a boss if we want.
I can't. Impossible.
That's all you really want is high MF boots.
Hello.
You can get MF res on them as well. That's very possible to find here.
I can't.
It's very interesting, and of course you can get res gloves. Like that's a 25 MF glove, so if you didn't already have one that was kind of like that, you can definitely swap that in.
I can't. Impossible. I can't.
Greetings.
I can't. Impossible. Impossible.
May I help you?
They're embracing power creep, they like it.
I can't. Impossible.
I guess Diablo 3 is too far gone anyway. It went off the deep end 10 years ago.
Impossible. I can't.
What you need?
Impossible. I can't.
Never came back up for air, man. Well, that's just as good as my boots. I really need boots. Boots are the priority here.
Impossible.
I think
Impossible.
I have decent build. My build's okay.
My friend.
It would be nice to get a life res for a slot build, but those are pretty hard to vendor farm.
I can't.
Greetings.
Also, the delay that was added with the loading screens is really annoying for a vendor farm. It used to be a lot easier, but
Let's deal, my friend.
it is what it is. 40 faster run walk. Okay, that's something. Alright, well, at least we run faster now. Sweet.
I can't. Impossible.
What you need?
Okay, I see they just don't care about that game anymore. They're just like fucking around at this point.
Impossible.
Let's deal, my friend.
They're probably like, Diablo 4 is gonna come out. Let's give Diablo 3 one last hurrah.
Impossible.
Good day.
No one's gonna play this crap after Diablo 4 comes out. Let's just screw with it. Kinda what it sounds like, honestly.
Impossible. Impossible.
What do you, what command are you looking for, Scent Bomb?
What you need?
Impossible. Impossible.
D3 is totally a dead game after D4 comes out. D2 will live on forever, but D3 was a junky game to begin with. It's gonna be replaced by a game that still has a lot of the, similar ideas behind it,
Impossible.
with a lot of, improvements and things that are better. So D3 is just gonna get straight up outclassed. Won't be able to compete. Not a bad idea. Just, give it one last hurrah.
Impossible. Impossible. I can't.
Good day.
A near perfect Necrotorch. I don't know. What are you trying to get? Runes?
Impossible. Impossible.
Let's deal.
You're a non-ladder. This is not working.
Impossible.
I hear the cows. That's a problem.
Impossible. Impossible.
Good day.
Coming for my life.
Impossible. Impossible.
May I help you?
Well, yeah, I haven't been very lucky on boots, period. Sometimes I find some nice, these are light res gloves. You might need the light res gloves later, honestly. It'd be nice to have some extra light res. So notice all this res gear you can get, it's pretty straightforward stuff, but you can get like combinations of stats, so.
I can't. Impossible.
I want res boots with faster run walk though. I don't think that's very hard to ask. If you don't get res on them,
Impossible.
the
Impossible.
res is gonna be so garbage. I mean, I could try to get smoke, but then I won't have as much FCR,
Good day.
which would be bad. Yeah, we could just say fuck the res, cyclone armor, and then
Impossible.
we'll just die our way along in hell,
Greetings.
That works. I would like to get a bit of a more solid build going though.
Hello.
But how much time do we want to spend on this particular farm when I think, you know, people get the idea?
Impossible. Impossible.
Good day.
Impossible. I can't.
What you need?
Impossible. I can't. Impossible.
Hello.
Impossible.
Possible. Impossible.
Good day.
Possible. I can't. Possible. Well, this is no good.
I can't. I can't. I can't.
Come on, Mr. Druid, man. Oh, no. It's FHR cold res. Oh, we need faster unlock. These boots here are kind of an example of what you can get.
I can't. Impossible.
It's pretty basic stuff you can get, but you can just faster run walk. Oh, interesting. This belt, strangely enough, is actually slightly better than this one. Demon Hide Sash. Yeah. Straight up outclasses it. We got some other stuff. Nice. 4 more life.
Impossible. I can't.
Hello.
Okay, that is faster run walk, but it's poison res. No, that's... Especially now with 20. If it was 30, I might take it.
What you need?
I got a 41 right now.
I can't. Impossible.
No, it's not bad luck. I mean, it just takes a while.
Help you?
It's a farm. This is vendor farming.
Impossible.
Good day.
Well, cyclone armor. Also, poison also gets through that. That's not really the issue. The more pertinent issue is that
Impossible.
Yes.
you know good. If I stick with stealth, which I actually might to maintain FCR frames, I already have some poison res.
Impossible. Impossible.
But
Good day.
I'll have just negative all res if we stick with this. Oh, that would be nice.
Impossible.
But it's a 3-slot
I
build.
can't.
What you need?
Kinda don't prefer the 3-slot build.
I can't.
Losing a little bit of life and getting a little bit of cold res, or, you know, losing a slot, I don't know about that.
May I help you?
Yeah, I hope. They're coming. Bovines are coming. The bovines are coming. You just can't wait for me, can you? So as you can see, wind and fissure will both do very well in cows. I think fissure is a little bit more effective in higher player count. So if you stuck with fire, the cow farm could be very nice. Of course, this is a P1 Battlenet playthrough, though, so you don't have to worry about that. Woof! No, woof!
Good day.
I can't.
No!
Hello.
It's like we're getting more signups for our teams. I see a lot of messages on Discord. That's good.
May I help you?
See, that would be really nice too, but it would have to be 4 slots. A 2-slot build is terrible.
I can't. Impossible. Impossible. Impossible.
White belt,
Let's deal, my friend.
no good. Yeah, you know, that fire is one would be perfect. You just needed to have faster run walk.
Impossible. I can't.
Come on, just give me cold lightning or fire res in the boots. Give me something.
Impossible. I can't. Impossible.
What's up, Slum Dog? How you doing? Poison res? It's just not worth it, man. Lose more life.
Impossible. Impossible.
Good day.
Okay.
I can't. I can't. Impossible.
Let's deal, my friend.
No. So you're not my friend. You're a fiend.
Yes.
You're not giving me boots.
Impossible. I can't. Impossible.
Good day.
Come on, man. I don't know, you can get luckier for sure, and you can also not get
May I
luckier.
help you?
I can't. Impossible.
Hello.
Finally. God damn, that's all I wanted. I'll take it, man. 20 faster run walk. It's not 40. I would like 40. 40's nice. I think I'll keep the 40s, but actually for this particular farm I'll use the 40s, but that's pretty big. Gonna need that lightning res for sure. Alright, so that's all I really wanted from that. Just wanted some faster unlock res boots. And now, time to farm up levels and gear. Once again, cows, bases, charms, gems, jewels, and a nightmare. You can even get 20 life 5L res small charms, 35 life skill GCs, and I've seen them all from Nightmare Cows. All kinds of crazy stuff. So if you don't think you can get rich in Nightmare Cows, you'd be wrong. You can spend all your time in here if you want. Nightmare Cows, really sick stuff for sure. Really good charm potential. I do think Fissure or the fire approach definitely is a bit stronger in here though. But not by a huge amount. As you can see, the tornadoes are still shredding. Fissure would definitely do a bit better, I think, in higher player count though. Fissure is built for cows. But we are not going to respec back to Fissure yet. Yes, that's correct. So, Rags to Riches, one of the advantages to just pushing a character like this, like in Rags to Riches here, is that you level and gear yourself at the same time. A lot of people see, you know, Diablo 2, leveling and gearing as separate things. You know, first you level, then you farm for gear. But the way you do it here, you do both at the same time. And you're a lot more active in doing so. You're not just like leeching a bail run or something. And there's nothing wrong with the, you know, the leeching lazy approach, but ooh, 38 all res, 3 socketed shield. Wow, what an Ancient's Pledge that could make on a Paladin. It's actually scary, scary good. Pretty good for this character though. That was one more socket, man. That spirit base would be insane. One thing to note about Nightmare Cows is you can't find things like monarchs in here though, like elite bases. Those would be hell cows. So you can't quite do that. You can find so many good items though. And yes, you can get 4-socketed items straight up in Nightmare Cows, unlike normal cows. So this is the 4-socketed haven. It is one of the best spots to look for a 4-socketed flail for Hodo, which is a very common item for this particular build. Wow, 4-socketed Partisan Insight. I'd consider that an upgrade over the Poleaxe Insight, right, chat? Let's see. Do we have more soul runes? We do. We have a lot of soul runes, actually. All right. Alter. Also, as you can see, it's a lot more easier to find better bases in Nightmare Cows. So, 5 crit strike. I'll take it. So as you can see, 111 to 225 damage is quite a bit more than 72, 138.
I'll put that to good use.
So you can find better insight bases in Nightmare Cows. And Meph will interfere with that a little bit, but as you can see, that's pretty nice. There you have it. Pretty easy upgrade there. He's mostly still using this is just a res armor. That's really all you need in life is res, and insight. Maybe get some life leech or DR if possible, but it's not needed. Alright.
What you need?
Yeah, the EDU is pretty trash. Good meditation. Good crit strike. That's really good. I'd say ED is the least important stat though. Crit strike is actually more important. Alright, the mercenary will now hit harder. And normally you can actually take that other insight that you had and then you can trade it, so you already have all these things you can trade on top of all this gear you're able to farm up. But we're just getting started in some sense. Yeah, Bulwark is going to be really big for sure. So this isn't 2.6, but it's important to note that Bulwark is really easy to make. You can make it just with Countess runes. And life leech plus damage reduction on the mercenary helm is going to be big. Especially if you can get the res on the armor. So Bulwark is a great early game option. Unfortunately, we're not on the new patch yet, where I would try to make it 100%. But that's alright. I have a Nova proc? Is that from... Oh, it's from my antlers. Nice, maybe I'll proc a Nova and die in hell. Yeah, hell, I think our deathless streak is gonna end in hell. I don't see us getting enough res to stay deathless. We'll be able to farm things though, and that's what Rags to Riches is all about. On hardcore, I recommend getting smoke armor, getting res. I don't know if we're gonna actually achieve that in this Rags to Riches here. I didn't find a Lumrun. I have no IR runes. It's looking grim. It's possible we get it. Obviously, you can just take longer to farm Countess, Nightmare Countess. I don't know if I want to do that, though. For the sake of the guided playthrough. There's always other options, though. You know, there's always ways to get items that you need.
Impossible.
Yeah, Kira's really good, potentially, for sure. Ooh. Alright, so we're gonna actually start off by power farming some cows here. And the reason we're gonna start off with cows, because cows. Oh wow, it was almost another 3 NATO helm. Almost, not quite. As you can see, you know, if you pick up all the Druid helms, you will find some pretty decent ones. Not to say it's guaranteed, but a helm like this is good, but it's not like it's something that's insanely miraculous. It's definitely much more miraculous to get an elemental damage GC, or an elemental skiller, and that amulet is pretty nuts for an early game amulet. Helmet, you can get something like that without too much difficulty. Things like that earlier. It's convenient to find it. Normally I'd keep picking up all the runes, but I'm gonna leave some items behind at this point.
I can't.
That's pretty sick though, so now we got a partisan insight, so we just upgraded it from a normal to an exceptional base. It's also a little bit of a better roll, I'd say, overall. Except the other one had a better ED roll, which, yeah, well. So you're also going to want to farm a 3-socketed sword. So let me know if you guys see a 3-socketed sword in here. We do have insight, but I also want to show you guys Lawbringer. Lawbringer is kind of cool. Since we have a Lem rune, it's a good opportunity to do that. As much damage as we are doing, we can always use more damage. Hell, and otherwise. Before we enter Hell, we can also use some circlets. I don't know if we want to actually imbue circlets now, though. I feel like our helmet's pretty solid. Could imbue boots. Imbuing circlets is usually the best choice, but that's some pretty nice helm though. Get some FCR off of it though, maybe use smoke though, so I don't know, maybe we should imbue circlets. It's something I'm not too sure about. The other good thing about Nightmare cows, unlike normal cows, you can just go to town and sell stuff because, you know, it's actually worth something in actual Nightmare. Always found that aspect a little janky. There's an Am rune. Use that to make a strength for the mercenary too. Crushing blow is good on the merc. Definitely can help out with boss killing. I mentioned that earlier. Need some kind of a sword. I don't know what kind of sword. I don't know. I guess I can get maybe a dimensional blade Lawbringer. Probably you'd want to wait till something like that you'd find in Hell. It's just a Lem rune. So at the end of the day, it's some damage. There's a 4-socketed crystal sword. In case you want to reroll our spirit, that's definitely an option here, given that we found another Rune. Socketed crystal sword. F. So the bearer does help the mercenaries stay alive in Nightmare Cows. Normally mercenaries just can't survive in here.
Yes?
The Druid or the Necromancer, Fishing Mancer, like the Druid. It's definitely possible though. Normally he just gets wrecked. There's some... The meat shields are quite nice. Hearts. There's a lot of items that can drop from Nightmare Cows too, you know, Tal Rosh's mask, you know, Rock Stoppers, a lot of pretty insane things. You're more likely to die to that than fire damage. I'm a little bit tired, 11 hours in. Fine. We'll use a juve. Once again, higher player count means the more drops, especially from something like cows. It's going to be very impactful if you're able to get higher player count. Of course, we're doing it under the harshest conditions possible, so you can see, you know, it doesn't require anything special, but single player is definitely something to take into account here. Get a lot more charms, for instance. And charms, definitely one of the specialties of this place. That is not the 4-socketed flail, that is the other one. Do you want to make this lopper here though? Oh, nice terror. Can a Lawbringer be made in a Sweehander? Can the Bash Mercenary use it? Pretty sure the Frenzy Mercenary has to use... Okay, never mind. It's 3 sockets, 2 sockets. I don't know. I think we could, actually. Maybe that's what we want to go for. Something like that. Not 2 sockets, though, obviously. Okay, level 57, continuing to push levels here. Before pushing Hell, I do recommend hitting at least 60. You can push it earlier than that if you want on, as long as you're on softcore, I would say. On hardcore, make sure you get as many levels as you can. Farm up some charms and Nightmare Cows, make sure your res is really solid. necessarily have to get it all 100% though. Remember, you do have Cyclone armor on this build. Alright, so now we're kind of in a phase in the guided playthrough where we're just farming. And we can retask that. Need to farm for levels, maybe get some items. Definitely a lot of bases we could potentially get. That was a base there where we could get like an insight upgrade. It's a lot more typical than getting Lawbringer early on, so. I do like Lawbringer though. Partial to both approaches.
Greetings.
No, just circle it. That's kind of nice. I say that's kind of nice, and then I proceed to throw it on the ground. Yep, exactly. Wow, man, a Skin of the Viper Magi would be so sick. Most likely to get that from farming Nightmare Andy though, but we're done with that. We could do some more of that just to try for hell prep, but you know. Not like we want to totally overdo it. I want to show off the hell farming areas as well. We'll survive decently well with what we currently have. Some extra light res, so my light res at least isn't negative in hell. Where's that lum rune at? If we get a lum, at least I could make smoke, but then question comes, do we want to sacrifice the FCR? Make it for the mercenary at least though. We'll level pretty soon here. I do cows till I hit level 60 here. See, I could make Lawbringer in something as janky as a 3-socketed crystal sword. I can find those. I can find those in normal. It's not ideal though. That's what we might actually do to get it though, because the thing is like Lawbringer doesn't actually deal a lot of damage, so we could just find it off of like normal cows if we really had to. Normal cows drop those bases all the time. You will be able to do terror zones in single player in patch 2.6. Someone hasn't read the patch notes. Oh my goodness. Stallion. How could you? This is Alpha Helm here. Always checking the Alpha Helms. Not a bad time to get gold too, so like when you stop to farm at the end of the difficulty or whatever, it's pretty solid. Oh, supposedly they fixed that bug in the next patch too. I don't know. Yeah, I actually already have that this time. I don't even think I'm gonna make that though, unfortunately. Ugh. What's up, Big Elf? Jay, how you doing, man? You gonna play this next reset? Do I ever use the key binding to open inventory and the cube simultaneously? I don't. Should I? Not bad for not doing that. Oh yeah, it dies here and there. That's that stuff's not gonna survive, man. Not all the way through.
I am overburdened.
Well, that'd be a better treachery base than the other one I have.
Greetings.
Yeah, it sounds really good. Where are you at traveling at the moment? I do remember you were out traveling. How has it been? Okay, so we will continue to crush these cows. As it has been said. As it has been written. Mage Fist would be really sick to find.
I need a key.
50 all res though. I could really use it. Smoking 50 all res is a nice combo.
Impossible.
Oh, awesome. How was Japan? What do you do in Japan? Tough one to kill. Almost immune to both of my elements in Nightmare. Cold. Physical immune. It's no good. Okay, so.
What you need?
Attack rating. Reap. Oh, those are cool looking boots for sure. I think I'm gonna buy these because they look cooler. Yeah, there you go. Makes it look like I have Alders. I wish. Could find Alders though. You can find Ward Trads from Nightmare Mephisto. You can find any of that from Nightmare Cows as well. Very solid stuff. Okay. I don't think he traveled to Hiroshima. Yeah, it's a very safe place Japan is for the most part.
Impossible.
See, I'm not high enough of a level for that terror zone to matter anyway. You really have to be pushing those really high upper levels, you know? It'd be interesting though. Just like level to like 80 using Nightmare terror zones.
What can I do for you?
Ah, crap, I didn't idea it. No. Okay, I have 600,000 gold though, so we're definitely taking care of our gold. Very, very good. Crazy to me how strong we are. Like, oh my goodness. This is strong, man. This is good. All these raw dishes. I think you can buy 3-socketed swords from vendors, actually. Be able to vendor a Lawbringer base. I think on the mercenary, I'm just gonna put res on him. Crystal sword, 3 sockets. Lawbringer or crystal sword, huh? It's an idea. Okay. Well, we might just use that. I'd love to find a rune so you can make a smoke, though. Smoke on the mercenary would be big! Lawbringer or not, it's gonna need res. Yeah, I think I'll use that base, I suppose. Lawbringer just doesn't do any damage to begin with. Come on, cows. Drop me a rune. So we're about to finish part 1 of Druid Rags for Riches. Wow, another Alder's weapon. That's nuts. Found 2 of them. Once I hit level 60, we will be concluding part 1, which will have shown you how to farm all of the nightmare areas and how to get to level 60. Part 2 will be all the funner stuff. Rune, yay! So yeah, part 1, Druid Rags to Riches, fun stuff. You guys learned a lot in this first part here. Now you know how to prep for hell. We're gonna try to get as many resistances as possible while getting our DPS higher. I think for hell, honestly, I'm gonna have to take off the rhyme. I'm probably just gonna have to use I don't know, Ancient's Pledge or Diamond Shield. That can work instead of smoke. I just need some decent amount of res. To maintain my FCR, I may continue using stealth. But it does mean that, you know, for the sake of enough stacking, that you can just build the bosses and whatnot. Kill the bosses, stack MF, BG stuff. Hi, I've only read many things about it, but being actually there must be something else. And Hiroshima. Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C. is pretty rough. I don't know if you've ever been there. I don't know if they still have it. They probably do. Oh, baby. It shouldn't. I don't know, are you logged into Maxroll for like the ad free account? I don't know if there's a difference between that and like your Holy Grail tracker account thing.
I can't.
No idea. Questions that honestly I probably can't answer very well. Off switch, oh man, that's crazy. I just make a Lawbringer and a Crystal Sword. That's an option. Finding really good bases for it is probably tough. It's tough, man. It's tough. It's gonna be tough. You know what? Yeah, we need to start doing some stuff with all this crap. A lot of crap here. Just keeping way too much garbage. Twitch throw would be nice, but I don't think the mercenary is actually going to be able to use that, so we can throw that out. Is this a wind druid? It's yeah. Yes, that in fact is exactly what it is. Indeed, indeed. Okay. It is a winded druid. New rumors really want to make me play a Jabazon next loner. Why is that? What do you think is gonna be fun on a Jabazon with the new rune words? A soul swap with Strafe, or are we thinking level 1 fanaticism? I don't know. On the mercenary. Any map recommendations for Wake of Fire, Charge Bolt Assassin? Solo experience terror zones. We could also do Stony Tomb, I suppose. It's a max level area. Pretty good there.
I can't.
Oh, it's Project Diablo 2. Yeah, I am not playing that at the moment, so you might confuse me there. I don't know. Tomb of Zoltan Cool works really well for tier 3. That's fire builds. Go, go, go. Alright, here we go. We want experience, so tier 3s. That's going to be a good experience tier 3 for a fire build. That's pretty much it. Surprised we haven't found more charms. Typically, cows is better for charms. But once again, it's definitely a little bit of a player count thing as well sometimes. Yeah, well, they're not. It's pretty much like fire builds only, honestly.
Greetings.
Is the Druid cool now? Oh yeah, it's got an LEGC. It's got 3 NATO helm. Not bad, you know. Elemental amulet. We are going to hit level 60 here, and then we're going to conclude part 1. The question is... well, then we'll just start part 2 immediately after, most likely, I guess. You can do it. Part 2, we'll finish prepping for hell. Continue to do these really good sniper farms that are highly efficient on this particular build or the fire build. Then show off some hell farms. Of course, I'm kind of surprised we haven't found certain things in cows, but it's okay. Lumbering might be very difficult to get to. So we don't have to.
I can't.
I think for the mercenary, what I'll do is I'll stack additional resistances on his armor. If you don't get a Lum rune very easily, or you don't get Ire runes or from Countess or whatever, there's definitely alternative strategies you can employ. I think we'll probably just use those strats instead for this particular run. RNG is always a little bit different, you know. Sometimes you get some other crazy items and then you just don't get some of the more basic stuff. Can always go down a million different ways. What we could do... well, I don't know. There's a lot of things we could do. We could also continue this tomorrow, and then we actually don't miss a day of streaming. We do part 2. I don't know. Or we can literally just continue this straight up the gut here. We could. Gotta split it into 2 parts anyway, though. One way or another. should stay up though. This ladder's at 5 p.m., so I should wake up at a really degenerate time, like 3 p.m. or something. I really should. One way I miss. I gotta just stay up, I think, honestly. Well, sleep is probably optional tonight, so that's how it is. I think what I actually need to do is I need to mess up my sleep schedule really bad. Just for ladder reset. I'll be fresh for ladder reset. I think that's the plan. So we just continue part 2 right after this here. Continue it. Might take a minor break to eat some food though. And like come back and do it. That's a good idea. Okay, we're gonna level up here in a second.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
So yeah, I bet you any money this is another 4-socketed partisan. See, I told you, it's another 4-socketed partisan. See, like, look how many of these really nice insight bases you can get just by farming the cows. Cows is insane. Even in Players 1, that's the crazy part. A little disappointing we haven't really found more charms though. I feel like lacking on charms at the moment. That's RNG for you. Alright, so I'm gonna do one more cow run here, I think, and then we're gonna hit 60. That'll conclude part 1. What I might do is I might take a small break and then I'll just come back with part 2 immediately after this. And part 2 likely will conclude this guide within about 4 hours or so.
Yes.
We'll have to see though. Yeah, it's good practice for the ladder reset, you know? You're nuts. You're nuts. Let me actually see something here. So we got gems up the wazoo. How many diamonds do we have? Not many diamonds. Yeah. We would need more diamonds for sure. Got a perfect diamond there, got a flawless diamond there, got a regular diamond there, got a regular diamond there. More farming is needed. I mean, I could just do Ancient's Pledge, and then Ancient's Pledge gives a lot more res at least, but we'll still have pretty shitty res. That's fun. I'd rather have the FCR breakpoint. I think that's more instrumental here. Not even a single IO rune though. It's crazy. So far away from a smoke, we'd have to get a lum to straight up pretty much at this point. That's bad RNG in those particular runes, but we found all the other runes, so including limbs, so that's kind of nuts. Well, what we can do is we can make a res armor for the mercenary for temp resistances. Heck, we could even make a res helmet for the mercenary. Because why not?
Good day.
No, this is online. This is Players 1 solo Bnet guided playthrough. Druid Rags to Riches, Part 1. Part 1 is about to conclude. Oh, look at that. It's another Saigon's armor, and then that is a Saigon's belt. You know what? I think I'm gonna take the Saigon's belt. Might lose a lot of health by not using it, but I need the fire res. Gotta clean my my cube a little bit too.
I need a key.
Gotta clean the cube, man. Oh yeah, it's because it's just pressing the play button. See, look, we cannot do player count. Command is meaningless here. Cows could drop a lumber, and they could drop an iron rune too. Sounds good, man. Three-socketed battle sword. Well, you know, that is quite a bit of a better option, I think, than what I was gonna use.
Great.
That is quite a bit better indeed. I could upgrade that, but it'd be pointless. Battle sword. So many pieces of garbage. Garbage, 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 garbage. It's garbage too. It's a lot of garbage at this point. Need to check it. Just taking up space. Actually, we could try to roll that, oddly enough. So you can make a chromatic amulet if you have one of each P gem, and then put a random amulet, and then you can make one with a lot of res. But, you know, this amulet's really solid, so I don't think I'm going to make that go anywhere. Let's see if I can find a Ral rune somewhere. I have a bunch of Ral runes, right? Oh, I rolled 3 sockets. Interesting. Well, could always use like MF for that. So that's the soccer recipe for a helmet right there. So you can try to roll like Delirium and lore bases on the Druid, and you can yeah. Delirium and lore bases. Ral full perfect sapphire. Ral am perfect amethyst is how we're gonna roll. also roll spirit bases like that too. Rolling bases is quite lucrative.
I can't carry
Okay, I need amethyst. But yeah, I think in part 2 we want to actually do a bit more of the hell prep as well. Some of the leveling, hell prep stuff. Kind of a cool fissure base though. So what you could do also is put like 3 perfect topazes in there, and then you can also get plus fissure skulls. Sheepo, what's up, man? Haven't seen you in a bit. Where to pick up those helms? Let me start. Gotta do it, man. Gotta pick them up. So I had all the flawed topazes ready to go to like cube up Aya rooms.
I can't.
Not gonna happen though. I could trade, I could sell that, but... Alright guys, GG. Hope you guys enjoyed Rags to Riches Druid Part 1. We're concluding the first segment here, this guided playthrough. Hope you guys learned a lot. Can never go wrong. Farming these endgame nightmare areas, the cows, Eldritch, and of course Fiddleskin. We'll continue those farms to prepare for hell, and we will probably abuse some items, do some other things as well. Maybe get some crafts going to show you guys a lot of different things you can do to prepare for hell. And then we're gonna start pushing hell and then show you guys all the farms you guys can do in hell and the Druid and how they work. Of course, there may be a lot of death and destruction, but it's good stuff. Let's see what happens. I don't have a key. Even cows in players 1 are quite nice. A lot of awesome bases. I'm sure it will continue. Probably gonna do Eldritch Shank now though, or sorry, Eldritch Spindleskin next. That'll be good stuff. You guys can check out all the chapters on this particular video. Hope to see you guys in part 2. And learn more about how to farm with the Druid as we start nearing the end of my nightmare farm. Definitely maybe want to push at like level 95 if possible. We'll see. Do like how I might actually have some fire res though. That's nice. Saigon's build. Saigon's build is pretty good. But yeah, anyway guys. Very nice stuff. At the end of part 1, I guess I should maybe show you guys the gear we got on. Insight Partisan, Res Armor, Res Helm. We can improve these just by using some runes, which we will do before we enter Hell. Got Spirit. Probably going to re-roll this. I don't know if we're going to need to re-roll this, but it's possible we can actually save on some FCR in some places. And some more stats. Stealth for FCR, still helping us out. It's 3 NATO helm and this 1 Ellie amulet. We got them both from 1 Countess kill. That was insane. Rhyme, 40 fast run walk. We got also one with light res. And an Ellie GC with some other light res and some life terms. Of course, he's a beast. Hitting level 60. That's how to hit level 60 with the Druid. That's how to farm up riches up to this point. But shit's about to get real. It's about to get real. So yeah, I hope to see you guys in part 2. Remember, you can always catch us live at twitch.tv/darkhumility. Let me know what you guys think about this. Let me know if this inspired you to try to start a Druid. Let me know what kind of Druids you like to start with as well. Maybe you prefer the summon approach. I don't know. Just let me know what you think. I'll see you guys in part 2. Let's get it.